Belinda presents this unabridged recording of The Secret Keeper, written by Kate Morton and read by Caroline Lee. Chapter 13, Green Acres, 2011. It struck Laurel, as she sat down to a dinner of baked beans on toast, that this was very likely the first time she'd ever been alone at Green Acres. No mother or father going about their business in another room, no excitable sisters making the floorboards creak upstairs, no baby brother, no pets, not so much as a hen roosting in the boxes outside. Laurel lived by herself in London. She'd done so on and off for the better part of 40 years. To be frank, she was rather fond of her own company. Tonight, though, surrounded by the sights and sounds of childhood, she felt a loneliness, the depths of which surprised her. "Are you sure you'll be all right?" Rose had asked that afternoon before she left. She'd lingered in the entrance room, twisting the end of her long strand of African beads and inclining her head towards the kitchen. "Because I could stay, you know. I wouldn't mind a bit. Perhaps I should stay. I'll just call Sadie and tell her I won't be able to make it." It was a strange turn-up for the books, Rose to be worried about Laurel, and Laurel had been taken aback. "Nonsense," she'd said, perhaps a little sternly. "You'll do no such thing. I'll be perfectly fine by myself." Rose remained unconvinced. "I don't know, Lol. It's not like you to phone like that, out of the blue. You're usually so busy, and now—" The beads threatened to snap their bonds. "I'll tell you what. Why don't I just ring Sadie and tell her we'll catch up tomorrow? It's really no bother. Rose, please." Laurel did a lovely line in exasperation. "For the love of God, go and see your daughter. I told you, I'm just here to have a little downtime before I start filming Macbeth. To be honest, I'm rather looking forward to the peace and quiet." She had been, too. Laurel was grateful that Rose had been able to meet her with the keys, but her head was buzzing with the list of what she knew and what she still needed to find out about her mother's past, and she'd been eager to get inside and put her thoughts in order. Watching Rose's car disappear down the driveway had filled her with a sense of enormous anticipation. It had seemed to mark the beginning of something. She was here at last. She'd done it, left her life in London in order to get to the bottom of her family's great secret. Now, though, alone in the sitting room with an empty dinner plate for company and a long night stretching ahead, she found her certainty waning. She wished she'd given Rose's offer a little more thought. Her sister's gentle patter was just the thing to keep one's mind from drifting someplace dark, and Laurel could have used the help right now. The problem was the ghosts, for of course she wasn't really alone at all. They were everywhere, hiding behind corners, drifting up and down the stairs, echoing against the bathroom tiles. Little girls in bare feet and smocks and various lanky states of growing up. The tall, lean figure of Daddy whistling in the shadows. But most of all, Ma, who was everywhere at once, who was this house, Green Acres, whose passion and energy infused each plank of wood, each pane of glass, each stone. She was in the corner of the room right now. Laurel could see her there, wrapping a birthday present for Iris. It was a book about ancient history, a children's encyclopedia, and Laurel could remember being stirred at the time by the beautiful illustrations inside, black and white, and somehow mysterious in their depictions of long-ago places. The book, as an object, had seemed distinctly important to Laurel, and she'd felt jealous when Iris unwrapped it on their parents' bed next morning, when she started turning the pages with proprietorial care and readjusting the ribbon bookmark. There was something about a book that inspired dedication and a swelling desire to possess it, especially in Laurel, who hadn't many of her own. There hadn't been a particularly bookish family. It always surprised people to hear that, but they'd never gone without stories. Daddy had been full of dinner-table anecdotes, and Dorothy Nicolson was the sort of mother to invent her own fairy tales rather than read them out of books. "Did I ever tell you," she'd said once when Laurel was small and resistant to sleep, "about the nightingale star?" Laurel had shaken her head eagerly. She liked Mummy's stories. "Have I not? Well, that explains it then. I did wonder why I never saw you there." "Where, Mummy? What's the nightingale star?" "Why, it's the way home, of course, little wing. And it's the way there, too." Laurel was confused. "The way where?" "Everywhere. Anywhere." She smiled then, in that way she had that always made Laurel feel glad to be near her, and leaned closer as if to tell a secret, her dark hair falling forwards over one shoulder. Laurel loved to hear secrets. She was very good at keeping them, too. So she listened closely when Mummy said, "The nightingale star is a great ship that leaves each night from the rim of sleep. Have you ever seen a picture of a pirate ship? One with billowing white sails and rope ladders that swing and sway in the wind?" Laurel nodded hopefully. "Then you'll know her when you see her, for she looks just like that. The straightest mast you can imagine, and a flag at the very top, silver cloth with a white star and a pair of wings at its center." "How do I get aboard, Mummy? Will I have to swim?" Laurel wasn't a very good swimmer. Dorothy laughed. "That's the best part of all. The only thing you have to do is wish. And when you fall asleep tonight, you'll find yourself on her warm decks, about to set sail on a grand adventure." "Will you be there too, Mummy?" Dorothy had a faraway look on her face, a mysterious expression she wore sometimes, as if remembering something that made her feel a little bit sad. But then she smiled and ruffled Laurel's hair. "Of course I will, Poppet. You didn't think I'd let you go alone, did you?" In the distance, a late train whistled into the station, and Laurel let out a sigh. It seemed to echo from one wall to another, and she considered switching on the television, just to have some noise. Ma had steadfastly refused to upgrade to a set with a remote control, though, so she turned the old wireless to BBC Radio 3 and picked up her book instead. It was her second Henry Jenkins novel, The Reluctant Muse, and truth be told, Laurel was finding it rather hard going. In fact, she was beginning to suspect the man was something of a male chauvinist. Certainly his main character, Humphrey, just as irresistible as the male lead in his other book, had some questionable ideas about women. Adoration was one thing, but he seemed to look upon his wife, Viola, as a precious possession, not so much a flesh-and-blood woman as a blithe spirit whom he had captured and thereby saved. Viola was an element of the wild, brought to London in order to be civilized, by Humphrey, of course, but whom the city must never be permitted to corrupt. Laurel rolled her eyes in impatience. She found herself wishing Viola would just pick up her pretty skirts and run in the opposite direction, as fast and as far as she could. She didn't, of course. She agreed to marry her hero. This was Humphrey's story, after all. Laurel had liked the girl at first. She'd seemed a spirited and worthy heroine, unpredictable and fresh. But the more she read, the less of that girl she saw. Laurel realized that she was being unfair, Poor Viola was barely an adult and could therefore hardly be blamed for having questionable judgment. And really, what would Laurel know? She'd never succeeded in sustaining a relationship for longer than 2 years. Nonetheless, Viola's marriage to Humphrey was not Laurel's idea of a fine romance. She persisted through 2 further chapters that took the pair to London and established the creation of Viola's gilded cage before it all became too much, and she slapped the book down in frustration. It had only just gone 9, but Laurel decided that was late enough. She was tired after the day's travel, and she wanted to be up early next morning so she could get to the hospital in good time and hopefully find her mother at her best. Rose's husband, Phil, had brought over a spare car from his garage, a 1960s Mini, green as a grasshopper, and she was going to drive herself into town as soon as she was ready. Tucking the reluctant Muse beneath her arm, she washed her plate and took herself up to bed, leaving the dark ground floor of Greenacres to the ghosts. "You're in luck," the sow nurse told Laurel when she arrived the next morning, managing to make it sound a regrettable state of affairs. "She's up and in fine fettle. Last week's party tired her, you know, but visits from family seem to do them the world of good. Just try not to excite her too much." And then she smiled with a remarkable deficit of warmth and returned her attention to the plastic clipboard she was cleaving. Laurel abandoned plans for a rousing session of Irish dancing and started down the beige hallway. She arrived at her mother's door and knocked lightly. When there was no answer, she gently opened it. Dorothy was reclined in the armchair, her body curved away from the door, and Laurel's first thought was that she was sleeping. It wasn't until she crept closer that she realized her mother was awake and paying close attention to something in her hands. "Hello there, Ma," said Laurel. The old woman startled and turned her head. There was a foggy look about her eyes, but she smiled when she registered her daughter. "Laurel," she said softly, "I thought you were in London." "I was. I've come back for a bit." Her mother didn't ask why, and Laurel wondered whether perhaps a person reached an age when so much was kept from them, so many details of life discussed and decided elsewhere, misheard or misunderstood, that to be surprised was no longer disconcerting. She wondered whether she, too, would find one day that absolute clarity was neither possible nor desirable. What a ghastly prospect. She wheeled the tray table aside and sat down on the spare vinyl-covered chair. "What's that you've got there?" She nodded at the object in her mother's lap. "Is it a photograph?" Dorothy's hand trembled as she held out the small silver frame she'd been cradling. It was old and dented, but freshly polished. Laurel couldn't think that she'd ever seen it before. "From Jerry," her mother said. "A gift for my birthday." It was the perfect gift for Dorothy Nicholson, patron saint of all discarded things, and that was typical of Jerry. Just when he seemed completely disconnected from the world and all who dwelt in her, he managed a stroke of astonishing insight. Laurel felt a pang when she thought of her brother. She'd left a message for him on his university voicemail. 3 messages, in fact, since she'd decided to leave London. The last she'd recorded late at night after a half bottle of red, and she feared it had been rather more plain-spoken than those previous. She'd told him she was home at Greenacres, determined to find out what happened back when we were kids, that the other sisters didn't yet know the details, and she needed him to help. It had seemed a good idea at the time, but she hadn't heard back. Laurel put on her reading glasses to look closely at the sepia photograph. "A wedding party," she said, taking in the arrangement of formally attired strangers pressed behind the spotted glass. "No one we know, though, is it?" Her mother didn't answer. Not exactly. "Such a precious thing," she said, shaking her head with slow sadness. "A charity shop. That's where he found it. Those people, they should be hanging on someone's wall, not lying in a box of unwanted things. It's terrible, isn't it, Laurel, the way we throw people away?" Laurel agreed that it was. "The photo's lovely, isn't it?" she said, running a thumb over the glass. "Wartime by the look of the clothing, though he's not in uniform. Not everyone wore one." "Shirkers, you mean?" "There were other reasons." Dorothy took back the picture. She studied it again and then reached shakily to set it down beside the framed picture of her own austerity wedding. At mention of the war, Laurel had felt opportunity spread before her, the vertigo of anticipation. Surely there could be no better moment to raise the matter of her mother's past. "What did you do in the war, Ma?" she asked with careful nonchalance. "I was with the Women's Voluntary Service." Just like that. No hesitation, no reluctance, nothing to suggest this was the first time mother and daughter had ever broached the topic. Laurel grasped keenly at the thread of conversation. "You mean knitting socks and feeding soldiers?" Her mother nodded. "We had a canteen in a local crypt. We served soup. Sometimes we ran a mobile canteen." "What? Out in the streets, dodging the bombs?" Another slight nod. "Ma." Laurel was lost for words. The answer itself, the fact of having received one at all. "You were brave." "No," Dorothy said with surprising sharpness. Her lips quivered. "There were far braver people than I." "You've never mentioned it before?" "No." "Why not?" Laurel wanted to plead. "Tell me. Why was it all such a big secret? Henry Jenkins and Vivien, her mother's childhood in Coventry, the war years before she met Daddy. What had happened to make Ma seize her second chance so firmly, to turn her into the kind of person who could kill the man who threatened to bring her past back home to haunt her? Instead, Laurel said, "I wish I'd known you back then." Dorothy smiled faintly. "That would have been difficult." "You know what I mean." Her mother shifted in her chair, an ill expression pulling at the lines of her papery brow. "I don't think you'd have liked me very much." "What do you mean? Why ever not?" Dorothy's mouth twitched, as if the thing she wanted to say would not come out. "Why not, Ma?" Dorothy forced a smile, but a shadow in her voice and in her eyes belied it. "People change as they get older, grow wiser, make better decisions. I am very old, Laurel. Anyone who lives as long as I have can't help but collect regrets along the way. Things they did in the past. Things they wish they'd done differently. The past, regrets, people changing. Laurel felt the thrill of having arrived at last. She tried to sound light. A loving daughter asking her elderly mother about her life. What sort of things, Ma? What would you have done differently? But Dorothy wasn't listening. Her gaze had a distant look about it. Her fingers were busy working the edges of the blanket on her lap. My father used to tell me I'd get myself into trouble if I wasn't careful. All parents say that sort of thing, Laurel said with gentle caution. I'm sure you never did anything worse than the rest of us. He tried to warn me, but I never listened. I thought I knew best. I was punished for my bad decisions, Laurel. I lost everything. Everything I loved. How? What happened? But the previous speech, whatever memories it brought with it, had tired Dorothy. The wind lost from her sails, and she was slumped now against her cushions. Her lips moved a little, but no sound came out, and after a moment she gave up, turning her head back towards the misted window. Laurel studied her mother's profile, wishing she had been a different sort of daughter, wishing there was more time, that she could go back and do it all again, not leave everything to the last and find herself sitting at her mother's hospital bed with so many blanks to fill. Oh, now, she said brightly, trying a different tack. Rose showed me something rather special. She fetched the family album from its shelf and slipped the picture of her mother and Vivien from inside. For all her attempts at composure, she noticed that her fingers were trembling. It was inside a trunk, I believe. Somewhere at Greenacres. Dorothy took the proffered photograph and looked at it. Doors opened and closed in the hallway. A buzzer sounded in the distance. Cars stopped and started on the turning circle outside. You are friends? Laurel prompted. Her mother nodded, haltingly. In the war? Another nod. Her name was Vivien. This time, Dorothy looked up. Surprise flitted across her lined face, followed by something else. Laurel was on the verge of explaining about the book and its inscription when her mother said, She died. So quietly that Laurel almost didn't hear. Vivien died in the war. Laurel remembered reading about it in Henry Jenkins's obituary. A bombing raid, she said. Her mother gave no sign of having heard. She was staring again at the photo. Her eyes had glazed and her cheeks were suddenly moist. I hardly recognize myself, she said in a thin and ancient voice. It was a long time ago. Another lifetime. Dorothy drew a crumpled handkerchief from somewhere and pressed it to her cheeks. Her mother was still speaking softly behind her hanky, but Laurel couldn't make out all the words. Something about bombs and noise and being frightened to start again. She leaned closer, skin tingling with a strong sense that answers were at hand. What's that, Ma? Dorothy turned to Laurel, and the look on her face was as fearful as if she'd just seen a ghost. She reached out and gripped Laurel's sleeve. When she spoke, her voice was frayed. I did something, Laurel, she whispered. During the war. I wasn't thinking straight. Everything had gone horribly wrong. I didn't know what else to do, and it seemed like the perfect plan, a way to put things right. But he found out. He was angry. Laurel's heart lurched. He. Is that why the man came, Ma? Is that why he came that day? On Jerry's birthday? Her chest felt tight. She was 16 again. Her mother was still clenching Laurel's sleeve, her face ashen and her voice as thin as a reed. He found me, Laurel. He never stopped looking. Because of what you did in the war? Yes. Barely audible. What was it, Ma? What did you do? The door opened and Nurse Ratched appeared, carrying a tray. "Lunchtime," she said briskly, wheeling the table into position. She half-filled a plastic cup with lukewarm tea and checked there was still water in the jug. "Just ring the bell when you're finished, dear," she sang in a too loud voice. "I'll come back and help you to the toot." She glanced about the table to check everything was as it should be. "Anything else you need before I go?" Dorothy was dazed, spent, her eyes searching the other woman's face. The nurse smiled brightly, bending from the waist so she was nice and close. "Anything else you need, dear?" "Oh." Dorothy blinked and gave a small bewildered smile that broke Laurel's heart. Yes, please, I need to speak to Dr. Rufus." "Dr. Rufus? You mean Dr. Cotter, dear." A cloud of confusion cast its brief shadow on her pale face, and then, "Yes," she said, with an even fainter smile. "Of course. Dr. Cotter." The nurse said she'd send him in when she could, and then turned towards Laurel, tapping a finger to her temple and delivering a significant look. Laurel resisted the urge to garrote the woman with her handbag strap as she squeaked around the room in her soft-soled shoes. The wait for the nurse to leave them was interminable. She collected old cups, marked things on the medical chart, paused to comment idly on the driving rain. Laurel was almost burning with suspense when the door finally closed behind her. "Ma?" she prompted, more sharply than she'd have liked. Dorothy Nicholson looked at her daughter. Her face was pleasantly blank, and Laurel realized with a jolt that whatever it was that had pressed so urgently before the interruption was no longer there. It had receded back to the place where old secrets go. The frustration was breathtaking. She could ask again, say, "What did you do that brought that man after you? Was it something to do with Vivien? Tell me, please, so I can let the whole thing go." But the beloved face, that weary old lady's face, was staring at her now, in a state of mild perplexity. A slight, worried smile forming as she said, "Yes, Laurel?" Mustering every bit of patience she could, there was always tomorrow, she would try again then, Laurel smiled back and said, "Would you like some help with your lunch, Ma?" Dorothy didn't eat much. She'd wilted in the past half hour, and Laurel was struck anew by just how frail she'd become. The green armchair was a rather humble affair, one they'd brought from home, and Laurel had seen her mother sitting in it countless times over the decades. Somehow, though, the chair had changed proportions in the last few months, and was now a great hulking thing that devoured Ma's frame like a surly bear. "Why don't I give your hair a brush?" said Laurel. "Would you like that?" The ghost of a smile skimmed Dorothy's lips, and she nodded slightly. "My mother used to brush my hair." "Did she?" "I pretended not to like it. I wanted to be independent. But it was lovely." Laurel smiled as she collected the antique hairbrush from the shelf behind the bed. She passed it gently over her mother's dandelion fluff and tried to picture what she must have been like as a little girl. Full of adventure, no doubt. Naughty at times, but with the sort of spirit that made people fond rather than cross. Laurel supposed she'd never know, not unless her mother told her. Dorothy's eyelids, paper-thin, had closed, and the fine, wiry nerves inside them twitched occasionally at whatever mysterious pictures were forming on the black beneath. Her breathing slowed as Laurel stroked her hair, and when it took on the rhythm of slumber, Laurel set down the brush as quietly as she could. She pulled the crocheted rug a little higher on her mother's lap, and kissed her lightly on the cheek. "Goodbye, Ma," she whispered. "I'll come again tomorrow." She was tiptoeing from the room, careful not to jiggle her bag or make too much noise with her shoes, when a drowsy voice said, "That boy." Laurel turned, surprised. Her mother's eyes were still closed. "That boy, Laurel," she mumbled. "Which boy?" "The one you've been going around with." "Billy." Her misty eyes opened, and she turned her head towards Laurel. She lifted a feeble finger, and her voice when she spoke was soft, sad. "You think I don't notice? You think I wasn't young once, myself? That I don't know how it feels to fancy a handsome boy?" Laurel realized then that her mother was no longer in the hospital room, that she was back at Greenacres, talking to her teenage daughter. The fact was unnerving. "Are you listening to me, Laurel?" She swallowed, found her voice. "I'm listening, Mummy." It had been a long time since she'd called her mother that. "If he asks you to marry him, and you love him, then you must say yes. Do you understand me?" Laurel nodded. She felt strange, dizzy, and rather hot. The nurses had said her mother's mind was drifting these days, in and out of the present, like a radio tuner slipping its station. But what had brought her here? Why would her focus settle on a boy she'd barely known, a fleeting crush of Laurel's from so very long ago? Dorothy's lips moved against one another softly, and then she said, "I made so many mistakes. So many mistakes." Her cheeks were moist with seeping tears. "Love, Laurel. That's the only reason to get married. For love." Laurel made it as far as the toilets in the hospital corridor. She turned on the tap, cupped her hands, and collected some water to toss on her face. She leaned her palms on the basin. There were hairline fractures near the plug hole, and they merged together as her vision glazed. Laurel closed her eyes. Her pulse was beating like a jackhammer in her ears. God, she was shaken. It wasn't merely the fact of being spoken to like a teenager, the instant erasure of 50 years, the conjuring of a long-ago boy, the faraway feeling of first love fluttering at her edges. It was the words themselves, the urgency in Ma's voice as she spoke, the sincerity that suggested she was offering her teenage daughter the wealth of her own experience. That she was pressing Laurel to make choices that she, Dorothy, had not, to avoid making the mistakes she had. But it didn't make sense. Her mother had loved her father. Laurel knew it just as certainly as she knew her own name. They'd been married for 5.5 decades before Daddy's death, without so much as a sniff of marital disharmony. If Dorothy had married for some other reason, if she'd regretted that decision all this time, she'd done a terrific job of pretending otherwise. No one could keep up a performance like that, surely. Of course they couldn't. Besides, Laurel had heard the story of how her parents met and fell in love 100 times before. She'd seen her mother gazing at her father's face as he recounted the way he'd known at once that they were meant to be together. Laurel looked up. Grandma Nicolson had had her doubts, though, hadn't she? Laurel had always been aware of something uncomfortable between her mother and grandmother, a formality in the way they spoke to one another, the stern set of the older woman's mouth when she was looking at her daughter-in-law and thought no one else was watching. And then, when Laurel was 15 or so and they were visiting Grandma Nicholson's boarding house by the sea, she'd overheard something she shouldn't have. She'd spent too long in the sun one morning and come in early with a raging headache and a bad case of sunburned shoulders. She was lying in her darkened bedroom, nursing a wet flannel on her forehead and a feeling of great hardship in her breast, when Grandma Nicholson and her elderly boarder, Miss Perry, happened along the corridor. "He's a real credit to you, Gertrude," Miss Perry was saying. "Of course, he always was a good lad." "Yes, worth his weight in gold, my Stephen. More help around here than his father ever was." Grandma had paused, waiting for the knowing grunt of agreement that was forthcoming from her consort, and then continued, "Kind-hearted, too. Never could resist a stray." That's when Laurel had grown interested. The words were weighted with the echoes of previous conversations, and certainly Miss Perry seemed to know precisely what Grandma was referring to. "No," she'd said, "the lad didn't stand a chance, did he? Not with one as beautiful as her." "Beautiful? Well, I suppose, if you like that sort of thing. A bit too." Grandma paused, and Laurel craned to hear which word she'd pluck. "A bit too ripe for my tastes." "Oh, yes." Miss Perry backpedaled fast. "Terribly ripe. Knew a good wicket when she saw it, though, didn't she?" "She did. Knew a soft touch when she met it. Indeed. And to think he might have married a nice local girl like that Pauline Simmons down the street. I always thought she might have been sweet on him." "Of course she was," Grandma snapped. "And who could blame her? Hadn't counted on Dorothy, though, had we? Poor Pauline didn't stand a chance, not against one like her, not when she had her mind set." Such a shame. Miss Perry knew her cue and her line. Such a terrible shame. Bewitched him, she did. My dear boy didn't know what had hit him. He believed she was an innocent, of course, and who could blame him? Back from France, just a few short months when they married. She had his head in a spin. She's one of those people, isn't she, who gets whatever she sets her mind to. And she wanted him. She wanted an escape, and my son gave it to her. No sooner were they wed, and she dragged him away from everything, and everyone he knew, to start again in that tumble-down farmhouse. I blame myself, of course. But you mustn't. I was the one who brought her into this house. There was a war on. It was near impossible to get good staff. You weren't to know. But that's just it. I should have known. I should have made it my business to know. I was far too trusting. At least, I was at the start. I made inquiries about her, but not until after, and by then it was too late. What do you mean? Too late for what? What did you find out? But whatever it was Grandma Nicolson had found remained a mystery to Laurel, for the two of them moved out of earshot before her grandmother could expand. To be honest, it hadn't concerned Laurel too much at the time. Grandma Nicolson was a prude and an attention seeker who liked to make her eldest granddaughter's life a misery by reporting to her parents if she so much as looked at a boy on the beach. Whatever it was Grandma thought she'd discovered about their mother, Laurel had decided as she lay there cursing her throbbing head, it was bound to be an exaggeration, if not an all-out fiction. Now, though, Laurel dried her face and hands. Now, she wasn't so sure. Grandma's suspicions, that Dorothy had been seeking an escape, that she wasn't as innocent as she appeared, that her hasty marriage had been one of convenience, seemed to tally, in some ways, with the things her mother had just told her. Had Dorothy Smithen been running from a broken engagement when she turned up at Mrs. Nicholson's boarding house? Was that what Grandma had found out? It was possible, but there had to be more to it than that. A previous relationship might have been enough to sour her grandmother's milk. Lord knows it hadn't taken much. But surely it wasn't the sort of thing her mother might still be crying over 60 years later. Guiltily, it seemed to Laurel, all that talk of mistakes, of not thinking straight. Unless she'd run away from her fiancé without telling him. But why, if she'd loved him so much, would Ma have done such a thing? Why hadn't she just married him? And what did any of it have to do with Vivien and Henry Jenkins? There was something Laurel wasn't seeing. Lots of things, probably. She let out a hot sigh of exasperation that echoed around the small tiled bathroom. She felt thoroughly thwarted. So many disparate clues that meant nothing on their own. Laurel tore off a piece of toilet tissue and dabbed the mascara that had smeared beneath her eyes. The whole mystery was like the beginning of a child's dot-to-dot, or a constellation in the night sky. Their father had once taken them sky-watching when Laurel was small. They'd set up camp on the rise above Blindman's Wood, and as they waited for the dusk to deepen and the stars to appear, he'd told them about the time he'd been lost as a boy and followed the stars home. "You just have to look for the pictures," he'd said, lining up his telescope on its stand. "If you ever find yourself alone in the dark, they'll show you the way back." "But I can't see any pictures," Laurel had protested, rubbing her mittens together and squinting at the twinkling stars above. Daddy had smiled at her then, fondly. "That's because you're looking at the stars themselves," he'd said, "instead of the spaces in between. You have to draw lines in your mind. That's when you'll begin to see the whole picture." Laurel stared at herself in the hospital mirror. She blinked, and the memory of her lovely father dissolved. A sudden, pressing ache of mortal grief took its place. She missed him. She was getting older. Her mother was fading. What a bloody mess she looked. Laurel took out her comb and did what she could with her hair. It was a start. Finding pictures in the constellations had never been her strong suit. Jerry was the one who'd been able to wow them all by making sense of the nighttime sky. Even as a small boy, he'd pointed out patterns and pictures where Laurel saw only scattered stars. Thoughts of her brother tugged at Laurel. They ought to be together on this search, damn it. It belonged to both of them. She took out her phone and checked for missed calls. Nothing. Still nothing. She scrolled through the address book until she found his office number and pressed call. She waited, biting her thumbnail, rueing, not for the first time, her brother's contrary refusal to get a mobile. as a distant telephone on a cluttered Cambridge desk rang and rang and rang. Finally, a click, and then, "Hello, you've reached Jerry Nicholson. I'm shooting stars at the minute. You're welcome to leave your details." No promise that he'd do anything with them, though, Laurel noted wryly. She didn't leave a message. She'd just have to go on alone for now. Chapter 14. London, January 1941. Dolly handed over her umpteenth cup of soup and smiled at whatever it was the young fireman had just said. The laughter, the chatter, the piano music were all too loud to know for sure, but judging by the look on his face, it was something flirtatious. It never hurt to smile, so Dolly did, and when he took his soup and went in search of somewhere to sit, she was rewarded finally with a break in the flow of hungry mouths to feed and an opportunity to sit down and rest her weary feet. They were killing her. She'd been held up leaving Camden Grove when Lady Gwendolyn's bag of sweets went missing, and the old woman had descended into a colossal misery. The sweets turned up eventually, pressed into the mattress beneath the Grand Dame's grand derriere, but by then Dolly was so strapped for time she had to run all the way to Church Street in a pair of satin shoes made for no greater duty than being admired. She'd arrived out of breath and sore of foot, only to have her hopes of sneaking in beneath the veil of carousing soldiers dashed. She was spied mid-flight by the team leader, Mrs. Waddingham, a snout-faced woman with a terrible case of eczema that kept her in gloves and a filthy mood, no matter the weather. "Late again, Dorothy," she said, through lips as tight as a Dashan's arse. "I need you in the kitchen serving soup. We've been run off our feet all evening." Dolly knew the feeling. Worse luck, a quick glance confirmed her haste had been in vain. Vivien wasn't even there, which made no sense because Dolly had checked carefully that they'd be working the evening shift together. What was more, she'd waved at Vivien from Lady Gwendolyn's window not 1 hour before, when she saw her leaving number 25 in her WVS uniform. "Get on then, girl," said Mrs. Waddingham, making a scoot-scoot motion with her gloved hands. "Into the kitchen you go. The war's not going to wait for a girl like you now, is it?" Dolly battled an urge to fell the other woman with a sharp jab to the shins, but decided it wouldn't be proper. She bit back a smile. Sometimes imagining really was as good as doing, and gave Mrs. Waddingham an obsequious nod instead. The canteen had been set up in the crypt of St. Mary's Church, and the kitchen was a small, draughty alcove across which a trestle table had been dressed with a skirt and a string of Union Jacks to form a counter. There was a small sink in the corner and a paraffin stove to keep the soup hot. Best of all, as far as Dolly was concerned right now, a spare pew leaned against the wall. She took a last glance around to make sure her absence wouldn't be noticed. The room was full of satisfied servicemen. A couple of ambulance drivers were playing table tennis, and the rest of the WVS ladies were busy clicking their knitting needles and tongues in the far corner. Mrs. Waddingham was among them, her back turned to the kitchen, and Dolly decided to risk the dragon's wrath. 2 hours was an awfully long time to be on one's feet. She sat down and slipped off her shoes. With a sigh of sweet relief, she arched her stocking-clad toes slowly back and forth. WVS members weren't supposed to smoke in the canteen, fire regulations, but Dolly dug into her bag and pulled out one of the crisp new packets she'd got from Mr. Hopton, the grocer. The soldiers always smoked. No one had the heart to stop them, and a permanent grey tobacco cloud hugged the ceiling. Dolly decided no one would notice if a little more drifted its way. She eased herself onto the tiled floor and struck the match, giving herself over finally to thoughts of the rather momentous thing that had happened that afternoon. It had all got off to rather an ordinary start. Dolly had been dispatched to the grocer's after lunch, and embarrassing as it was to remember now, the task had put her in a foul mood. It wasn't easy to find sweets these days, sugar being rationed and all, but Lady Gwendolen was never one to take no for an answer, and Dolly had been forced to trawl the back streets of Notting Hill in search of the friend of someone's uncle's landlord, who, it was rumoured, still had such contraband to sell. She'd only just got back to number 7 2 hours later, and was still removing her scarf and gloves when the doorbell rang. The type of day she'd been having, Dolly had fully expected to see a rabble of pesky kids collecting scrap metal for Spitfires. Instead, she'd found a tidy little man with a thin moustache and a strawberry birthmark covering one cheek. He was carrying an enormous black alligator briefcase, bulging at the seams, the weight of which appeared to be causing him some discomfort. One glance at his neat comb-over was enough to recognise, however, that he wasn't the sort to admit vexation. "Pemberley," he said briskly. "Reginald Pemberley, solicitor at law, here to see Lady Gwendolen Caldecott." He leaned closer to add, with a secretive lowering of the voice, "It's a matter of some urgency." Dolly had heard mention of Mr. Pemberley. A mouse of a man, not a patch on his father. Knows how to keep a clean ledger, though, so I permit him to do my business. But she'd never come face to face with him before. She let him in, out of the freezing cold, and ran upstairs to check that Lady Gwendolen was happy to see him. She was never happy, not really. But where matters of money were concerned, she was ever vigilant, and so, despite sucking in her cheeks with sullen disdain, she waved a porcine hand to signal that the fellow might be admitted to her bower. "Good afternoon, Lady Gwendolen," he puffed. There were 3 flights of stairs, after all. "So sorry to call suddenly like this, but it's the bombing, you see. I was hit rather hard back in December, and I've lost all my papers and files. Dreadful nuisance, as you can imagine, but I'm putting it all back together now. I'm going to carry the lot on my person henceforth." He tapped his bulging bag. Dolly was dismissed, and spent the next half hour in her bedroom, glue and scissors in hand, updating her book of ideas, and glancing at her wristwatch with increasing anxiety as the minutes ticked ever closer to her WVS shift. Finally, the silver bell tinkled upstairs, and she was summoned again to her lady's chamber. "Show Mr. Pemberley out," Lady Gwendolen said, pausing to concede a bloated hiccup. "Then come back and tuck me in for the night." Dolly smiled and nodded, and was waiting for the solicitor to heave up his bag when the old girl added, with customary insouciance, "This is Dorothy, Mr. Pemberley. Dorothy Smitham, the one I was telling you about." There'd been an immediate shift in the solicitor's bearing after that. "A pleasure to make your acquaintance," he'd said, with great deference, and then he'd stood back for Dolly and held open the door. They'd exchanged polite conversation all the way down the stairs, and when they reached the front door and were conducting their farewells, he'd turned to her and said, with a hint of awe, "You've done a remarkable thing, young lady. I can't think that I've ever seen dear Lady Gwendolen so cheerful. Not since the terrible business with her sister. Why, she didn't so much as raise a hand at me, let alone her cane, the whole time I was with her. Splendid stuff. Little wonder she's so tremendously partial to you. And then he'd stunned Dolly by surrendering a little wink. A remarkable thing, not since the terrible business with her sister. So tremendously fond of you. Sitting on the flagstones in the crypt canteen, Dolly smiled softly as she turned over the memory. It was such a lot to take in. Dr. Rufus had hinted at Lady Gwendolen changing her will to include Dolly, and the old woman sometimes made teasing comments along those lines. But it wasn't the same thing, was it, as actually talking to her solicitor, telling him how fond she was of her young companion, that they'd become like family. Hello there? A familiar voice cut through Dolly's thoughts. What's a fellow got to do to get some service around here? Dolly glanced up, startled, and saw Jimmy leaning to peer over the counter at her. He laughed, and that lock of dark hair fell across his eyes. Playing hooky, are we, Miss Smitham? Dolly felt the blood drain from her face. What are you doing here? She said, scrambling to her feet. I was in the area, working. He indicated the camera slung over his shoulder. I thought I'd swing by and collect my girl. She lifted a finger to her lips and shushed him, extinguishing her cigarette on the wall. We said we'd meet at Lyon's Corner House, she whispered, hurrying to the counter and straightening her skirt. I'm not finished my shift yet, Jimmy. And I can see how terribly busy you are. He smiled, but Dolly didn't. She glanced beyond him at the busy room. Mrs. Waddingham was still nattering about knitting, and there was no sign of Vivien. All the same, it was risky. You, go on without me, she said in a low voice. I'll come as soon as I can. I don't mind waiting. It gives me a chance to watch my girl in action. He leaned across the counter to kiss her, but Dolly pulled away. I'm working, she said by way of explanation. I'm wearing my uniform. It wouldn't be proper. He didn't look entirely convinced by her sudden dedication to protocol, and Dolly tried a different tack. Listen, she said, as lightly as she could. You go and sit down. Here, take some soup. I'll finish up, get my coat, and we can leave. All right? All right. She watched him go, and she didn't exhale until he'd found a seat, way over on the other side of the room. Dolly's fingers were tingling with nerves. What on earth was he thinking, coming here when she'd been so explicit about meeting him at the restaurant? If Vivien had been working as she was scheduled to, there'd have been nothing for Dolly to do but introduce the two of them, and that would have been disastrous for Jimmy. It was one thing at the 400, with him so dashing and handsome in the guise of Lord Sandbrook. But here, tonight, dressed in his usual clothing, all tattered and dirty from a night out working in the Blitz. Dolly shuddered to think what Vivien would say if she realized Dolly had a boyfriend like him. Worse, what would happen if Lady Gwendolen were to find out? So far, and it hadn't been easy, Dolly had managed to keep Jimmy a secret from both of them, just as she'd been careful not to overwhelm him with chatter about her life at Camden Grove. But how was she supposed to keep her two worlds separate if he made a habit of doing the very opposite of what she asked? She fed her feet back inside the painful, pretty shoes and chewed her bottom lip. It was complicated, and she'd never be able to explain it to him, not so that he'd understand, but it was Jimmy's feelings she was trying to spare. He didn't belong here at the canteen, just as he didn't belong at number 7 Campton Grove, or behind the red cord at the 400. Not like she did. Dolly glanced over at him, eating his soup. They'd had such fun together, the two of them, the other night at the 400 and afterwards in her room. But the people in this part of her life couldn't know they'd been together like that. Not Vivien, and certainly not Lady Gwendolen. Dolly's whole body burned with anxiety, imagining what would happen if her old companion found out about Jimmy. The way her heart would break all over again if she feared herself at risk of losing Dolly, just as she'd lost her sister. With a troubled sigh, Dolly left the counter and went to fetch her coat. She was going to have to talk to him, find a delicate way to make him understand that it was best for both of them if they played things a little cooler. He wouldn't be happy, she knew. He hated playing pretend. He was one of those frightfully principled people with a habit of seeing things too rigidly. But he'd come around. She knew he would. Dolly was almost starting to feel cheery when she reached the storeroom and slipped her coat from its hook. But then Mrs. Waddingham brought her spirits right back down. "Taking an early mark, are we, Dorothy?" Before she could answer, the other woman sniffed suspiciously and said, "Is that tobacco smoke I smell back here?" Jimmy snaked his hand into his trouser pocket. It was still there, the black velvet box, just as it had been the last 20 times he'd checked. The whole thing was becoming a bit of a compulsion, really, which was why the sooner he put the ring on Dolly's finger, the better. He'd been over it countless times in his head, but he was still nervous as hell. The problem was, he wanted it to be perfect, and Jimmy didn't believe in perfect, not generally speaking, not after everything he'd seen, the broken world and all its death and grief. Dolly did, though, so he was going to do his best. He tried to make a reservation at one of the fancy restaurants she mooned over these days, the Ritz or Claridge's, but it turned out they were fully booked, and no amount of explanation or appeal could convince them to give him a table. Jimmy had been disappointed at first, and the familiar old feelings of wanting to be better established, richer than he was, came to the surface. He'd pushed them aside, though, and decided it was for the best. He didn't go in for all that fancy stuff anyway. And on a night as important as this one, Jimmy didn't want to feel he was pretending to be something he wasn't. In any case, as his boss had joked, with rationing as it was, you could expect to be offered the same Woolton pie at Claridge's as he'd get at Lyon's Corner House, only dearer. Jimmy looked back at the counter, but Dolly wasn't there anymore. He supposed she was fetching her coat and fixing her lipstick, or one of the other things girls thought they had to do to be beautiful. He wished she wouldn't. She didn't need makeup and fancy clothing. They were like veneers, Jimmy sometimes thought, concealing the essence of a person, the very things that made her vulnerable and real, and therefore most beautiful to him. Dolly's complexities and imperfections were part of what he loved about her. Idly, he scratched his upper arm and wondered what had been going on before, why she'd acted so strangely when she saw him. He'd surprised her, he knew, turning up at the counter like that, calling out to her when she thought she was alone, hidden away with a cigarette and that distracted, dreamy smile on her face. Dolly was usually thrilled at being taken unawares. She was the bravest, most daring person he knew, and nothing made her jumpy. But she'd definitely been skittish when she saw him. She'd seemed a different girl from the one who danced beside him through the streets of London the other night, and then led him back to her room. Unless she had something behind the counter she didn't want him to see. Jimmy took out his cigarette packet and fed one out onto his lip. A surprise for him, perhaps. Something she was planning on showing him later at the restaurant. Or maybe he had caught her remembering their night together. That might explain why she'd seemed so startled, almost embarrassed, when she looked up and saw him standing there. Jimmy struck a match and dragged hard, considering. It was impossible to guess, and as long as the odd behaviour wasn't one of her games of pretend— not tonight, please God, he had to stay in control of tonight— he supposed it didn't matter. He slipped his hand into his pocket and then shook his head, because of course the ring box was right where it had been 2 minutes ago. The compulsion was getting ridiculous. He needed to find a way to distract himself until he could put the damn thing on Dolly's finger. Jimmy hadn't brought a book, so he took up the black folder in which he kept his printed photographs. He didn't usually carry it with him when he was out on the job, but he'd come straight from a meeting with his editor and hadn't had time to take it home. He turned to his most recent photograph, one he'd taken in Cheapside on Saturday night. It was of a little girl, 4 or 5 years old he guessed, standing in front of the kitchen of her local church hall. Her own clothes had been destroyed in the same raid that killed her family, and the Salvation Army hadn't had any children's clothes to give her. She was wearing an enormous pair of bloomers, an adult-sized cardigan, and a pair of tap shoes. They were red, and she'd adored them. The St. John's ladies were fussing about in the background, finding biscuits for her, and she'd been tapping her feet like Shirley Temple when Jimmy saw her, as the woman minding her kept an eye on the door in hopes that one of her family would miraculously appear, whole and intact, and ready to take her home. Jimmy had taken so many war pictures. His walls and his memories were clogged with various strangers who'd stood defiant in the face of devastation and loss. Just this week he'd been to Bristol and Portsmouth and Gosport. But there was something about that little girl— he didn't even know her name— that Jimmy couldn't forget. Didn't want to forget. Her little face made happy by so little after suffering what was surely a child's greatest loss, an absence that would ripple across the years to change her whole life. Jimmy ought to know. He still found himself scanning the faces of bomb blast victims, searching for his mother. Small individual tragedies like this little girl's were nothing to the larger scale of the war. She and her tap shoes could be swept as easily as dust beneath history's carpet. That photograph was real, though. It captured its moment and preserved it for the future like an insect in amber. It reminded Jimmy why what he did, recording the truth of the war, was important. He needed to be reminded sometimes, on nights like this one, when he looked around the room and felt his lack of a uniform so keenly. Jimmy killed his cigarette in the soup bowl that someone before him had helpfully set out for the purpose. He glanced at his watch. 15 minutes had passed since he'd sat down, and wondered what was keeping Dolly. Just as he was debating whether to gather his things and go looking for her, he sensed a presence behind him. He turned, expecting to see Doll, but it wasn't her. It was someone else. Someone he'd never seen before. At last, Dolly had managed to extricate herself from Mrs. Waddingham and was coming back through the kitchen, wondering how shoes that looked such a dream could possibly hurt one's feet so badly, when she glanced up and the world just about stopped turning. Vivien had arrived. She was standing by one of the trestle tables, deep in conversation with Jimmy. Dolly's heart started to thump in her chest, and she hid herself behind the pillar at the edge of the kitchen counter. She tried not to be seen while making perfectly sure to see everything. Eyes wide, she peered around the bricks and realized with horror that it was worse than she'd thought. Not only were the two of them talking together, but by the way they were gesturing back towards the table. Dolly stood on tippy toes and winced at Jimmy's folder open on its surface. She could only deduce that they were discussing his photographs. He'd shown them to Dolly once, and she'd been appalled. They were awful, nothing at all like those he'd used to take back in Coventry, of sunsets and trees and lovely houses in rippling meadows. Neither were they like any of the war newsreels she and Kitty had been to watch at the cinema, the smiling images of returned servicemen, tired and dirty but triumphant, children lined up waving at railway stations, stalwart women handing oranges to cheerful Tommies. Jimmy's photos were of men with broken bodies and dark, hollowed cheeks, and eyes that had seen things they ought not to have seen. Dolly hadn't known what to say. She'd wished he hadn't shown them to her in the first place. What could he be thinking, showing them to Vivien now? She, who was so pretty and perfect, the very last person on earth who ought to be troubled by that sort of ugliness. Dolly felt protective of her friend. There was a part of her that wanted to fly over there, slam the folder shut, and end the whole thing. But she couldn't. Jimmy was just as likely to kiss her again, or worse, refer to her as his fiancée, and make Vivien think they were engaged. Which they weren't. Not officially. They talked about it, of course, back when they were kids, but that was a long time ago. They were older now, and the war changed things. It changed people. Dolly swallowed hard. This moment was everything she'd feared most, and now that it had happened, she had no choice but to wait, in excruciating limbo, for it all to be over. It felt like hours passed before Jimmy finally closed his folder and Vivien turned away. Dolly breathed a huge sigh of relief, and then she panicked. Her friend was coming straight up the aisle between the tables, frowning slightly as she headed for the kitchen. Dolly had been so looking forward to seeing her, but not like this, not before she knew exactly what Jimmy had said. As Vivien neared the kitchen, Dolly made a split-second decision. She ducked down and hid behind the counter, pretending to fossick beneath the red and green Christmas valance, with the demeanour of someone engaged in terribly important war business. As soon as she'd felt Vivien brush past, Dolly grabbed her bag and hurried to where Jimmy was waiting. All she could think of was getting him out of the canteen before Vivien saw them together. They didn't go to the Lion's Corner house in the end. There was a restaurant by the railway station, a plain building with boarded-up windows and a blast hole patched by a sign that said, "More open than usual." When they reached it, Dolly declared that she couldn't possibly walk another step. "I've blisters, Jimmy," she said, feeling like she might be going to cry. "Let's just duck in here, shall we? It's freezing out. I'm sure it's going to snow tonight." It was warmer inside, thank goodness, and the waiter found them a nice enough booth in the back with a radiator burning nearby. Jimmy took Dolly's coat to hang by the door, and she unpinned her WVS hat, setting it down by the salt and pepper. One of her grips had been digging into her head all night, and she rubbed the spot briskly as she eased off her wretched shoes. Jimmy stopped on his way back and spoke quietly to the waiter who'd seated them, but Dolly was far too preoccupied with what he might have said to Vivien to wonder why. She shook a cigarette out of her packet and struck the match so hard it snapped. She was certain Jimmy was hiding something. He'd been acting oddly ever since they left the canteen, and now, coming back to the table, he could hardly meet her eyes without quickly looking away. No sooner had he sat down than the waiter brought them a bottle of wine and began pouring 2 glasses full. The gurgling noise seemed very loud, embarrassing somehow, and Dolly looked beyond Jimmy to take in the rest of the room. 3 bored waiters stood muttering to one another in the corner while the bartender polished his clean bar. There was only one other couple dining, the 2 of them whispering over their table, as Al Jolson crooned from a gramophone on the bar. The woman had an over-eager look about her, rather like Kitty with her new beau, RAF, or so she said, running a hand down the fellow's shirt and giggling at his jokes. The waiter set down the bottle and adopted a posh voice, telling them there'd be no a la carte menu tonight due to the shortages, but that the chef could prepare them a set menu du jour. "Good," said Jimmy, hardly looking at the fellow. "Yes, thank you." The waiter left, and Jimmy lit himself a cigarette, smiling at Dolly briefly before shifting his attention to something just above her head. Dolly could stand it no longer. Her stomach was churning, and she had to know what he'd been saying to Vivien, whether he'd mentioned her name. "So," she said. "So. I was wondering, there's something—" They both stopped. They both dragged on their cigarettes. Each considered the other through a haze of smoke. "You first," said Jimmy with a smile, opening his hands and looking directly into her eyes in a way she might have found exciting, as she weren't so anxious. Dolly chose her words carefully. "I saw you," she said, flicking ash into the ashtray. "In the canteen. You were talking." His face was hard to read. He was watching her closely. "You and Vivien," she added. "That was Vivien?" said Jimmy, eyes widening. "Your new friend? I didn't realize. She didn't say her name." "Oh, doll, if you'd only come sooner, you could have introduced us." He seemed genuinely disappointed, and Dolly breathed a sigh of tentative relief. He hadn't known Vivien's name. Maybe that meant she didn't know his either, nor how he came to be visiting the canteen tonight. She tried to sound nonchalant. "What were you talking about then, the 2 of you?" "The war." He shrugged a shoulder and dragged nervously on his cigarette. "You know, the usual." He was lying to her. Dolly could tell. Jimmy wasn't a good liar. Neither was he enjoying the conversation. He'd answered quickly, too quickly, and now he was avoiding her gaze. What could they possibly have discussed that was making him so cagey? Had they talked about her? Oh, God, what had he said? "The war?" she repeated, pausing to give him an opportunity to expand. He didn't. She offered him a brittle smile. "That's a rather general topic." The waiter arrived at their table, sliding a steaming plate before each of them. "Mock fish scallops," he said grandly. "Mock fish scallops?" Jimmy sputtered. The waiter's mouth twitched, and his facade slipped a little. "Artichokes, I believe, sir," he said in a low voice. "Chef grows 'em on his allotment." Jimmy watched Dolly across the white tablecloth. This was not the way he'd planned it, to propose to her in an empty dive after buying her crumbed artichoke and sour wine and making her burn with anger. Silence set up camp between them, and the ring box weighed heavily in Jimmy's trouser pocket. He didn't want to be arguing. He wanted to be sliding the ring onto her finger. Not simply because it bound her to him, though of course he longed for that, but because it honoured something good and true. He poked at his food. He couldn't have messed it up more if he'd tried. Worse, there was nothing he could think of doing that would fix it. Dolly was angry because she knew he wasn't telling her everything, but the woman, Vivien, had asked him not to repeat what she'd said. More than that, she'd pleaded with him, and there'd been something about the way she looked when she did so that made him close his mouth and nod. He dragged his artichoke through some miserable white sauce. Maybe she hadn't meant Dolly, though. No, there was a thought. They were friends. Dolly would probably laugh if he told her, and wave her hand and say that of course she already knew. Jimmy took a sip of wine, thinking it through, wondering what his father would have done in the same situation. He had a feeling his dad would have observed the promise to Vivien. But then again, look what happened to him. He'd lost the woman he loved. Jimmy wasn't about to let the same thing happen to him. "Your friend," he said casually, as if there'd been no awkwardness between them. "Vivien. She saw one of my photographs." Dolly's attention came to rest on him, but she said nothing. Jimmy swallowed, shutting out all thoughts of his father. Those talks he'd given Jimmy as he was growing up, about valor and respect. He had no choice tonight. He had to tell Dolly the truth, and really what harm could possibly come. It was of a little girl whose family was killed the other night in a raid over Cheapside Way. It was sad, Doll, terribly sad. She was smiling, you see, and wearing... He stopped himself and waved his hand. He could tell by Dolly's expression she was losing patience. "That's not important. The thing is, your friend knew her. Vivien recognized her from the picture." "How?" It was the first word she'd spoken since their meals arrived, and although it wasn't exactly unreserved forgiveness, Jimmy lightened. "She told me she has a friend, a doctor, who runs a small private hospital over in Fulham. He turned over part of it to care for war orphans, and she helps him sometimes. That's where she met Nella, the little girl in the photograph. She'd been taken there, you see, when no one came forwards to claim her." Dolly was watching him, waiting for him to continue, but there wasn't anything more he could think to say. "That's it?" said Dolly. "You didn't tell her anything about yourself?" "Not even my name. There wasn't time." In the distance, from somewhere in the dark, cold London night, there came a series of explosions. Jimmy wondered suddenly who was being hit, who was screaming right now in pain and grief and horror. "And she didn't say anything else?" He shook his head. "Not about the hospital. I was about to ask her if I could go with her one day. Take something for Nella. You didn't, though." "I didn't get a chance." "And that's the only reason you were being so evasive? Because Vivien told you she helps her doctor friend in his hospital?" He felt foolish in the face of Dolly's incredulity. He smiled and shrank a bit, and cursed himself for always taking things so seriously, for not realizing that of course Vivien had been overstating things, and of course Dolly already knew, that he'd been agonizing over nothing. He said a bit limply, She begged me not to tell anyone. "Oh, Jimmy," Dolly said, laughing as she reached across the table to brush his arm gently. "Vivien didn't mean me. She meant for you not to tell other people. Strangers." "I know." Jimmy stilled her hand in his, felt her smooth fingers beneath his own. "It was stupid of me not to realize. I'm not myself tonight." He was aware suddenly that he was standing at the edge of something, that the rest of his life, their life together, began on the other side. "In fact," he said, his voice cracking just a little, "there's something I've been wanting to ask you, Doll." Dolly had been smiling distractedly as Jimmy stroked her hand. A doctor friend. A male friend. Kitty had been right. Vivien had a lover. And suddenly everything made sense. The secrecy, Vivien's frequent absences from the WVS canteen, the distant expression on her face as she sat in the window at number 25 Camden Grove, dreaming. She said, "I wonder how they met," just as Jimmy was saying, "There's something I've been wanting to ask you, Doll." It was the second time that night they'd spoken at once, and Dolly laughed. "We have to stop doing that," she said. She felt unexpectedly lucent and giggly, as if she could laugh all night. Perhaps it was the wine. She'd had more to drink than she realized. Then again, the relief at knowing Jimmy hadn't revealed himself made her feel rather euphoric. "I was just saying, no." He reached to press a fingertip to her lips. "Let me finish, Doll. I have to finish." His expression took her by surprise. It was one she didn't see often. Determined, almost urgent. And although she was desperate to know more about Vivien and her doctor friend, Dolly closed her mouth. Jimmy let his hand slip sideways to caress her cheek. "Dorothy Smitham," he said, and something inside her caught at the way he said her name. She melted. "I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. Do you remember that cafe in Coventry? You were carrying a bag of flour." He laughed. "A true hero, that's me." She smiled and pushed her empty plate aside. She lit a cigarette. It was cold, she realized. The radiator had stopped ticking. "Well, it was a very big bag." "I've told you before, there's nothing I wouldn't do for you." She nodded. He had many times. It was sweet, and she didn't want to interrupt him when he was saying it again, but Dolly didn't know how much longer she could keep her questions and thoughts about Vivien from bubbling to the surface. "I meant it, Doll. I'd do anything you asked. Do you think you could get the waiter to check the heating?" "I'm serious." "So am I. It's freezing in here all of a sudden." She wrapped her arms across her middle. "Can you feel it?" Jimmy didn't answer. He was too busy digging in his trouser pocket for something. Dolly glimpsed their waiter and tried to get his attention. He appeared to see her, but then turned and headed back towards the kitchen. She noticed then that the other couple had gone, and they were the only ones left in the restaurant. "I think we should leave," she said to Jimmy. "It's late." "Just a minute." "But it's cold." "Forget the cold." "But Jimmy..." "I'm trying to ask you to marry me, Doll." He'd surprised himself, she could tell by his face, and he laughed. "I'm making a bit of a mess of it, apparently. I've never done it before. I don't intend to do it again." He eased out of his seat and went to kneel before her, taking a deep breath. "Dorothy Smitham," he said, "will you do me the honor of becoming my wife?" Dolly waited to understand, for him to break character and laugh. She knew he was joking. He was the one who'd insisted back in Bournemouth that they'd wait until he'd saved enough money. Any minute now, he'd laugh and ask her if she'd like to order some dessert. But he didn't. He stayed where he was, staring up at her. "Jimmy," she said, "you'll get chilblains down there. Hop up, quickly." He didn't. Without looking away, he raised his left hand and revealed a ring between his fingertips. It was a band of yellow gold, with a small stone in a claw setting, old enough not to be new, too modern to be a real antique. He'd brought a prop, she realized, blinking at it. She had to admire him. He really was doing a splendid job playing his part. She wished she could say the same for herself, only he'd caught her off guard. Dolly wasn't used to Jimmy initiating games of pretend. That was her job, and she wasn't sure she liked it. "Let me wash my hair and think about it," she quipped. His own hair had fallen across one eye, and he tossed his head to shift it. There was no hint of a smile on his face as he stared at her for a moment, as if he were collecting his thoughts. "I'm asking you to marry me, doll," he said. And something in the honest, woody quality of his voice, the complete absence of subterfuge and double meaning, made Dolly feel the first inkling of suspicion that he might in fact be in earnest. She thought he was joking. Jimmy almost laughed when he realized that. He didn't, though. He swiped his hair out of his eyes and thought about the way she'd taken him upstairs the other night, the way she'd looked at him as her red dress dropped to the ground, as she lifted her chin and met his gaze. And he'd felt young and strong and so very glad to be alive, right then, right there with her. He thought about the way he'd sat up afterwards, unable to sleep for the blessed knowledge that a girl like her could possibly be in love with him. The way he'd known as he watched her dream that he would love her all his life, and hers, until they were old together, sitting on comfortable armchairs in their farmhouse, their children all grown up and flown away, taking it in turns to make each other cups of tea. He wanted to tell it all to her, to remind her, to make her see the picture as clearly as he did. But Jimmy knew that Dolly was different, that she liked surprises and didn't need to see the ending when they were still right at the start. Instead, when all his thoughts had been gathered like leaves, he said as plainly as he could, "I'm asking you to marry me, doll. I'm still not a rich man, but I love you, and I don't want to waste another day without you." And then he watched as her face changed, and he saw in the corners of her mouth and the minute shift of her brows that at last she understood. As Jimmy waited, Dolly sighed, long and slowly. She reached for her hat, frowning a little as she turned it round and round by the brim. She'd always favoured the dramatic pause, so he wasn't really worried as he followed the perfect line of her profile, just as he had on that hill by the sea, as she said, "Oh, Jimmy," in a voice not quite her own, as she turned to him and he saw a fresh tear sliding down her cheek. What a thing to ask! What a damnable thing to ask me right now! Before Jimmy could ask her what she meant, she hurried past him, bumping her hip against another table in her hurry to get away, disappearing into the cold and the dark of wartime London without so much as hinting at a backwards glance. It was only after minutes had passed and she still hadn't returned that Jimmy finally grasped what had happened. And he saw himself suddenly, as if from above, as if the subject of his very own photograph, a man who'd somehow lost everything, kneeling alone on the dirty floor of a dingy restaurant that had become very cold. Chapter 15. Suffolk, 2011. Laurel did wonder afterwards how it was possible she'd come this far without thinking to Google her mother's name. Then again, nothing she knew about Dorothy Nicolson led her to suspect for a second that she might have an online presence. She didn't wait to get home to Greenacres. She sat in the parked car outside the hospital, took out her phone, and typed Dorothy Smitham into the search window. She went too quickly, of course, spelled it incorrectly, and had to do it all over again. She steeled herself against whatever the results might show, and then pressed the search button. There were 127 hits. A genealogy site in America, a Thelma Dorothy Smitham looking for friends on Facebook, a White Pages listing in Australia. And then, halfway down the page, an entry on the BBC People's War Archive, subtitled, A London Telephonist Remembers World War II. Laurel's finger was shaking as she selected that option. The page contained the wartime memories of a woman called Catherine Frances Barker, who'd worked as a telephonist for the War Office in Westminster during the Blitz. It had been submitted, said the note at the top, by Susanna Barker on behalf of her mother. There was a photograph at the top of a sprightly old woman posing somewhat coquettishly against a raspberry velour sofa with crocheted headrests. The annotation read, Catherine Kitty Barker, relaxing at home. When World War II broke out, Kitty moved to London, where she worked as a telephonist for the duration. Kitty would have liked to join the WRNS, but communications was considered an essential service, and she wasn't able to leave. The article itself was rather long, and Laurel skimmed it, waiting for her mother's name to jump out from the text. A few paragraphs down, she found it. I had grown up in the Midlands and had no family in London, but during the war there were services set up to find accommodation for war workers. I was fortunate, compared to some, being sent to board in the home of a rather grand woman. The house was at number 7 Camden Grove, Kensington, and although you might not think so, my time spent there during the war was very happy. There were 3 other office girls staying too, and a couple of Lady Gwendolen Caldecott's staff members who had remained when the war broke out, a cook and a girl called Dorothy Smitham, who was a companion of sorts to the mistress of the house. We became friendly, Dorothy and I, but lost touch when I married my husband, Tom, in 1941. Friendships were forged very quickly during the war. I suppose that should come as no shock, and I have often wondered what became of my friends from that time. I hope they survived. Laurel was buzzing. It was incredible, the effect of seeing her mother's name, her name from before, in print, especially in a document like this one, recounting the very time and place that Laurel was curious about. She read the paragraph again, and her excitement didn't wane. Dorothy Smitham had been real. She'd worked for a woman named Lady Gwendolen Caldecott, and lived at number 7 Camden Grove. The same street as Vivien and Henry Jenkins, Laurel noted with a thrill. And she'd had a friend called Kitty. Laurel searched for the date of the entry's submission, 25th of October, 2008. A friend who was quite possibly still alive and willing to talk to Laurel. Each discovery was another shining star in the great black sky, forming the picture that would lead Laurel home. Susanna Barker invited Laurel to call for tea that afternoon. Finding her had proved so simple that Laurel, who'd never believed in an easy ride, had felt a surge of constitutional suspicion. She'd done no more than punch the names Catherine Barker and Susanna Barker into the Numberway online directory page, and then set about dialing each of the resulting numbers. She struck pay dirt on the 3rd. Mother plays golf on Thursdays and talks to students at the local grammar on Fridays, Susanna said. There's a space in her diary today at 4, though. Laurel had taken the slot gladly, and was now following Susanna's careful directions along a meandering lane through drenched green fields on the outskirts of Cambridge. A plump, jolly sort of woman with a fuzz of coppery rain-frizzed hair was waiting for her by the front gate. She was wearing a cheery sun-yellow cardigan over a brown dress, and clutching an umbrella with both hands in an attitude of polite anxiety. Sometimes, thought the actress inside Laurel, ears, eyes, and heart all at once, you could tell everything there was to know about a person by a single gesture. The woman with the umbrella was nervous, dependable, and grateful. Why, hello there, she trilled as Laurel crossed the street towards her. Her smile exposed a magnificent amount of glossy gum. I'm Susanna Barker, and it's just such an enormous pleasure to meet you. Laurel Nicolson. But of course I know who you are. Come in, please. Terrible weather, isn't it? Mother says it's because I killed a spider inside. Silly me. I ought to know better by now. It always brings the rain, though, doesn't it? Kitty Barker was bright as a button and sharp as a pirate's sword. Dolly Smitham's daughter, she said, bringing her tiny fist down on the table with a thump. What a bloody marvellous surprise! When Laurel attempted to introduce herself and explain how she'd found Kitty's name on the internet, the frail hand waved impatiently, and its mistress barked, Yes, my daughter told me already. You said so on the phone. Laurel, who'd been accused of brusqueness more than once herself, decided to find the woman's efficiency refreshing. Presumably at the age of 92, one neither minced a word nor wasted a moment. She smiled and said, Mrs. Barker, my mother never spoke much about the war when I was growing up. I gather she wanted to put it all behind her. But she's unwell now, and it's become important to me to know everything I can about her past. I thought perhaps you might tell me a bit about London during the war. In particular, about my mother's life back then. Kitty Barker was only too happy to comply. That is, she leapt with alacrity to fulfill the first part of Laurel's request, launching into a lecture on the Blitz while her daughter brought the tea and scones. Laurel paid full attention for a time, but her concentration began to waver when it became clear that Dorothy Smitham was only going to be a bit player in this story. She studied the wartime memorabilia on the sitting-room wall, posters entreating people not to take the squander bug with them when they went shopping. Rather, to remember their vegetables. Kitty was still describing the ways in which a person might come to accidental harm in the blackout, and as Laurel watched the clock tick past the half-hour, her focus drifted to Susanna Barker, gazing at her mother with rapt attention and mouthing along to each and every line. Kitty's daughter had heard these anecdotes many times before, Laurel realized, and suddenly she understood the dynamic perfectly. Susanna's nerviness, her eagerness to please, the reverence with which she spoke of her mother. Kitty was Ma's opposite. She'd created of her war years a mythology from which her own daughter could never escape. Perhaps all children were held captive in some part by their parents' pasts. What, after all, could poor Susanna ever hope to achieve compared to her mother's tales of heroism and sacrifice? For the first time, Laurel felt some small gratitude to her parents for having spared their children such a heavy burden. On the contrary, it was her mother's lack of history that kept Laurel imprisoned. One couldn't help but appreciate the irony. A glad thing happened then. Just as Laurel was losing hope of learning anything of importance, Kitty paused midway through her account to scold Susanna for having taken too long pouring the tea. Laurel seized her chance, wresting the conversation back to Dorothy Smitham. "What a tremendous story, Mrs. Barker," she said, using her most damish actressy tone. "Fascinating. Tremendous bravery all round. But what of my mother? Can you tell me a little bit about her?" Interruption was clearly not customary, and a stunned silence befell proceedings. Kitty canted her head as if trying to divine an explanation for such effrontery, while Susanna took assiduous care to avoid Laurel's eyes as she made a wobbly job pouring the tea. Laurel refused to be abashed. A small childish part of her enjoyed having shut down Kitty's monologue. She'd taken a liking to Susanna, and the woman's mother was a bully. Laurel had been taught to stand up to those. She continued cheerfully. "Did Ma help out with the efforts at home?" "Dolly did her bit," said Kitty grudgingly. "All of us at the house were part of a roster, taking it in turns to sit on the roof with a bucket of sand and a stirrup pump." "And what about socially?" "She enjoyed a good time, as did we all. There was a war on. One had to take pleasure where one found it." Susanna offered the milk and sugar tray, but Laurel waved it away. "I expect a pair of pretty young girls like you must have had a lot of boyfriends, too." "Of course." "Was there anyone special for my mother, do you know?" "There was a fellow," said Kitty, taking a sip of black tea, "but I can't for the life of me think what his name was now." But Laurel had an idea. It had come to her suddenly. Last Thursday at the birthday party, the nurse had said Ma was asking after someone, wondering why he hadn't been to visit. At the time, Laurel had presumed she'd misheard, that it was Jerry she was asking after. Now, though, having seen the way her mother's thoughts were drifting between the present and the past, Laurel knew that she'd been wrong. "Jimmy," she said. "Was the man's name Jimmy?" "Yes," said Kitty. "Yes, that's it. I remember now. I used to tease her and say he was her very own Jimmy Stewart. Not that I ever met him, mind. I was only guessing at his looks from what she'd told me." "You never met him?" That was odd. Ma and Kitty had been friends. They'd lived together. They were young. Meeting one another's boyfriends would have been de rigueur, surely. "Not even once. She was very particular about that. He was RAF and far too busy to pay visits." Kitty's mouth pursed in a rather sly manner. "So she said, anyway." What do you mean? Only that my Tom was RAF, and he was most certainly not too busy to come calling, if you know what I mean. She grinned fiendishly, and Laurel smiled to show that, yes, she understood perfectly well. You think my mother might have lied? She pressed. Not lied exactly, so much as embroidered the truth. It was always hard to tell with Dolly. She had quite an imagination. Laurel knew that well enough. All the same, it seemed strange that she'd have kept the man she loved a secret from her friends. People in love usually wanted to trumpet it from the rooftops, and Ma had never been one to keep her emotions concealed. Unless there'd been something about Jimmy that meant his identity needed to be kept secret. There was a war on. Perhaps he'd really been a spy. That would certainly explain Dorothy's secrecy, her inability to marry the man she loved, her own need to escape. Tying Henry and Vivien Jenkins to the scenario was going to be a little more problematic, unless Henry had somehow found out about Jimmy and it posed a threat to national security. Dolly never brought Jimmy home because the old woman whose house it was didn't approve of male visitors, Kitty said, casually poking a needle into the balloon of Laurel's grand theory. Old Lady Gwendolen had a sister once. Thick as thieves they were when they were young. Lived together in the house at Camden Grove, and never one went that the other didn't follow. It all broke apart, though, when the younger one fell in love and got married. She moved away with her husband, and her sister never forgave her. Locked herself in her bedroom for decades and refused to see anyone. Hated people, she did, though evidently not your mother. Close, they were. Dolly was loyal to the old woman and a stickler for that rule. She had no difficulty breaking just about any other, mind you. No one like her for getting nylons and lipsticks on the black market. But she stuck to that one like her life depended on it. Something in the way Kitty put that last comment gave Laurel pause. You know, looking back, I think that was the beginning. Kitty frowned with the effort of staring down the tunnel of old memories. The beginning of what? Laurel said, presentiment tingling in her fingertips. Your mother changed. Dolly had been such a lot of fun when the rest of us first arrived at Camden Grove, but then she got all funny about keeping the old lady happy. Well, Lady Gwendolen was her employer. I expect there was more to it than that. She started going on and on about the old lady looking upon her as family. She began acting more posh, too, treating us as if we weren't good enough for her anymore. She made new friends instead. Vivien, said Laurel suddenly. You mean Vivien Jenkins? I see your mother told you about her, said Kitty, with a caustic twist to her lips. Forgot about the rest of us, sure enough, but not Vivien Jenkins. No surprise in that, of course, no surprise at all. An author's wife she was. Lived across the street, terribly snooty. Beautiful, of course, you couldn't deny that, but cold with it. Wouldn't lower herself to stop and talk to you in the street. Dreadful influence on Dolly. She thought Vivien was the bee's knees. They saw a lot of one another? Kitty took up a scone and spooned a glob of glistening jam on top. I'm sure I wouldn't know the details, she said tartly, spreading the red preserve flat. I was never invited to join them, and Dolly had stopped telling me her secrets by then. I expect that's why I didn't know anything was wrong until it was too late. Too late for what? What was wrong? Kitty landed a dollop of cream on her scone and eyed Laurel over the top. Something happened between them. Your mother and Vivien. Something nasty. Early 1941, I remember because I'd just met my Tom. That's probably why it didn't bother me as much as it might have otherwise. Dolly got herself into a terrible dark mood afterwards, snapping all the time, refusing to come out with us, avoiding Jimmy. Like a different person she was. Wouldn't even go to the canteen. The WVS canteen. Kitty nodded, poised to take a delicate mouthful of scone. She loved working there, was always skipping out on the old lady, ducking down to fill a shift. Very brave, your mother, never frightened of the bombs. But all of a sudden she stopped, wouldn't go back for all the tea in China. Why not? She didn't say, but I know it was something to do with her, the other one across the street. I saw them together the day they fought, you know. I was on my way back from work, a little earlier than usual due to an unexploded bomb that had turned up near my office, and I saw your mother coming out of the Jenkinses' house. Well, the look on her face. Kitty was shaking her head. Forget about the bombs. The way Dolly looked, I thought she might have been about to explode. Laurel took a sip of tea. She could think of one scenario that might stop a woman from seeing both her friend and her boyfriend at the same time. Had Jimmy and Vivien become involved in an affair? Was that why her mother had broken off her engagement and run away to start a new life? Certainly it would explain Henry Jenkins being angry, though not with Dorothy, surely. And nor did it account for Ma's recent expressions of regret about the past. There was nothing regrettable about picking oneself up and starting again. It was a brave thing to do. What do you think happened? She probed gently, setting down her cup. Kitty lifted her bony shoulders, but there was something devious about the gesture. Dolly really never told you anything about it, did she? Her expression was one of surprise, disguising deeper pleasure. She sighed theatrically. Well, I suppose she always was a one for keeping secrets. Some mothers and daughters just aren't as close as others, are they? Susanna beamed. Her mother took a bite of scone. Laurel had a strong feeling Kitty was holding something back. Being one of 4 sisters, she also had a pretty good idea how to winkle it out. There weren't many confidences indifference couldn't shake loose. I've taken up enough of your time, Mrs. Barker, she said, folding her napkin and realigning her teaspoon. Thank you for talking to me. It's been most helpful. Let me know, won't you, if you think of anything else that might explain what happened between Vivien and my mother? Laurel stood up and pushed in her chair, started towards the door. You know, said Kitty, following her, there is something else, now I think of it. It wasn't easy, but Laurel managed not to smile. Oh, she said. What's that? Kitty sucked in her lips, as if she were about to speak against her will, and she wasn't quite sure how it had come to this. She barked at Susanna to top up the pot, and when her daughter was gone, ushered Laurel back to the table. I told you about Dolly's foul mood, she began. Awful, it was. Terribly dark. And it lasted all the rest of our time together at Camden Grove. Then one night, a few weeks after my wedding, my husband had gone back on duty, and I arranged to go out dancing with a few of the girls from work. I almost didn't ask Doll. She'd been such a bore of late. But I did, and quite unexpectedly, she agreed to come. She arrived at the dance club dressed to the nines and laughing like she'd given herself a head start with the whiskey. Brought a friend with her too, a girl she'd grown up with in Coventry, Caitlin something or other. Very hoity-toity at first, but she soon warmed up. No choice with Doll around. She was one of those people, spirited, made you want to have a good time just because she was. Laurel smiled faintly, recognising her mother in the description. She was certainly having a good time that night, let me tell you. She had a wild look in her eyes, laughing and dancing and saying the oddest things. When it was time to go, she grabbed me by the arms and told me she had a plan. A plan? Laurel felt each hair on the back of her neck stand up straight. She said Vivien Jenkins had done something spiteful to her, but she had a plan that was going to set everything to rights. She and Jimmy were going to live happily ever after. Everyone was going to get what they deserved. It was just as her mother had told Laurel in the hospital. But things hadn't gone to plan, and she hadn't married Jimmy. Instead, Henry Jenkins had been made angry. Laurel's heart was racing, but she did her best to seem unmoved. Did she tell you what her plan was? She didn't, and to be honest, I didn't put much stock in it at the time. Things were different in the war. People were always saying and doing things they wouldn't have otherwise. You never knew what the next day might bring, whether you'd even wake up to see it. That sort of uncertainty has a way of loosening a person's scruples. And your mother always did have a flair for the dramatic. I figured all her talk of revenge was just that, talk. It wasn't until afterwards that I wondered if she'd not been more serious than I realised. Laurel edged a bit closer. Afterwards? She disappeared into thin air. That night in the dance club was the last I saw of her. Never heard from her again, not so much as a word, and she didn't return any of my letters. I thought she might have been got by a bomb, until I had a visit from an older woman, just after the war ended. Very secretive she was. She was asking after Doll, wanting to know if there was anything unmentionable she might have done in her past. Laurel had a flashback to the dark cool of Grandma Nicholson's spare bedroom. A tall woman with a handsome face and an expression like she'd been sucking lemons. Kitty cocked a single brow. Friend of yours? My grandmother. Paternal. Ah. Kitty smiled toothily. The mother-in-law. She didn't mention that. Only told me she was your mother's employer and was performing a little background check. So they still got married, your mum and dad. He must have been terribly keen on her. Why? What did you tell my grandmother? Kitty blinked, all innocence. I was hurt. I'd worried about her when I didn't hear, and then to learn she'd just up and left and never bothered to say a word. She waved her hand vaguely. I might have embellished just a little, given Dolly a few more boyfriends than she really had, a taste for liquor. Nothing too serious. But quite sufficient to explain Grandma Nicholson's sour grapes. Boyfriends were bad enough, but a taste for liquor? That was akin to sacrilege. Laurel was anxious suddenly to be outside the cluttered cottage, alone with her thoughts. She thanked Kitty Barker and started to gather her things. Remember me to your mother, won't you? Kitty said, accompanying Laurel to the door. Laurel assured her that she would, and pulled on her coat. I never did get to say a proper goodbye. I thought about her over the years, especially when I knew she'd survived the war. There wasn't much I could have done, though. Dolly was very determined, one of those girls who always got exactly what she wanted. If she wanted to disappear, there's no one who would have been able to stop or find her. Except Henry Jenkins, thought Laurel, as Kitty Barker's door closed behind her. He'd been able to find her, and Dorothy had made sure that whatever reason he had for seeking her out had died with him that day at Greenacres. Laurel sat in the green Mini at the front of Kitty Barker's cottage, engine running. The air vents were on full, and she willed the heating to hurry up and make things warm. It was past 5 o'clock, and darkness had begun to hover outside the window. The spires of Cambridge University glinted against the dusky sky, but Laurel didn't see them. She was far too busy imagining her mother, the young woman in that photograph she'd found, standing in a dance club, grabbing Kitty Barker by the wrists and telling her in a wild voice that she had a plan, that she was going to set things right. What was it, Dorothy? Laurel mumbled to herself, reaching now for her cigarettes. What on earth did you do? Her mobile phone rang while she was still digging in her handbag, and she fished it out, hope crystallizing in an instant that it would be Jerry, returning her calls at last. Laurel, it's Rose. Phil has his Toastmasters meeting tonight, and I was thinking you might like some company. I could bring over dinner. Perhaps a DVD. Laurel, deflated, stalled while she tried to invent an excuse. She felt bad about lying, especially to Rose, but this quest of hers wasn't something she was yet able to share. Not with her sisters, anyway. To sit through a rom-com, making light chit-chat while her mind raced ahead trying to unknot her mother's past, would have been agony. A pity. There was a part of her that would have loved to hand the whole tangled mess over to someone else and say, "See what you can make of this." But the burden was hers, and although she had every intention of telling her sisters eventually, she refused to do so. Indeed, she couldn't do so until she damn well knew the whole of what there was to tell. She tousled her hair, still racking her brain for a reason to turn down dinner. Lord, but she was hungry now she thought about it. And as she did, she noticed the proud towers of the university, majestic in the gloomy distance. Lol, are you there? Yes, I am. The line's not very good. I said, would you like me to make you dinner? No, Laurel said quickly, glimpsing suddenly the hazy outline of a rather good idea. Thanks, Rosie, but no. How about I give you a call tomorrow? Everything all right? Where are you? The line was becoming cracklier, and Laurel had to shout, Everything's fine, it's just... She grinned as her plan became clear and sharp. I'm not going to be home tonight. Not until rather late. Oh? Afraid not. I've just remembered, Rose. There's someone else I've got to go and see. Chapter 16. London, January 1941. The last fortnight had been awful, and Dolly couldn't help blaming Jimmy. If only he hadn't spoiled things by pushing like that. She'd been all set to talk with him about the two of them keeping a lower profile, and then he'd gone and asked her to marry him, and a rift had opened up inside her that refused now to close. On one side was Dolly Smitham, the naive young girl from Coventry who thought marrying her sweetheart and living forever in a farmhouse by a stream was the sum of her life's desires. On the other was Dorothy Smitham, friend to the glamorous, wealthy Vivien Jenkins, heir and companion to Lady Gwendolen Caldecott, a grown woman who didn't need to invent elaborate fantasy futures for herself because she knew exactly the tremendous adventures that lay ahead. Which wasn't to say Dolly hadn't felt sick walking out of the restaurant like that, the waiters watching and wondering. She'd had a pressing sense, though, that if she stayed any longer, she might have said yes, just to get him up off the floor. And where would that have left her? Sharing a little flat with Jimmy and Mr. Metcalfe and worrying all the time about where their next jug of milk would come from? Where would it have left her with Lady Gwendolen? The old woman had shown Dolly such enormous kindness. She'd come to think of her practically as family. How would she have coped with being deserted a second time? No, Dolly had done the right thing. Dr. Rufus had agreed when she'd started crying about it over lunch. She was young, he'd said. She had her whole life ahead of her. There was no sense in tying herself down now. Kitty, of course, had noticed something was askew and responded by parading her own RAF catch across the threshold of number 7 at every opportunity, flashing her mean little engagement ring and asking pointed questions about Jimmy's whereabouts. Canteen duty was almost a relief by comparison. At least it would have been if Vivien ever showed up to lift her spirits. They'd glimpsed one another only once since the night Jimmy came in unannounced. Vivien had been delivering a box of donated clothing, and Dolly had started making her way over to say hello when Mrs. Waddingham ordered her back to the kitchen on pain of death. Which? It was almost worth signing up at the Labour Exchange never to have to see the woman again. Fat chance of that, though. Dolly had received a letter from the Ministry of Labour, but when Lady Gwendolen caught wind of it, she promptly ensured that officials at the highest level understood Dolly was indispensable in her current position and couldn't possibly be spared to make smoke bombs. Now a pair of firemen with black soot all over their faces arrived at the counter, and Dolly dialed up a smile, putting a dimple in each cheek as she ladled soup into 2 bowls. "Busy night, boys?" she asked. "Bloody ice in the hoses," the shorter man replied. "You should see it out there. We're fighting flames in one house, and there's icicles hanging from the one next door where the water's struck it." "Oh, dreadful," Dolly said, and the men agreed before dragging themselves over to collapse at a trestle table, leaving her alone once more in the kitchen. She leaned her elbow on the countertop and rested her chin in her hand. No doubt Vivien was busy these days with that doctor of hers. Dolly had felt a little disillusioned when Jimmy first told her. She'd have preferred to hear about the liaison directly from Vivien, but she understood the need for secrecy. Henry Jenkins wasn't the type to appreciate his wife playing the field. You could tell that just by looking at him. If someone were to overhear Vivien's confidence or see something suspicious and report back to her husband, all hell would break loose. Little wonder she'd been so insistent that Jimmy not repeat to a soul what she'd told him. "Mrs. Jenkins! Yoo-hoo! Mrs. Jenkins!" Dolly looked up smartly. Had Vivien arrived when she wasn't watching? "Oh, Miss Smitham." The voice lost some of its sunniness. "It's only you." Neat as a pin, Maud Hoskins was standing at the counter, a cameo cinching her blouse together at the neck, tight as a rector's collar. Vivien was nowhere to be seen, and Dolly's heart sank. "Only me, Mrs. Hoskins." "Yes," the old woman sniffed. "So it is." She glanced about her like a flustered hen, clacking her beak and saying, "Dear, dear me, I don't suppose you've seen her, Mrs. Jenkins, that is." "Let me think." Dolly tapped her lips thoughtfully as she forced her feet back into her shoes beneath the counter. No, I don't think I have." What a shame. I've something for her, you see. She must have lost it last time she was here, and I've been holding on to it ever since, hoping to run into her. She's not been in for days, though. Hasn't she? I hadn't noticed. Not all week. I do hope nothing's wrong. Dolly considered telling Mrs. Hoskins that she saw Vivien daily, alive and well from Lady Gwendolyn's bedroom window, but decided it would raise more questions than it answered. I'm sure she's fine. I expect you're right, as fine as any of us can hope to be in such testing times as these. Yes. Only it is a bother. I'm going down to Cornwall to stay with my sister for a while, and I had hoped to return the item to her before I left. Mrs. Hoskins looked about uncertainly. I suppose I shall have to... Leave it here with me? Of course you shall. Dolly fixed her most winning smile in place, and I'll be certain to make sure she receives it. Oh. Mrs. Hoskins peered from behind her tidy spectacles. I hadn't thought to... I don't know that I should just leave it. Mrs. Hoskins, please. I'm only too happy to help. I'm bound to be seeing Vivien soon. The older woman drew a short, tidy breath, registering Dolly's use of Vivien's first name. Well, she said, a new note of admiration creeping into her voice. If you're sure. I'm sure. Thank you, Miss Smitham. Thank you kindly. It certainly will lay my mind to rest. It's quite a valuable little piece, I think. Mrs. Hoskins opened her handbag and pulled out a small parcel of tissue paper. She passed it across the counter into Dolly's waiting hand. I've wrapped it up for safekeeping. Do be careful, dear. We wouldn't want it falling into the wrong hands now, would we? Dolly didn't unwrap the tissue until she was home. It took every bit of restraint she could summon not to tear it open the moment Mrs. Hoskins' back was turned, but she didn't. She tucked the parcel into her handbag, and there it remained through the rest of her canteen shift and the scurried journey home to Camden Grove. By the time she closed her bedroom door behind her, Dolly's curiosity was a physical ache. She leapt onto her bed, shoes and all, and dug the tissue paper from her bag. As she was unwrapping it, something fell onto her lap. Dolly picked it up and turned it over in her fingers. A delicate oval locket on a fine rose gold chain. One of the links, she noticed, had opened slightly, allowing its partner to slip free. She threaded the end of the open circle back through the next link, and then used her thumbnail ever so carefully to close it. There. Fixed. And very well, too. A person would be hard-pressed to see where the opening had been. Dolly smiled with satisfaction as she turned her attention back to the locket itself. It was the sort used to hold photographs, she realized, rubbing her thumb over the fine, swirling pattern engraved on its pretty front. When Dolly finally managed to open it, she found a photograph of 4 children, 2 girls and 2 boys, sitting on a set of wooden stairs and squinting into bright sunshine. The image had been cut in half to fit the double-sided frame. Dolly spotted Vivien instantly, the smaller of the girls, standing with one arm leaned on the stair rail, her other hand resting on the shoulder of one of the boys, a small lad with a simple look about him. These were her siblings, Dolly realized, at home in Australia. The portrait obviously taken some time before Vivien was sent to live in England. Before she met her long-lost uncle and grew to adulthood in a tower on her family's grand estate, the very place where she would one day meet and marry handsome Henry Jenkins. Dolly shivered with pleasure. It was just like a fairy tale. Just like Henry Jenkins's book, in fact. She smiled to see Vivien as a girl. "I wish I'd known you then," Dolly said softly, which was silly, because of course it was far better to know her now, to have the chance to be one half of Dolly and Viv of Camden Grove. She took in the little girl's face, identifying the childish version of features she admired so much in the adult woman, and thought how strange it was that you could love someone so well when you'd only known them for a short time. She closed the locket and noticed that something had been engraved in elaborate script on the back. "Isabel," she read aloud. Vivien's mother, perhaps. Dolly couldn't think that she knew Vivien's mother's name, but it made sense. It seemed the sort of photograph a mother would keep close to her heart, her whole brood bundled up together, smiling for the travelling photographer. Dolly was far too young yet to think about children of her own, but she knew that when she did have them, she'd carry a picture just like this one. One thing was certain: this locket must be terribly important to Vivien if it had once belonged to her mother. Dolly was going to have to guard it with her life. She thought for a moment, and then a smile broke across her face. Why, she would keep it in the safest place she knew. Dolly unhooked the clasp and threaded the chain beneath her hair, fastening it round her own neck. She sighed with satisfaction, with gladness, too, as the locket slipped below the line of her blouse and its cold metal met her warm skin. Dolly pulled off her shoes and tossed her hat onto the window seat, collapsing back against her pillows, with her feet crossed at the ankles. She lit a cigarette and blew smoke rings at the ceiling, imagining how thrilled Vivien was going to be when she delivered the locket back to her. She'd probably take Dolly into her arms, hug her, and call her dearest, and her lovely dark eyes would well with tears. She'd invite Dolly in to sit down beside her on the sofa, and they'd talk about all sorts of things. Dolly had a feeling Vivien might even tell her about the fellow, her doctor friend, once they had finally had some time together. She drew the locket from between her breasts and looked down at its pretty swirly surface. Poor Vivien must be devastated, thinking that she'd lost it forever. Dolly wondered whether she ought to let her know immediately that the necklace was safe. Perhaps a letter dropped through the front door slot, but quickly decided against it. She hadn't any writing paper of her own, not without Lady Gwendolyn's monogram on it, and that hardly seemed proper. Better to go in person anyway. The real question was what she ought to wear. Dolly flopped over onto her stomach and pulled her book of ideas from where she kept it hidden beneath the bed. Mrs. Beeton's book of household management had been of no interest to Dolly when her mother gave it to her, but paper was worth its weight in gold these days, and the book's pages had proven themselves the ideal repository for all her favourite pictures from the lady. Dolly had been cutting them out and gluing them over the top of Mrs. Beeton's rules and recipes for well over a year. She flicked through them now, taking careful note of what all the very best women were wearing, comparing the pictures with items she'd noticed in the dressing room upstairs. She stopped when she came to a recent one. It was Vivien, photographed at a fundraising afternoon at the Ritz, glorious in a delicate dress of fine silk. Dolly traced her finger thoughtfully along the outline of the bodice and skirt. There was one just like it upstairs. With a few modifications, it would be perfect. She smiled to herself as she imagined how well she'd look, dashing across the street at her earliest convenience to take tea with Vivien Jenkins. 3 days later, in an uncharacteristically obliging turn, Lady Gwendolyn tossed down her bag of boiled sweets and demanded Dolly draw the blackouts and leave her alone to nap. It was almost 3 in the afternoon, and Dolly didn't wait to be told twice. She saw the old woman safely into slumber, then changed into the yellow dress she'd had hanging in her room in readiness, and skipped across the road. As she stood on the tiled top step, preparing to ring the bell, Dolly pictured Vivien's face when she opened the door and saw her standing there, the grateful smile of relief when they sat down to tea together and the locket was produced. She could have danced with anticipation. Pausing a second to give her hair a final primp, savouring the moment as her heart quickened, Dolly rang the doorbell. She waited, listening for the telltale rustling on the other side, and then the door swung inwards, and a voice said, "Hello there, Dar." Dolly couldn't help but take a step backwards. Henry Jenkins was standing in front of her, taller up close than he'd seemed from a distance, dashing in the way of all powerful men. There was something almost brutal in his bearing, but it dissipated quickly, and she decided it was probably just her own surprise colouring things. Certainly, in all her many imaginings, she'd never envisaged this. Henry Jenkins had an important job with the Ministry of Information and was rarely home during the day. She opened her mouth and closed it again. She felt intimidated by his presence, by his size, and the darkness of his expression. "Yes," he said. There was a flush to his complexion, and it crossed Dolly's mind that he'd been drinking. "Is it scrap fabrics you're after? Because we've already given all we have to spare." Dolly found her voice. "Sorry," she said. "I'm not here about fabrics. I've come to see Vivien, Mrs. Jenkins." There now, her poise was returning. She smiled at him. "I'm a friend to your wife." "I see." His surprise was obvious. "A friend to my wife? And what might my wife's friend's name be?" "Dolly, I mean Dorothy. Dorothy Smitham." "Well then, Dorothy Smitham, I expect you'd better come inside, hadn't you?" He stepped back and gestured with his hand. It occurred to Dolly, as she stepped through the doorway into Vivien's home, that in all the time she'd lived on Camden Grove, it was the first time she'd set foot inside number 25. From what she could tell, it was laid out much the same as number 7, an entrance hall with a flight of stairs leading up to the first floor, and a doorway on the left-hand side. As she followed Henry Jenkins into the sitting room, however, she saw that the similarities ended there. The decorating of number 25 had evidently been done this century, and in contrast to Lady Gwendolyn's heavy, curved mahogany furniture and cluttered walls, this place was all light and sharp angles. It was magnificent. The floor was parquet, and a set of tubular chandeliers in frosted glass hung from the ceiling. Dramatic photographs featuring contemporary architecture were arranged along each wall, and the lime green sofa had a zebra skin draped across one arm. So elegant, so modern. Dolly had to take care to keep her mouth from catching flies as she took it all in. "Sit, please," said Henry Jenkins, indicating a shell-shaped armchair by the window. Dolly sat, straightening the hem of her dress before crossing her legs. She felt embarrassed, suddenly, by what she was wearing. It was becoming enough for its time, but sitting here, in this splendid room, it felt like a museum piece. She thought herself so elegant in Lady Gwendolyn's dressing room, turning this way and that before the mirror. Now, all she could see were the old-fashioned trims and flounces. So different, really. Why hadn't she noticed before, from the clean lines of Vivien's dress? "I'd offer you tea," said Henry Jenkins, dabbing the ends of his moustache in an awkward way that was also rather charming. "But we lost our maid this week. Quite a disappointment. The girl was caught stealing." He was looking, Dolly realized with a rush of excitement, at her own crossed legs. She smiled, a little uncomfortable. He was Vivien's husband, after all, but flattered, too. "I'm sorry," she said, and then she remembered something she'd heard Lady Gwendolen say. "It's terribly difficult to find good staff these days, isn't it?" "It is, indeed." Henry Jenkins was standing by the rather marvellous fireplace, tiled like a chessboard in black and white. He regarded Dolly quizzically and said, "Tell me, how is it you know my wife?" "We met through the Women's Voluntary Service, and it turns out we've a lot in common." "Such hours you ladies keep." He smiled, but not easily, and his pause, the way he was looking at her, gave Dolly the distinct feeling there was something he wanted to know, something more he wanted her to say. She couldn't think what it might be, so she returned his smile and said nothing. Henry Jenkins glanced at his wristwatch. "Take today, for instance. At breakfast, my wife told me she'd be finished her meeting at 2. I came home early to surprise her, but it's now 3:15, and there's still no sign. I can only imagine she's been caught up. But a fellow worries." Irritation edged his words, and Dolly could understand why. He was an important man who'd taken time away from essential war work only to be left cooling his heels while his wife flitted about town. "Had you an arrangement to meet my wife?" he asked suddenly, as if the thought had just occurred to him that Dolly, too, was being inconvenienced by Vivien's tardiness. "Oh, no," she said quickly. He seemed affronted by the idea, and she wanted to reassure him. "Vivien didn't know that I was coming. I've brought her something she lost." "Oh?" Dolly took the necklace out of her handbag and draped it delicately over her fingers. She'd varnished her nails especially, with the last of Kitty's Coty crimson. "Her locket," he said softly, reaching to take it. "She was wearing this when we first met." "It's a very nice necklace." "She's worn it since she was a girl. It doesn't matter what I buy for her, how beautiful or grand it is, she won't wear any necklace in place of this one. She even wears it with her strings of pearls. I don't think I've ever known her to take it off, and yet," he was inspecting the chain, "it's intact. So she must have done so." He glanced sideways at Dolly, and she shrank slightly beneath the intensity of his regard. Was that the way he looked at Vivien, she wondered, when he was lifting her dress, moving her locket aside to kiss her? "You said it was found," he continued. "I wonder where." Dolly's thoughts made her blush. "I'm afraid I don't know that. I wasn't the one to find it, you see. It was just given to me to return to Vivien on account of our closeness." He nodded slowly. "I wonder, Mrs. Smitham." "Miss Smitham." "Miss Smitham." His lips twitched, the hint of a smile that only deepened her blush. "At the risk of sounding impertinent, I wonder why it is that you didn't return this to my wife at the WVS canteen. Surely it would have been more convenient for a busy lady like yourself." A busy lady. Dolly liked the way that sounded. Not impertinent at all, Mr. Jenkins, only I knew how important it was to Vivien, and I wanted her to have it back as soon as possible. Our shifts don't always align, you see. How strange. His fist closed thoughtfully around the locket. My wife reports for duty every day. Before Dolly could tell him that no one went to the canteen every day, that there was a shift book and a Mrs. Waddingham who ran a very tight ship, a key turned in the front lock. Vivien was home. Both Dolly and Henry glanced keenly at the closed sitting-room door, listening to her footsteps on the entrance hall parquet. Dolly's heart began to chirrup as she imagined how happy Vivien was going to be when Henry produced the necklace, when he explained that Dolly was responsible for bringing it back. The way Vivien would be overcome with gratitude and, yes, love, and a radiant smile would spread across her face, and she'd say, Henry, darling, I'm so glad you finally met Dorothy. I've been meaning to invite you over for tea for such a long time, dearest, but things have been impossibly busy, haven't they? And then she'd make a joke about the hard taskmaster at the canteen, and the two of them would dissolve with laughter, and Henry would suggest they all have dinner together, perhaps at his club. The sitting-room door opened, and Dolly sat forwards on her seat. Henry moved quickly to take his wife in his arms. The embrace was lingering, romantic, as if he were drawing in her scent, and Dolly realized with a twinge of envy how passionately Henry Jenkins loved his wife. She knew already, of course, having read The Reluctant Muse, but being in the room, observing them, drove it home. What was Vivien thinking, involving herself with that doctor when she was so well loved by a man like Henry? The doctor. Dolly looked at Henry's face, his eyes closed as he pressed Vivien's head firmly to his chest, as he held her in the sort of clinch one might expect if months had passed and he'd feared the worst. And she realized, suddenly, that he knew. His agitation that Vivien was late, the pointed questions he'd asked Dolly, the frustrated way he'd spoken of his beloved wife. He knew. That was, he suspected, and he'd been hoping Dolly might confirm his suspicions either way. Oh, Vivien, she thought, knotting her fingers as she stared at the other woman's back. Be careful. Henry pulled away at last, lifting his wife's chin to stare closely at her face. How was your day, my love? Vivien waited until his grip loosened, and then she took off her WVS hat. Busy, she said, patting the back of her hair flat. She set the hat down on a small table beside her, next to a framed photograph of their wedding day. We're boxing scarves, and the demand is enormous. It's taking much longer than it should. She paused, paying judicious care to the rim of her hat. I didn't realize you'd be home so early. I'd have made sure I left in good time to meet you. He smiled, unhappily, it seemed to Dolly, and said, I'd hoped to surprise you. I didn't know. No reason you should. That's the whole nature of surprise, isn't it? To catch a person unawares. He took her by the elbow and steered her body slightly so she was looking into the room. Speaking of surprises, darling, you have a guest. Miss Smitham has come to call. Dolly stood, her heart pounding. Finally, her moment had arrived. Your friend has come to see you, Henry continued. We've been having a lovely chat about all the good work you do for the WVS. Vivien blinked at Dolly, her face completely blank. and then she said, "I don't know who this woman is." Dolly's breath caught. The room began to spin. "But, darling," said Henry, "of course you do. She brought this back for you." He took the necklace from his pocket and put it in his wife's hands. "You must have taken it off and forgotten it." Vivien turned it over, opened the locket, and looked at the photographs inside. "How did you get my necklace?" she said. Her voice so cold, it made Dolly flinch. Dolly's head was swimming. She didn't understand what was happening, why Vivien was behaving like this. After all the glances they'd exchanged, brief, certainly, but loaded with fellow feeling. After all the times they'd observed one another through their respective windows. After everything Dolly had imagined for their future. Was it possible Vivien hadn't understood, that she hadn't realized what they meant to one another, that she hadn't also been dreaming of Dolly and Viv? It was left at the canteen. Mrs. Hoskins found it and asked me to return it, seeing as we're kindred spirits, best friends, two of a kind. Seeing as we're neighbours. Vivien's perfect brows shot up, and she stared at Dolly. There was a moment of consideration, and then her expression lightened, ever so slightly. "Yes, I know now. This woman is Lady Gwendolen Caldecott's servant." The last word she said with a meaningful glance at Henry, and the change in his demeanour was instant. Dolly remembered the way he'd referred to their own maid, the girl dismissed recently for thieving. He looked at the precious piece of jewellery and said, "Not a friend, then?" "Certainly not," said Vivien, as if the very idea was anathema to her. "There isn't a friend of mine you haven't met, Henry, darling. You know that." He stared perplexedly at his wife, and then nodded stiffly. "I did think it odd, only she was so insistent." And then he turned to Dolly, every doubt and vexation crystallizing in a dark frown that pulled at his brow. He was disappointed in her, she realized. Worse than that, his expression was laced with distaste. "Miss Smitham," he said, "I thank you for returning my wife's necklace, but it's time you left." Dolly could think of nothing to say. She was dreaming, surely. This wasn't what she'd imagined, what she deserved, the way her life was meant to be. Any minute she would wake up and find herself laughing instead with Vivien and Henry as they all had a glass of whiskey and sat down to talk over the trials of life, and she and Vivien, together on the sofa, would turn to one another and giggle about Mrs. Waddingham at the canteen, and Henry would smile fondly at the two of them and say what a pair they were, what an incorrigible, darling pair. "Miss Smitham?" She managed to nod, picking up her handbag and scurrying past them both on her way back to the entrance hall. Henry Jenkins followed her, hesitating briefly before swinging the front door wide open. His arm barred the way, and Dolly had no choice but to stay where she was and wait for him to let her go. He appeared to be deciding what to say. "Miss Smitham?" He spoke as one might to a foolish child. Worse, a menial servant who'd forgotten her place, given herself over to elaborate fancies and dreams of a life far above her station. Dolly couldn't meet his eyes. She felt faint. "Run along now, there's a good girl," he said. "Look after Lady Gwendolen and do try not to get yourself into any more trouble." Dusk was beginning to fall, and across the street Dolly saw Kitty and Louisa arriving home from work. Kitty looked up, and her mouth formed an "oh" when she saw what was happening. But Dolly didn't have a chance to smile or wave or put a bright face on it. How could she, when everything was lost? When everything she'd wished for, all her hopes, had been met with such careless cruelty. Chapter 17. University of Cambridge, 2011. The rain had cleared, and a ripe moon broke silver through streaky clouds. Having already paid a visit to the Cambridge University Library, Laurel was now sitting outside Clare College Chapel, waiting to be knocked over by someone on a bicycle. Not just any someone. She had a particular cyclist in mind. Evensong was almost over. She'd been listening from the bench beneath the cherry tree for the past half hour, letting the great organ and the voices of the choir transport her. Any minute, though, it would all stop, and a cluster of people would burst from the doors, claim their bikes from the 30-odd jumble stacked in metal racks by the door, and whiz past her in different directions. One of them, Laurel hoped, would be Jerry. It was something they'd always shared, the two of them, their love of music. The sort of music that made one glimpse answers to questions they hadn't known they were asking. And as soon as she had arrived in Cambridge and seen signs outside the college advertising Evensong, she'd known it was her best chance of finding her brother. Sure enough, a few minutes after Britain's Rejoice in the Lamb came to its breathtaking conclusion, as people started to emerge in pairs and small groups through the chapel doors, one of them walked out alone. A tall, lanky figure whose appearance at the top of the stairs made Laurel smile, because it was surely one of life's most simple blessings to know someone so well you could pick them immediately from the other side of a dark courtyard. The figure climbed onto a bicycle and pushed off with one foot, wobbling a bit until he picked up pace. Laurel stepped out onto the road as he came close, waving and calling his name. He almost knocked her over before stopping and blinking at her through the moonlit dark. The most disarming smile broke across his face, and Laurel wondered why she didn't come to visit more often. "Lol," he said. "What are you doing here?" "I wanted to see you. I tried to call. I left messages." Jerry was shaking his head. The machine kept beeping. That little red light on the front wouldn't stop bloody blinking at me. It was defective, I think. I had to pull it out of the wall. The explanation made such perfect Jerry sense that no matter how infuriating it had been not being able to contact him, no matter that she'd worried he was annoyed with her, Laurel couldn't help but smile. "Well," she said, "it gave me an excuse to come and visit anyway. Have you eaten?" "Eaten? Food? Annoying habit, I know, but I try to do it a few times a day." He mussed his tangle of dark hair as if trying to remember. "Come on," said Laurel. "My shout." Jerry walked his bicycle beside her and they talked about music as they made their way to a small pizza restaurant built into a hole in the wall overlooking the Arts Theatre. The very place, Laurel noted, that she'd taken herself off to as a teenager to see Pinter's birthday party. It was dimly lit inside, tea lights flickering within glass jars on red and white checked tablecloths. The place was crowded with diners, but Jerry and Laurel were pointed to a free table at the back, right near the pizza oven. Laurel took off her coat, and a young man with long blonde hair falling in an elaborate sweep across his eyes took their order for pizzas and wine. He was back in a matter of minutes with a carafe of Chianti and 2 tumblers. "So," said Laurel, pouring for each of them, "dare I ask what you've been working on?" "Just today I finished an article on the feeding habits of teenage galaxies." "Hungry, are they?" "Very, it seems. And older than 13 years, I'm guessing. A little, around 3 to 5 billion years after the Big Bang." Laurel watched as her brother went on, talking eagerly about the ESO Very Large Telescope in Chile. "It does what a microscope does for a biologist," and explaining that faint blobs in the sky were actually distant galaxies, and that some, it's incredible, lol, appeared to have no rotation of their gas. "None of the current theories predicts them." And she nodded and reacted, though somewhat guiltily, because she wasn't really listening to him at all. She was thinking about the way, when Jerry was excited, his words tumbled into one another, as if his mouth was having trouble keeping up with his beautiful mind. The way he took breaths only when he absolutely had to. The way his hands opened expressively and his long fingers strained, but with precision, as if they balanced stars on their very tips. They were Daddy's hands, Laurel realized as she watched him. Daddy's cheekbones and gentle eyes behind his glasses. In fact, there was a lot of Stephen Nicholson in his only son. Jerry had inherited his laugh from their mother, though. He'd stopped talking and was gulping now from his wine glass. For all the nervousness Laurel felt about this quest she was on, in particular the conversation she knew was still ahead of her, there was an uncomplicatedness about being with Jerry that made her yearn for something she couldn't quite articulate. There was an echo of a memory of how things used to be between them, and she wanted to draw out the feeling a little longer before she spoiled it with her confession. She said, "And what's next? What can possibly compete with the eating habits of teenage galaxies?" "I'm creating the latest map of everything." "Still setting yourself small, achievable goals, I see." He grinned. "Should be a breeze. It's not like I'm including all of space, just the sky. Only 560 million stars, galaxies, and other objects, and I'm done." Laurel was contemplating that number when their pizzas arrived and the whiff of garlic and basil reminded her she hadn't eaten since breakfast. She ate with the voracity of a teenage galaxy, quite sure no food anywhere had ever tasted so good as that pizza right then. Jerry asked about her work, and between mouthfuls, Laurel told him about the documentary and the new version of Macbeth she was filming. "At least, I will be. I've taken a little time off." Jerry held up a large hand. "Wait. Time off?" "Yes." He tilted his head. "What's wrong?" "Why does everyone keep asking me that?" "Because you don't take time off." "Nonsense." Jerry lifted his eyebrows. "Are you making a joke? I've been told I miss them sometimes." "No, I'm not making a joke." "Then I have to inform you that all empirical evidence goes against your assertion." "Empirical evidence?" Laurel scoffed. "Please, you can hardly talk. When's the last time you took time off?" "June 1985, Max Searjay's wedding in Bath." "Well then, I didn't say I was any different. You and I are two of a kind, both wedded to our work. That's how I know something's wrong." He swiped his paper napkin across his lips and leaned back against the charcoal-coloured brick wall. "Anomalous time off? Anomalous visit to see me? I can only deduce the two are related." Laurel sighed. "Stalling exhalation. All the proof I need." "Want to tell me what's going on, Lol?" She folded her napkin in half, and half again. It was now or never. All this time she'd been wishing Jerry was along with her for the ride. Now was the time to buckle him in. She said, "Do you remember that time you came to stay with me in London? Right before you started here?" Jerry answered in the affirmative by quoting from Monty Python and the Holy Grail. "Please, this is supposed to be a happy occasion." Laurel smiled. "Let's not bicker and argue over who killed who." Love that film. She shifted a piece of olive from one side of her plate to the other, hedging, trying to decide which were the right words. Impossible, because there were none, not really. Best just to leap in. "You asked me something that night on the roof. You asked me whether anything happened back when we were kids. Something violent. I remember." "Do you?" Jerry gave a single, efficient nod. "Do you remember what I said?" "You told me there was nothing you could think of." "Yes, I did. I did say that," she agreed softly, "but I lied to you, Jerry." She didn't add that it had been for his own good, or that she'd thought she was doing the right thing. Both were true, but what did it matter now? She didn't want to excuse herself, certainly not. She'd lied, and she deserved whatever recriminations came her way, not only for withholding the truth from Jerry, but for what she'd told those policemen. "I lied." "I know you did," he said, finishing off his crust. Laurel blinked. "You do? How?" "You wouldn't look at me when I asked, and you called me G. You never do that, unless you're obfuscating." He gave a nonchalant shrug. "Nation's greatest actress, maybe. Still, no match for my powers of deduction." "And people say you don't pay attention." "They do? I had no idea. I'm crushed." They smiled at one another, but carefully, and then Jerry said, "Do you want to tell me now, Lol?" "I do, very much. Do you still want to know?" "I do, very much." She nodded. "All right, then. All right." And so she started at the beginning. A girl in a treehouse on a summer's day in 1961. A stranger on the driveway. A tiny boy in his mother's arms. She took special care to describe how well the mother loved that boy. The way she paused on the doorstep just to smile at him and breathe in his milky smell and tickle his fat, waxy feet. But then the man in the hat stepped on stage and the spotlight swung towards him. His furtive tread as he passed through the gate at the side of the house. The way the dog knew before anyone else that darkness this way came. His bark alerting their mother, who turned and saw the man, and, as the girl in the treehouse watched, became suddenly frightened. When she reached the part of the story involving knives and blood and a little boy crying in the gravel, Laurel thought as she listened to her own voice as if it were coming from outside her body, and watched her grown brother's face across the table, how odd it was to be having this very private conversation in public, and yet how necessary the noise and hum of this place was to her ability to tell it. Here in a pizza restaurant in Cambridge, with students laughing and joking all around them, young and clever scholars with their whole lives still ahead of them, Laurel felt enclosed and safe, more comfortable somehow, and able to utter words she didn't think she'd have managed in the silence of his college lodging. Words like, "She killed him, Jerry. The man, Henry Jenkins was his name, he died there that day, on our front path." Jerry had been listening closely, staring at a patch of tablecloth, his face revealing nothing. Now a muscle twitched in his shadowed jaw, and he gave a small nod, more to acknowledge the end of her story than to respond to its content. Laurel waited, finished her glass of wine, and poured some more for each of them. "So," she said, "that's it. That's what I saw." At length, Jerry looked up at her. He said, "I guess that explains it, then." "Explains what?" His fingers trembled with nervous energy as he spoke. "I used to see this thing sometimes, as a kid, out of the corner of my eye, this dark shadow that made me frightened for no reason. Hard to describe. I'd turn, and there'd be nothing there. Just this awful feeling that I'd glanced around too late. My heart used to race and I'd have no idea why. I told Ma once. She took me to have my eyes tested." "That's why you got glasses?" "No. Turns out I was short-sighted. The glasses didn't help with the shadow, but they sure made people's faces less fuzzy." Laurel smiled. Jerry didn't. The scientist in him was relieved, Laurel knew, to have an explanation for something previously inexplicable. But the part of him that was son to a much-loved parent was not so easily assuaged. "Good people do bad things," he said. And then he clawed at his shock of hair. Christ, what a bloody cliched thing to say. "It's true, though," said Laurel, wanting to comfort him. "They do. Sometimes with good reason." "What reason?" He looked at her, and he was a child again, desperate for Laurel to explain it all the way. She felt for him. 1 minute he was happily contemplating the wonders of the universe. The next, his sister was telling him his mother had killed a man. "Who was this guy, lol? Why did she do it?" In the most straightforward fashion she could manage, it was best with Jerry to appeal to his sense of logic, Laurel told him what she knew about Henry Jenkins. That he was an author, married to their mother's friend, Vivien, during the war. She also told him what Kitty Barker had said, that there'd been a terrible falling out between Dorothy and Vivien in early 1941. "You think their argument is related to what happened at Greenacres in 1961, he said. "You wouldn't mention it otherwise." "I do." Laurel remembered Kitty's account of the night out with her mother, the way she'd behaved, the things she'd been saying. "I think Ma became upset by whatever happened between them, and she did something to punish her friend. I think her plan, whatever it was, turned out badly, far worse than she'd expected. But by then it was too late to put things right. Ma fled London, and Henry Jenkins was angered enough by whatever happened to come looking for her 20 years later." Laurel wondered at the way a person could outline such dreadful theories in such a frank, no-nonsense way. To an observer, Laurel knew, she would seem cool and calm and keen to get to the bottom of things. She betrayed no hint of the deep distress that was gnawing away at her insides. She lowered her voice, though, to say, "I even wonder if she wasn't responsible in some way for Vivien's death. God, lol. Whether she's had to live with her guilt all this time, and the woman we know was formed as a result. Whether she's spent the rest of her life atoning. By being the perfect mother to us. Yes. Which was working out fine until Henry Jenkins came looking to even the score. Yes." Jerry had fallen silent. A faint frown creased the skin between his eyes. He was thinking. "Well," Laurel pressed, leaning closer to him, "you're the scientist. Does the theory have legs?" "It's plausible," said Jerry, nodding slowly. Not difficult to believe remorse might act as a motivator for change, nor that a husband might seek to avenge a slight against his wife. And if what she did to Vivien was bad enough, I can see she'd have thought her only choice was to silence Henry Jenkins once and for all. Laurel's heart sank. There was a very small part of her, she realized, that had been clinging to the hope he might laugh, poke holes in her theory with the sharp point of his stupendous brain, and tell her she ought to take a good long lie down and leave off reading Shakespeare for a while. He didn't. The logician in him had taken the reins, and he said, "I wonder what she could have done to Vivien that she came to regret so much." "I don't know. Whatever it was, I think you're right," he continued. "It must have turned out worse than she'd intended. Ma never would have harmed her friend on purpose." Laurel offered a non-committal response, recalling the way her mother had brought the knife down on Henry Jenkins's chest without a moment's hesitation. She wouldn't have, Lol. "No, I wouldn't have thought so either, not at first. Have you considered, though, that perhaps we're just making excuses because she's our mother, and we know and love her?" "We probably are," Jerry agreed, "but that's all right. We do know her. We think we do." Something Kitty Barker said had been playing on Laurel's mind, about wartime and the way it heightened passions. The threat of invasion, the fear and the dark, night after night of broken sleep. What if she was a different person back then? What if the pressure of the Blitz got to her? What if she changed after she married Daddy and had us? After she was given her second chance? No one changes that much. From nowhere, the crocodile story leapt into Laurel's mind. "Is that why you changed to become a lady, Mummy?" she'd asked. And Dorothy had answered that she'd given up her crocodile ways at the same time she'd become a mother. Was it drawing too long a bow to think the story might have been a metaphor? That even then her mother might have been confessing to some other sort of change? Or was Laurel reading far too much into a tale that was meant merely to please a child? She pictured Dorothy that afternoon, turning back towards her mirror, straightening the shoulder straps of her lovely dress, as 8-year-old Laurel asked, wide-eyed, how such a wondrous transformation had taken place. "Well now," her mother had said, "I can't tell you all my secrets, can I? Not all at once. Ask me again someday. When you're older." And Laurel intended to do just that. She was hot all of a sudden. The other diners were laughing and crowding the room, and the pizza oven let out great tidal waves of warm, toasty air. Laurel opened her wallet and pulled out 2 20s and a 5, tucking the notes beneath the bill and waving away Jerry's attempts to contribute. "I told you, my shout," she said. She didn't add that it was the very least she could do, having brought her dark obsession into his starlit world. "Come on," she said, drawing on her coat. "Let's walk." Chatter from the restaurants faded behind them as they crossed King's College Quad on their way to meet the Cam. It was quiet by the river, and Laurel could hear the punts rocking gently on the moon-silvered surface. A bell sounded in the distance, stark and stoic, and in a college room somewhere someone was practicing the violin. The beautiful, sad music plucked at Laurel's heart, and she knew, suddenly, that she'd made a mistake in coming here. Jerry hadn't said much since they'd left the restaurant. He was walking silently beside her now, pushing his bike with one hand. His head was bowed, his gaze trained on the ground before him. She'd let the burden of the past trick her into sharing it. She'd convinced herself that Jerry ought to know, that he too was bound to the monstrous thing she'd witnessed. but he'd been little more than a baby back then, a tiny person. And now he was a sweet man, his mother's favourite, incapable of considering that she might once have done something dreadful. Laurel was about to say as much, to apologise and somehow make light of her own obsessive interest, when Jerry said, "What's next, then? Have we got any leads?" Laurel glanced at him. He'd stopped beneath the yellow glow of a street lamp and was prodding his glasses further up the bridge of his nose. "What? You weren't going to let it go, were you? Obviously we need to find out what happened. It's part of our story, lol." Laurel couldn't think that she'd ever loved him quite so much as at that moment. "There is something," she said, her breath catching, "now you mention it. I went to visit Ma this morning, and she came over all hazy and asked the nurse to send in Dr. Rufus when she saw him." "Not so strange in a hospital, is it?" "Not in itself, except her doctor's name is Cotter, not Rufus." "A slip of the tongue?" "I don't think so. There was a certainty in the way she said it. Besides, the shadowy image of a young man named Jimmy, loved once by her mother, lamented now, came to Laurel's mind. It's not the first time she's spoken of someone she used to know. I think the past is going round and round in her head. I think she almost wants us to know the answers." "Did you ask her about it?" "Not about Dr. Rufus, but I did about a few other things. She answered openly enough, but the conversation upset her. I'll talk to her again, of course, but if there's another way, I'm eager to try that too." "Agreed. I went to the library earlier to see if there was any way of finding out details of a doctor who was operating in Coventry and maybe London too, in the 1930s and 40s. I only had his surname, and had no idea what sort of doctor he was, so the librarian suggested we start by checking the database for the Lancet." "And?" "I found a Dr. Lionel Rufus. Jerry, I'm almost certain it's him. He lived in Coventry at the right time and published papers in the field of personality psychology." "You think she was his patient? That Ma might have suffered from some sort of condition back then?" "I've no idea, but I intend to find out." "I'll do it," said Jerry suddenly. "There are people I could ask." "Really?" He was nodding, and his words tumbled together excitedly as he said, "You go back to Suffolk. I'll let you know as soon as I find anything." It was more than Laurel had dared hope for. No, it wasn't. It was exactly what she'd hoped for. Jerry was going to help her. Together they were going to find out what really happened. "You realize you might find something terrible." She didn't want to scare him off, but she had to warn him, something that makes a lie of everything we thought we knew about her. Jerry smiled. "Aren't you the actress? Isn't this the bit where you're supposed to tell me that people aren't a science, that characters are multifaceted, and one new variable doesn't disprove the whole theorem? I'm just saying, be prepared, little brother." "I'm always prepared," he said with a grin. "And I'm still backing our mum." Laurel raised her eyebrows, wishing she had his faith. But she had seen what happened that day at Greenacres. She knew what their mother was capable of. "Not very scientific of you," she said sternly, "not when everything points towards the one conclusion." Jerry took her hand. "Did the hungry teenage galaxies teach you nothing, lol?" he said softly. And Laurel felt a surge of worry and protective love, because she saw in his eyes how much he needed to believe things would all work out, and she knew in her own heart how unlikely it was. Never discount the possibility of turning up an answer none of the current theories predicts. Chapter 18. London, late January 1941. Dolly was quite sure she'd never been so humiliated in all her life. If she lived to be 100 years old, she knew she wouldn't forget the way Henry and Vivien Jenkins had stared at her as she left. Those bemused, mocking expressions distorting their horrid, lovely faces. They'd almost succeeded in making Dolly feel as if she were nothing more than a neighbour's maid, come calling in an old dress borrowed from her mistress's wardrobe. Almost. Dolly was made of sterner stuff than that, though. As Dr. Rufus was always telling her, "You're 1 in a million, Dorothy. You really are." At their most recent lunch, 2 days after what had happened, he'd leaned back in his seat at the Savoy and eyed her over his cigar. "Tell me, Dorothy," he'd said, "why do you think this woman, this Vivien Jenkins, was so dismissive of you?" Dolly had shaken her head thoughtfully before telling him what she now believed. "I think when she came across the two of us, Mr. Jenkins and I, together like that in the sitting room." Dolly glanced away, slightly embarrassed as she remembered the way Henry Jenkins had looked at her. "Well, I'd taken rather special care with my appearance that day, you see, and I suspect it was just more than Vivien could stand." He'd nodded appreciatively, and then his eyes had narrowed as he stroked his chin. "And how did you feel, Dorothy, when she slighted you that way?" Dolly had thought she might cry when Dr. Rufus asked that. She didn't, though. She smiled bravely, driving her fingernails into her palms and priding herself on her self-control as she said, "I felt mortified, Dr. Rufus, and very, very hurt. I don't think I've ever been treated so shabbily, and by someone I used to call a friend. I really felt—" "Stop it! Stop it now!" In the bright sunlit room at 7 Camden Grove, Dolly started as Lady Gwendolen kicked a small foot free and shouted, "You'll take my toe off if you're not careful, silly girl." Dolly noted with contrition the tiny white triangle where the old woman's pinky toenail had been. It was thoughts of Vivien that had done it. Dolly had gone much harder and faster with the file than she ought to have. "I'm so sorry, Lady Gwendolen," she said. "I'll be more gentle. I've had enough of that. Fetch me my sweets, Dorothy. I passed a bilious night. Wretched ration recipes. Veal knuckle with stewed red cabbage for dinner. Little wonder I tossed and turned and dreamed of ghastly things." Dolly did what she was told, waiting patiently as the old woman sorted through the bag to find the largest bullseye. Mortification had passed quickly through indignity and shame to arrive at full-blown anger. Why, Vivien and Henry Jenkins had all but called her a thief and a liar, when all she'd wanted was to return Vivien's precious necklace. The irony was almost too great to bear that Vivien, she who was sneaking about behind her husband's back, telling lies to everyone who cared about her, entreating those who didn't not to give away her secrets, should be the one to cast her cold, dark-eyed judgment on Dolly, the very person who'd leapt to her defence time and again when others spoke ill of her. "Well," Dolly frowned determinedly as she sheathed the nail file and tidied up the dressing table. Not any more. Dolly had made a plan. She hadn't spoken to Lady Gwendolen, not yet, but when the old woman learned what had happened, that her young friend had been betrayed, just as she had, Dolly was sure she'd give her blessing. They were going to throw a huge party when the war ended, a stupendous affair, a grand masquerade with costumes and lanterns and fire-eaters. All the most fabulous people would come, and there'd be photographs in The Lady, and it would be talked about for years to come. Dolly could just picture the guests arriving in Camden Grove, dressed to the nines and parading right past number 25, where Vivien Jenkins sat watching from the window, uninvited. In the meantime, she was doing her best to shun the pair of them. There were some people, Dolly was learning, whom it was better not to know. Henry Jenkins wasn't difficult to avoid. Dolly didn't see much of him at the best of times, and she'd managed to keep clear of Vivien by withdrawing from the WVS. It had been a relief, actually. In one fell swoop, she'd freed herself from Mrs. Waddingham's jurisdiction and gained the time to devote herself more fully to keeping Lady Gwendolen happy. Just as well, too, as things turned out. The other morning, at an hour when ordinarily she'd have been off working at the canteen, Dolly had been massaging Lady Gwendolen's cramping legs when the doorbell rang downstairs. The old woman had rolled her wrist towards the window and told Dolly to take a peek and see who'd come to bother them this time. Dolly had been worried at first it would be Jimmy. He'd called a few times now during the day, thank God, when no one else was home, and she'd been able to avoid a scene, but it hadn't been him. As Dolly peered through Lady Gwendolen's window, the glass pane crisscrossed with tape against bomb blasts, she'd seen Vivien Jenkins below, glancing over her shoulder as though it were beneath her to be calling at number 7, and she was embarrassed even to be seen on the doorstep. Dolly's skin had flushed hot, because she knew instantly why Vivien had come. It was just the sort of petty unkindness Dolly was coming to expect from her. She planned to report to Lady Gwendolen the thieving habits of her servant. Dolly could just picture Vivien, posed sleekly on the dusty chintz armchair by the old woman's bedside, crossing her long slender legs and leaning forwards in a conspiratorial way to deplore the quality of servants these days. It's so difficult to find somebody trustworthy, isn't it, Lady Gwendolen? Why, we've had our own spot of bother lately. As Dolly had watched Vivien on the doorstep, still checking the street behind her, the grand dame had barked from her bed, "Well, Dorothy, I'm not going to live forever. Who is it?" Dolly had suppressed her trepidation and reported as blithely as she could that it was just a mean-looking woman collecting clothes for charity. When Lady Gwendolen gave a snort and said, "Don't let her in. She's not getting her grubby fingers on my dressing room," Dolly had been only too happy to comply. Thwump! Dolly jumped. Quite without realizing it, she'd gravitated to the window and had been gazing down blankly at number 25. Thwump! Thump! She turned to see Lady Gwendolen staring at her. The old woman's cheeks were puffed out full to accommodate the enormous bullseye, and she was smacking her cane on the mattress to gain attention. "Yes, Lady Gwendolen?" The old lady wrapped her arms across her body and mimed freezing. "You're a little cold." Nod, nod. Dolly disguised her sigh with an acquiescent smile. She'd only just removed the covers after complaints of overheating and went to the bedside. "Let's see if we can't fix you up then, shall we?" Lady Gwendolen closed her eyes and Dolly started drawing up the blankets, but the task was easier said than done. The old woman's twisting and turning with the cane had made a mess of the bedclothes, and the blanket was caught, pinned beneath her other leg. Dolly scooted round to the far side of the bed and tugged as hard as she could to bring it loose. Later, she would look back and blame the dust for what happened next. At the time, though, she was far too busy heaving and hauling to notice. Finally, the blanket came free, and Dolly shook it, dragging it as high as she could to tuck the top beneath the old woman's chin. It was while she was folding over the hemmed edge that Dolly sneezed with unusually dramatic force. Achoo! The shock gave Lady Gwendolen a jolt, and her eyes flew wide open. Dolly excused herself, rubbing her tickling nose. She blinked to clear her eyes, and through the glaze noticed that the Grand Dame had started flailing her arms. Her hands were flapping like a pair of frightened birds. "Lady Gwendolen?" she said, leaning closer. The old woman's face had turned beetroot red. "Dear Lady Gwendolen, what is it?" A rasping sound came from Lady Gwendolen's throat, and her skin darkened to aubergine. She was gesturing wildly now towards her throat. Something was stopping her from speaking. The bullseye, Dolly realized with a gasp. It was stuck like a plug in the old woman's throat. Dolly didn't know what to do. She was frantic. Without thinking, she thrust her fingers into Lady Gwendolen's mouth, trying to fish out the sweet. She couldn't reach. Dolly panicked. Perhaps if she pounded the old lady's back or squeezed her round the middle. She attempted both, her heart racing, her pulse hammering in her ears. She tried to lift Lady Gwendolen, but she was so heavy, her silk coverall so slippery. "It's all right," Dolly heard herself saying as she fought to keep her grip. "It's going to be all right." Over and over she said it, heaving with all her might as Lady Gwendolen struggled and flailed in her arms. "It's all right. It's going to be all right. Everything's all right." Until finally Dolly ran out of breath and stopped speaking, and when she did, realized that her companion had grown heavier, that she was no longer writhing or gasping for air, that everything was unnaturally still. Then all was quiet in the stately bedroom, but for Dolly's breathing, and the eerie creaking of the bed as she eased herself out from beneath her dead mistress, and let the still warm body sink back into its familiar position. The doctor, when he arrived, stood at the end of the bed and decreed it a clear case of natural extinguishment. He looked to Dolly, who was holding Lady Gwendolen's cold hand, wiping her eyes with a handkerchief, and added, "She'd always had a weakness of the heart. Scarlet fever as a girl." Dolly contemplated Lady Gwendolen's face, especially stern in death, and nodded. She hadn't mentioned either the bullseye or the sneeze. There hadn't seemed any point. It didn't change things, not now, and she would have sounded a fool blathering on about sweets and dust. The bullseye had dissolved, anyway, in the time it took the doctor to make his way through the streets ripped up by last night's raids. There, dear girl," the doctor said, patting Dolly's hand. "I know you were fond of her. And she of you, too, might I add." And then he returned his hat to his head, collected his bag, and said he'd leave the name of the Caldecott family's preferred funeral people on the table downstairs. Lady Gwendolen's last will and testament was read in the library at No. 7 Camden Grove on the 29th day of January, 1941. Strictly speaking, it needn't have been read at all, not publicly. A discreet letter to each person named therein was Mr. Pemberley's preference. The solicitor suffered terribly with stage fright. But Lady Gwendolen, with an instinct for drama, had insisted. It didn't surprise Dolly, who, as one of the beneficiaries, was invited to attend the reading. The old woman's hatred for her only nephew was no secret, and what better way to punish him from beyond the grave than to withhold his expected inheritance and have him sit through the public shame of seeing the whole lot pass to someone else. Dolly dressed carefully, just as Lady Gwendolen would have wanted her to, eager to look the part of the worthy heiress, without seeming to be trying too hard. She was nervous as she waited for Mr. Pemberley to get on with it. The poor man was stuttering and stammering his way through the preliminary articles, his birthmark reddening as he reminded those assembled, Dolly and Lord Wolsey, that his client's wishes, having been ratified by himself, an impartial and qualified solicitor at law, were final and binding. Lady Gwendolyn's nephew was a great bulldog of a man, and Dolly hoped he was listening carefully to the stilted disclaimers. She couldn't imagine he was going to be too happy when he realized what his aunt had done. Dolly was right. Lord Peregrine Wolsey was incensed to the point of apoplexy when the will was finally read. He was an impatient gentleman at the best of times, and had started steaming from the ears long before Mr. Pemberley even finished his preamble. Dolly could hear him huffing and puffing at each new sentence that didn't begin, "I give and bequeath to my nephew Peregrine Wolsey." At length, though, the solicitor drew breath, took out a handkerchief to mop his damp brow, and moved on to the business of dispensing his client's largesse. "I, Gwendolen Caldecott, revoking all other wills and testaments by me heretofore made, give and bequeath to the wife of my nephew Peregrine Wolsey the bulk of my wardrobe, and to my nephew himself the contents of my late father's dressing-room." "What?" The fellow roared so suddenly he spat out his cigar stub. "What the bloody hell is the meaning of this?"
"Please, Lord Wolsey,"
Mr. Pemberley jabbered, his birthmark darkening further to an angry shade of purple.
"I'd ask you to please sit quietly a moment longer while I finish."
"Why, I'll sue you, you grubby worm. I know it was you, getting in my aunt's ear."
"Lord Wolsey, please, I beg you."
Mr. Pemberley continued his reading, encouraged by a kindly head bob from Dolly. "I give and bequeath the residue and remainder of my property and estate, real, personal, and mixed, including my dwelling at No. 7 Camden Grove, London, with the exception of the few items named hereafter, to the Kensington Animal Shelter." He looked up.
"A representative of which was unable to attend today."
Which was about the point when Dolly stopped hearing anything but the deafening ring of betrayal's bells in her ears. Lady Gwendolen had, of course, left a provision for
"my young companion Dorothy Smitham,"
but Dolly was in too much shocked distress to listen when it was read. Only later that night, in the privacy of her own bedroom, as she pored over the letter Mr. Pemberley had put into her shaking hands while he dodged threats from Lord Wolsey, did she realize her inheritance comprised a small selection of coats from the dressing-room upstairs. Dolly recognized the listed items at once. With the exception of a rather tatty white fur, she'd given all of them away already, in the hat box loads she'd donated so joyously to the WVS clothes drive organized by Vivien Jenkins. Dolly was livid. She seethed and burned and spat. After all she'd done for the old woman, the numerous indignities she'd had to bear, those toenails and the ear-cleaning sessions, the regular sprays of venom she'd endured. She hadn't suffered them gladly. Dolly would never have tried to argue that. But she'd suffered them, nonetheless, and not for nothing. She'd given up everything for Lady Gwendolen. She'd thought they were like family. She'd been led to believe a great inheritance awaited her, by Mr. Pemberley most recently, but also by Lady Gwendolen herself. Dolly couldn't understand what could possibly have happened to make her change her mind. Unless The answer came like the fall of an axe, swift and absolute. Dolly's hands began to tremble, and the solicitor's letter dropped to the floor. But of course, it all made perfect sense. Vivien Jenkins, that spiteful woman, had come to visit Lady Gwendolen after all. It was the only explanation. She must have sat by her window, biding her time and watching for an opportunity. One of the rare instances over the past fortnight when Dolly had been left no choice but to leave the house on an errand. Vivien had waited, and then she'd pounced, sat with Lady Gwendolen, filling the old woman's head with wicked lies about Dolly. She, who'd never had anything but the Grand Dame's best interests at heart. The Kensington Animal Shelter's first act as owner of 7 Camden Grove was to contact the War Office and insist that alternative arrangements be made for the office girls who were currently being lodged in the house. The dwelling was to be converted immediately for use as an animal hospital and rescue centre. The decree didn't worry Kitty and Louisa, both of whom were married to respective RAF pilots within days of one another in early February. The other 2 girls remained as indistinguishable in death as they had been in life, hit by a bomb as they skipped together arm in arm on their way to a dance in Lambeth on the 30th of January. Which just left Dolly. It wasn't easy to find a room in London, not for someone who'd become accustomed to the finer things in life, and Dolly looked at 3 squalid arrangements before returning to the Notting Hill boarding house she'd lived in 2 years ago, back in her shopgirl days, when Camden Grove was just a name on a map, and not the repository for her life's great dreams and disappointments. Mrs. White, the widowed owner of 24 Rillington Place, was delighted to see Dolly again, though "see" was rather too optimistic a description. The old biddy was blind as a bat without her glasses, and further delighted to report that Dolly's old room was still available, just as soon as she handed over her bond and ration book, of course. Little wonder the room was still free. There were few people, Dolly was sure, even in wartime London, who were desperate enough for somewhere to live that they'd hand over good money to sleep within its walls. It was more of an afterthought, really, rather than a room. What was left when a bedroom in the original house had been subdivided into 2 unequal halves. The window had gone with the other portion, leaving a very small, very dark, closet-like area on Dolly's side of the plaster wall. There was space for a narrow bed, a side table, a tiny sink, and not much besides. Still, lack of light and ventilation kept the price low, and Dolly didn't have a lot to accommodate. Everything she owned was in the suitcase she'd carried with her when she danced out of her parents' house 3 years before. One of the first things she'd done upon arriving was to arrange her 2 books, The Reluctant Muse and Dorothy Smitham's Book of Ideas, on the single shelf above the sink. There was part of her that never wanted to see the Jenkins book again, but she'd so few possessions left, and Dolly so loved special things, that she couldn't bear to be rid of it. Not yet. She turned the book around instead, so the spine was against the wall. The display was still rather sad, so Dolly added the Leica camera Jimmy had given her one birthday. Photography hadn't been her caper. It required too much stillness and waiting for Dolly, but the room was so stark and empty she'd have proudly flaunted a commode if she'd owned one. At last she took the fur coat she'd inherited, put it on a hanger, and slipped it over the hook on the back of the door. All the better to see it, no matter where she happened to be standing in the tiny room. That old white coat had become an emblem of sorts for every one of Dolly's dreams that had been reduced to tatters. She stared at it, and she stewed, and she directed all the fury she felt towards Vivien Jenkins, deep into the coat's matted fur. Dolly took a job in a nearby munitions factory because Mrs. White wouldn't have hesitated to throw her out if she didn't make her weekly payments, and because it was the sort of work that could be done without devoting more than a single % of one's attention to it, which left the rest of Dolly's mind free to dwell on the ills done to her. She would come home at night, force down some of Mrs. White's corned beef hash, and then leave the other girls to laugh together about their boyfriends and shout at Lord Haw-Haw on the wireless, while she took to her narrow bed, smoking her way through her last packets of cigarettes and thinking about everything she'd lost. Her family, and Lady Gwendolen, and Jimmy. She thought, too, about the way Vivien had said, "I don't know this woman." Her mind kept coming back to that, and she saw Henry Jenkins pointing her to the door, and she felt again the hot and cold waves of shame and anger coursing through her body. So it went, day after day the same, until one night in the middle of February, things happened differently. Most of the day had been like any other. Dolly had worked a double shift at the factory, and then stopped to buy dinner at the nearby British restaurant because she simply couldn't stomach another night of Mrs. White's foul cooking. She sat there at her seat in the corner until the place closed, watching all the other diners from behind her cigarette, especially the couples, as they stole kisses across the tabletops and laughed together as if the world were a good place. Dolly could vaguely remember feeling that way herself, being full of laughter and happiness and hope. On the way home, taking a shortcut down a narrow lane as bombers sounded in the distance, Dolly tripped in the blackout. She'd left her torch at Camden Grove when she'd had to leave. Vivien's fault. And she fell down deep inside a bomb crater. Dolly's ankle was twisted and her knee bled through the new ladder in her best stockings, but it was her pride that took the greatest battering. She had to limp the whole way back to Mrs. White's boarding house. Dolly refused to call it home. It wasn't her home. That had been stolen from her. Vivien's fault. In the cold and the dark, and by the time she arrived, the door had already been locked and bolted. Curfew was something Mrs. White took very seriously, not to keep Hitler out, though she held grave fears that 24 Rillington Place was top of his invasion forces list, but rather to make an example of the dirty stop-outs among her tenants. Dolly clenched her fists and limped down the side alley. Her knee was stinging badly now, and she winced as she scaled the wall, using the old iron bolt as a foothold. The blackout made it darker than normal, and there was no moon to speak of, but somehow she managed to clamber through the jumble of the back garden to reach the storeroom window with the weak latch. As quietly as she could, Dolly jimmied it with her shoulder until the lock budged and she could tap it upwards and scramble through. The hallway smelled of stale grease and old, cheap meats, and Dolly held her breath as she climbed the grubby stairs. When she reached the first floor, she noticed a thin strip of light beneath the door to Mrs. White's rooms. No one was quite sure what went on behind that door, only that it was a rare night that Mrs. White's light was out before the last of the girls turned in. She could be communing with the dead or sending covert radio messages to the Germans for all Dolly knew, and frankly, she didn't care. So long as it kept the landlady occupied while her truant tenants sneaked home to roost, everyone got along fine. Dolly continued along the corridor, taking extra care to avoid the squeaky floorboards, opened her bedroom door, and sealed herself safely inside. Only then, with her back pressed hard against the door, did Dolly finally surrender herself to the throbbing pain that had built inside her chest all night. Without even dropping her handbag to the floor, she began to cry as freely as a child, hot, spurting tears of shame and pain and anger. She looked down at her filthy clothing, her messed up knee, the blood that had mixed with dirt and spread across everything. She blinked through her scalding tears to take in the ghastly, bare little room, the bedspread with holes in it, the sink stained brown around the plug hole, and she realized with crashing certainty the absence of anything in her life that was good or precious or true. She knew, too, that it was all Vivien Jenkins' fault. All of it. The loss of Jimmy, Dolly's destitution, her tedious job in the factory. Even the mishap tonight, her torn-up knee and damaged stockings, being locked out of the boarding house, having to suffer the insult of breaking into a place where she paid good money to stay, would never have happened if Dolly hadn't laid eyes on Vivien, if she hadn't volunteered to take that necklace back, if she hadn't tried to be such a good friend to so unworthy a woman. Dolly's tearful gaze alit then on the shelf containing her book of ideas. She saw the book's spine turned inward, and grief swelled inside her to the point of exploding. Dolly pounced on the book. She sat cross-legged on the floor with it, fingers stumbling through the pages to arrive at the segment, a third of the way in, where she'd so lovingly collected and glued the society photographs of Vivien Jenkins. They were pictures she'd once pored over, memorizing and aspiring to every detail. She couldn't believe how stupid she'd been, how badly misled. With all her might, Dolly tore those pages from the book. Ripping like a wildcat, she turned that woman's image into the smallest shreds possible. Every drop of rage was funneled into the task. That stiff, secretive way Vivien Jenkins regarded the camera. Rip! Never smiling as broadly as she might. Rip! See how she felt being treated like a piece of rubbish. Rip! Dolly was poised to shred further. She'd have gladly gone on all night, when something caught her eye. She froze, peering closer at the scrap in her hands, breathing heavily. Yes, there it was. In one of the photographs, the locket had slipped from beneath Vivien's blouse and was clearly visible, sitting crookedly atop her silk ruffle. Dolly touched the spot with her fingertip and gasped as she felt the scorch of the day she'd returned the locket. Dropping the fragment on the ground beside her, Dolly leaned her head back against the mattress and closed her eyes. Her head was spinning. Her knee ached. She was spent. Eyes still closed, she dug out her packet of cigarettes and lit one, smoking dejectedly. It was still so fresh. Dolly saw the whole thing in her mind. The unexpectedness of being admitted by Henry Jenkins, the questions he'd asked her, his obvious suspicions about his wife's whereabouts. What might have happened, she wondered, if they'd been given a little longer together? It had been on the tip of her tongue to correct him that day, to explain about the shifts at the canteen. What if she had? What if she'd been allowed the chance to say, "Why, no, Mr. Jenkins, I'm afraid that's not possible. I'm not sure what she tells you, but Vivien doesn't report for duty at the canteen more than, once a week." But Dolly hadn't said it, had she? None of it. She'd wasted the one opportunity she'd had to let Henry Jenkins know he wasn't imagining things, that his wife was indeed rather more engaged in other affairs than he'd have liked. She'd thrown away her only chance to put Vivien Jenkins right in the middle of a splendid mess of her own making. For she couldn't very well tell him now, could she? Henry Jenkins wasn't likely to give Dolly the time of day, not now that, thanks to Vivien, he thought her a thieving servant. Not now that her circumstances were so reduced, and certainly not without any proof. It was hopeless. Dolly let out a long, deflating stream of smoke. Unless she happened to glimpse Vivien in a clinch with a man who wasn't her husband, unless she then happened to procure a photograph of the pair of them together, an image that confirmed all of Henry's fears, it was useless. And Dolly didn't have time to hide in dark alleyways, talk her way into strange hospitals, and somehow be watching at the very right moment in the very right place. Perhaps if she knew where and when Vivien would be with her doctor. But what were the chances of... Dolly gasped and sat bolt upright. It was so simple she could have laughed. She did laugh. All this time she'd been stewing over how unfair it all was, wishing there was some way to put things right. And the perfect opportunity had been staring her in the face. Chapter 19. Greenacres, 2011. She says she wants to come home. Laurel rubbed her eyes with one hand and felt about on the bedside table with the other. Finally, she found her glasses. She wants what? Rose's voice came down the line again, slower this time, and overly patient, as if she was speaking to someone for whom English was a second language. She told me this morning she wants to come home, to Greenacres. Another pause. Instead of the hospital. Ah. Laurel looped her frames on beneath the phone and squinted out of the bedroom window. Lord, but it was bright. She wants to come home. And what about the doctor? What did he say? I'm going to speak with him when he's finished his rounds, but... Oh, Lol. Her voice hushed. The nurse told me she thought it was time. Alone in her girlhood bedroom, watching as the morning sunlight crept along the faded wallpaper, Laurel sighed. It was time. There was no need to ask what the nurse meant by that. Well then. Yes. Home she must come. Yes. And we'll look after her here. There came no reply, and Laurel said, Rose? I'm here. Do you mean it, Lol? You're going to stay? You're going to be there too? Laurel spoke around the cigarette she was trying to light. Of course I mean it. You sound funny. Are you crying, Lol? She shook out the match and freed her mouth. No, I'm not crying. Another pause, and Laurel could almost hear her sister twisting her worry beads into knots. She said more gently this time, Rose, I'm all right. We're both going to be all right. We'll do this together. You'll see. Rose made a small, choked noise, possibly of assent, maybe of doubt, and then changed the subject. You got in okay last night, then? I did. Rather later than expected, though. In fact, it had been 3 a.m. when she finally let herself into the farmhouse. She and Jerry had gone back to his rooms after dinner and spent much of the night speculating about their mother and Henry Jenkins. They'd decided that while Jerry was chasing down Dr. Rufus, it made sense for Laurel to see what she could learn about the elusive Vivien. She was the linchpin between their mother and Henry Jenkins, after all, and the probable reason he came looking for Dorothy Nicolson in 1961. The task had seemed perfectly achievable at the time. Now, though, in the clear light of day, Laurel didn't feel so sure. The whole plan had the flimsy quality of a dream. She glanced at her bare wrist, wondering vaguely where she'd left her watch. What time is it, Rosie? It seems rudely bright. It's just gone 10. 10? Oh, God. She'd slept in. Rosie, I'm going to hang up now, but I'm coming straight to the hospital. Will you still be there? Until midday, when I pick up Sadie's youngest from nursery. Right. I'll see you soon then. We'll talk to the doctor together. Rose was with the doctor when Laurel arrived. The nurse on the desk told Laurel she was expected and pointed her in the direction of the cafeteria adjoining reception. Rose must have been looking out for her, because she'd started waving before Laurel even set foot inside. Laurel wove her way between the tables, and as she got closer, saw that Rose had been crying. Not lightly. There were bald tissues scattered across the tabletop, and smeary black smudges beneath her wet eyes. Laurel sat down next to her and said hello to the doctor. I was just telling your sister, he said in precisely the sort of professional, caring tone Laurel would have used to play a health worker delivering bad but inevitable news, that in my opinion we've exhausted every avenue of treatment. It won't come as a surprise to you, I think, when I tell you that it's now just a matter of managing the pain and keeping her as comfortable as we can. Laurel nodded. My sister tells me our mother wants to come home, Dr. Cotter. Is that possible? We wouldn't have a problem with that. He smiled. Naturally, if she wanted to remain in the hospital, we'd be able to accommodate that wish too. In fact, most of our patients stay with us until the end. The end. Rose's hand reached for Laurel's beneath the table. But if you're willing to care for her at home... We are, Rose said quickly. Of course we are. Then I think now is probably the right time for us to talk about you taking her home. Laurel's fingers itched for their lack of a cigarette. She said, Our mother doesn't have long. It was a statement rather than a question, a function of Laurel's own processing of the fact, but the doctor answered nonetheless. I've been surprised before, he said, but in response to your question, no, she doesn't have long. London, said Rose, as they walked together down the flecked linoleum hospital corridor towards their mother's room. 15 minutes had passed since they'd bade farewell to the doctor, but Rose was still clutching a soggy tissue in her fist. A meeting for work, then, is it? Work? What work? I told you, Rose, I'm on a break. I wish you wouldn't say that, lol. You make me nervous when you say things like that. Rose lifted a hand to acknowledge a passing nurse. Things like what? You, having a break. Rose stopped and shuddered. Her wild and woolly hair shook with her. She was wearing denim overalls with a novelty brooch on the bib in the shape of a fried egg. It isn't natural. It isn't normal. You know I don't like change. It makes me worry. Laurel couldn't help laughing. There's nothing to worry about, Rosie. I'm simply popping up to Euston to look at a book. A book. Some research I'm doing. Ha! Rose started walking again. Research. I knew you weren't really taking a break from work. Oh, lol. What a relief, she said, fanning her tear-stained face with her hand. I have to say I feel so much better. Well then, Laurel said, smiling, I'm glad to have been of service. It had been Jerry's idea to start the search for Vivien at the British Library. A late-night Google session had led them only to Welsh rugby sites and other dead ends in curious far-flung undulations of the web, but the library, Jerry insisted, wouldn't disappoint. 3 million new items every year, lol, he'd said as he filled in the registration details. That's 6 miles of shelf space. They're bound to have something. He'd grown excited when he described the online service. "They'll mail copies of whatever you find directly to your house." But Laurel had decided, perversely, said Jerry with a smile, that it was easier simply to make the trip in person. Perversity be damned, Laurel had played in detective series before. She knew sometimes there was nothing for it but to pound the pavement in a search for clues. What if the information she found led to more? Far better to be in situ than to have to make another electronic order and wait. Far better to be doing than waiting. They reached Dorothy's door and Rose pushed it open. Their mother was asleep on her bed, seemingly thinner and weaker than she had been even the morning before, and it struck Laurel abruptly that her decline was becoming more rapid. The sisters sat together for a time, watching as Dorothy's chest gently rose, gently fell, and then Rose took a dusting cloth from her handbag and started wiping around the display of framed photographs. "I suppose we ought to pack these up," she said softly. "Ready to take home?" Laurel nodded. "They're so important to her photos. They always have been, haven't they?" Laurel nodded again, but she didn't speak. Mention of photos had got her thinking about the one of Dorothy and Vivien together in wartime London. It had been dated May 1941, the same month their mother started to work at Grandma Nicholson's boarding house, and Vivien Jenkins was killed in an air raid. Where had the photograph been taken, she wondered, and by whom? Was the photographer someone the girls had known? Henry Jenkins, perhaps? Or Ma's boyfriend, Jimmy? Laurel frowned. So much of the puzzle still seemed out of reach. The door opened then, and sounds of the outside world drifted through in the wake of their mother's nurse. People laughing, buzzers sounding, phones ringing. Laurel watched as the nurse moved efficiently about the room, checking Dorothy's pulse, her temperature, marking things down on that chart at the end of the bed. She offered Laurel and Rose a kind smile when she had finished, and told them she'd hold on to their mother's lunch, in case she woke later and was hungry. Laurel thanked her, and she left, closing the door behind her, and casting the room back into a still, silent terminus in which to wait. Wait for what, though? No wonder Dorothy wanted to go home. "Rose," said Laurel suddenly, watching as her sister straightened the clean photo frames. "Hmm? When she asked you to get that book for her, the one with the photograph inside, was it strange to see inside her trunk? More to the point, was there anything else in there that might help solve Laurel's mystery?" She wondered whether there was any way to ask without tipping Rose off to her search. "Not really. I didn't think much about it, to be honest. I went as quickly as I could, for fear she'd follow me up the stairs if she thought I was taking too long. Thankfully, she was sensible and stayed in bed where I'd put her." Rose gasped. "What? What is it?" Rose sighed with relief, brushing her hair from her forehead. "No, it's all right," she said, shaking her hand. "I just couldn't for the life of me remember what I'd done with the key. She was being difficult, you see. She came over all agitated when she saw I'd found the book. She was pleased, I think. I mean, she must have been. It was she who'd wanted it in the first place. But she was snippy, too, quite irascible. You know how she can get." "You've remembered now, though?" "Oh, yes, of course. It's back on her bedside table." She shook her head at Laurel and smiled guilelessly. "Really, I wonder about my brain sometimes." Laurel smiled back. Dear, innocent Rose. "Sorry, Lol, you were asking me something. About the trunk?" "Oh, no, it was nothing. Just making conversation." Rose glanced at her watch then, and announced she'd have to leave to collect her granddaughter from nursery. "I'll pop in later tonight, though, and I think Iris is in tomorrow morning. Between us, we ought to be able to get everything packed for the move on Saturday. You know, I almost feel excited." But then her face clouded. "I expect that's a terrible thing to feel under the circumstances." "I don't think there are any rules about such things, Rosie." "No, perhaps you're right." Rose leaned down to kiss Laurel's cheek, and then she was gone, leaving behind a trail of her lavender fragrance. It had been different with Rose in the room, another moving, bustling, breathing body. Without her, Laurel was even more conscious than before of just how faded and still her mother had become. Her phone beeped with an incoming message, and she leapt to check it, clutching gratefully at the lifeline to the outside world. It was a form email from the British Library, confirming that the book she'd ordered would be available the following morning and reminding her to bring identification to complete her registration for a reader's pass. Laurel read it through twice and then slid the phone reluctantly back into her bag. The message had offered a moment of welcome distraction. Now she was back where she'd started, in the stultifying stasis of the hospital room. She could stand it no longer. The doctor had said her mother would most likely sleep all afternoon due to her pain medication. But Laurel took up the photo album anyway. She sat close to the bedside and started at the beginning. The photograph taken when Dorothy was a young woman, working for Grandma Nicolson at her seaside boarding house. She made her way through the years, recounting her family's story, hearing the reassuring sound of her own voice, feeling vaguely that by continuing to speak in such a normal way, she might somehow keep life in the room. Finally, she reached a photograph of Jerry on his 2nd birthday. It had been taken early as they gathered the picnic together in the kitchen, just before they set off for the stream. Teenage Laurel, look at that fringe, had Jerry on her hip, and Rose was tickling his tummy, making him gurgle and laugh. Iris's pointed finger had made it into the shot, angry about something, no doubt, and Ma was in the background, hand to her head as she regarded the contents of the hamper. On the table, Laurel's heart almost stopped. She'd never noticed it there before. Was the knife, right by the vase of dahlias. "Remember it, Ma," Laurel found herself thinking. "Pack the knife, and you'll never need to come back to the house. None of it will happen. I'll climb down from the treehouse before the man walks up the driveway, and no one will be any wiser that he came that day." But it was childish logic. Who was to say Henry Jenkins wouldn't have come back again if he'd found the house empty? And perhaps his next visit would have been even worse. The wrong person might have been killed. Laurel closed the album. She'd lost the spirit for narrating the past. Instead, she smoothed her mother's sheet across her chest and said, "I went to see Jerry last night, Ma." From nowhere, as if a sound upon the wind. Jerry. Laurel glanced at her mother's lips. They were still, but slightly parted. Her eyes were closed. "That's right," she said more eagerly. "Jerry. I went to see him in Cambridge. He was so well, such a clever boy. He's mapping the sky. Did you know? Did you ever think that little boy of ours would do such incredible things? He says they're talking about sending him to research for a time in the States. A tremendous opportunity." Opportunity. Ma breathed the word. Her lips were dry, and Laurel reached for the cup of water, feeding the bendy straw gently into her mouth. Her mother drank stiltedly, not a lot. Her eyes opened slightly. "Laurel," she said softly. "I'm here. No need to fret." Dorothy's delicate eyelids quivered with the effort of staying open. "It seemed She was breathing shallowly. It seemed harmless. What did? Tears had begun, not so much to fall as to seep from her eyes. The deep lines of her pale face glistened. Laurel took a tissue from the box and patted her mother's cheeks, as tenderly as she would a small, frightened child. What seemed harmless, Ma? Tell me. It was an opportunity, Laurel. I took... Took what? A jewel? A photograph? Henry Jenkins' life? Dorothy clutched Laurel's hand tighter and opened her watery eyes as wide as she could manage. There was a new note of desperation in her voice when she continued, determination, too, as if she'd been waiting a long time to say these things, and despite the fierce effort it took, she was going to finish. It was an opportunity, Laurel. I didn't think it would hurt anybody. Not really. I just wanted... I thought I deserved... that it was fair. Dorothy drew a raspy breath then that sent jitters down Laurel's spine. Her next words spooled out like a spider's thread. Do you believe in fairness? That if we're robbed, we should be able to take something back for ourselves? I don't know, Ma. Every ounce of Laurel ached to see her mother, the ancient, ailing woman who'd chased away monsters and kissed away tears, racked now by guilt and contrition. She wanted desperately to offer comfort. She wanted equally to know what her mother had done. She said gently, I suppose it depends on what it is that's stolen from us, and what it is we propose to take for ourselves in return. The intensity of her mother's expression dissolved, and her eyes watered now at the brightness of the window. Everything, she said. I felt that I'd lost everything. Later that afternoon, Laurel sat smoking in the middle of the Greenacres' attic floor. The bleached boards were smooth beneath her, solid, and the last of the late afternoon sun fell through the tiny four-paned window in the roof's peak, landing like a spotlight on her mother's locked trunk. Laurel drew slowly on her cigarette. She'd been sitting there for half an hour now, with only her ashtray, the trunk's key, and her conscience for company. The key had been easy enough to find, tucked where Rose had said it would be, right at the back of their mother's bedside table drawer. All Laurel had to do now was slip it into the padlock, twist, and she'd know. But know what? More about the opportunity Dorothy had glimpsed? What it was she'd taken or done? It wasn't that she expected to find a full written confession inside. Nothing like that. Only that it seemed an important, rather obvious place to look for clues to her mother's mystery. Surely if she and Jerry were going to tear around the country troubling other people for information that might help fill in the blanks, it was a somewhat glaring oversight not to have done what they could at home first. And really, it was no more invasive of her mother's privacy than the digging they'd started to do elsewhere, was it? Opening the trunk was no worse than talking to Kitty Barker, or chasing Dr. Rufus's notes, or going to the library tomorrow in search of Vivien Jenkins. It just felt worse. Laurel eyed the padlock. With her mother out of the house, she was just about able to convince herself it was no big deal. Ma had let Rose retrieve the book for her, after all, and she didn't play favourites, except where Jerry was concerned, and they were all guilty of that. Ergo, Ma wouldn't mind Laurel seeing inside the trunk either. tenuous logic, perhaps, but it was all she had. And once Dorothy came home to Greenacres, it all turned to dust. There was no way, Laurel knew, she'd be able to go through with the search with her mother just downstairs. It was now or never. "Sorry, Ma," said Laurel, ridding herself of her cigarette with a decisive squish, "but I have to know." She stood up carefully, feeling like a giantess as she went to the sloping edge of the attic. She knelt to insert the key and crack the padlock open. This was the moment. She felt it in her heart. Even if she never opened the lid, the crime was already committed. Better then, surely, to be in for a pound as for a penny. Laurel stood and started to lift the old trunk's lid. She didn't look, though. The stiff leather hinges creaked with paucity of use, and Laurel held her breath. She was a child again, breaking a rule set in stone. Her head felt light, and now the lid was open, as far as it could go. Laurel took her hand away, and the hinges strained beneath its weight. Drawing in a deep breath of resolution, she crossed the Rubicon and looked inside. There was something on top, an envelope, old and a bit yellowed, that had been addressed to Dorothy Nicolson at Greenacres Farm. The stamp was olive green and featured a young Elizabeth in her coronation robes. Laurel felt a sudden quiver of memory when she saw that image of the Queen, as if it were important, though how, she couldn't guess. There was no sender's address, and she bit down on her lip as she opened the envelope and slipped a cream card from inside. There were 2 words written across it in black ink. "Thank you." Laurel turned it over and found nothing more. She agitated the card back and forth, wondering. There were lots of people who might have had reason to thank her mother over the years, but to do so in such an anonymous way, no return address, no name at the bottom of the card, was decidedly odd. The fact that Dorothy had kept it under lock and key, odder still. Evidence, Laurel realized, that her mother must have known precisely from whom it had come. Further, that whatever the person was thanking Ma for was something secret. All of which was exceedingly mysterious, sufficiently so to quicken Laurel's heart, but not necessarily relevant to her search. Conversely, there was every chance it was the vital clue, but Laurel couldn't think there was any way of knowing that for sure, not at this point, not unless she asked her mother outright, and she didn't intend to do that. Yet. She returned the card to its envelope and slipped it down the inside edge of the trunk, where it lodged beside a little figurine made of wood. Mr. Punch, Laurel realized with a half-smile, thinking of the holidays they used to have at Grandma Nicholson's. There was another item in the trunk, an object so large it almost filled the whole space. It looked like a blanket, but when Laurel reached in, drew it out and shook it to full length, she saw it was a coat, a rather tatty fur that must once have been white. Laurel held it by the shoulders at arm's length, letting it hang, sizing it up the way one might when deciding whether to purchase a jacket in a shop. The wardrobe at the far end of the attic had a mirrored door. They used to play inside that wardrobe when they were children, at least Laurel had. The others had been too frightened, which made it the perfect place for her to hide from them when she needed the freedom to disappear inside her made-up stories. Laurel took the coat to the wardrobe and slipped her arms into its sleeves. She regarded herself, turning slowly from one side to the other. The coat fell just past her knees, with buttons down the front and a belt around the middle. It was a lovely cut, no matter what you thought of fur. The attention to detail, the line. Laurel was willing to bet someone had paid a lot of money for this coat, back when it was new. She wondered if that person had been her mother, and if so, how a young girl working as a maid had afforded such a fine thing. As she watched her reflection, a distant memory came. It wasn't the first time Laurel had worn the coat. It had been a rainy day, back when she was just a girl. They'd been driving their mother crazy all morning, running up and down the stairs, and Dorothy had banished them to the attic for a game of dressing up. The Nicholson children had an enormous dressing-up box that their mother kept stocked with old hats and shirts and scarves, funny things she found along the way that might be turned by childish magic into something fine. While her sisters draped themselves in the old favourites, Laurel had spied a bag in the corner of the attic, something white and furry poking from its top. She'd taken out the coat and put it on at once. Then she'd stood before this very mirror, admiring herself, thinking how grand it made her look, like a wicked but wonderful snow queen. Laurel was a child, and therefore she didn't see the thinning patches of fur, nor the dark stains around the hem, but she did recognize the sumptuous authority inherent in such a coat. She spent a marvellous few hours ordering her sisters into cages, threatening to set her wolves upon them if they didn't follow her orders, cackling with evil laughter. By the time their mother called them down for lunch, Laurel had become so attached to the coat and its curious power that she didn't consider taking it off. Dorothy's expression when she saw her eldest daughter arrive in the kitchen had been hard to read. She hadn't been pleased, but she hadn't shouted either. It had been worse than that. Her face had drained of all colour, and her voice when she spoke was trembling. "Take it off," she'd said. "Take it off, now." When Laurel didn't leap directly to action, her mother had come quickly to where she was standing and started pulling the coat from her shoulders, muttering about the day being too hot, the coat too long, the attic ladder too steep for wearing such a thing. Why, she was lucky not to have tripped and fallen and killed herself. She had glanced at Laurel then, the fur coat bundled in her arms, and the look on her face had been almost accusatory, a mixture of distress and betrayal. Almost fear. For a single awful moment, Laurel had thought her mother might be going to cry. She didn't, though. She ordered Laurel to sit down at the table, and then she disappeared, taking the coat with her. Laurel didn't see the fur again. She'd asked about it once, some months later when she needed a costume for a play at school, but Dorothy had only said, without meeting Laurel's eyes, "That old thing. I threw it out. It was nothing more than food for the rats up there in the attic." But here it was now, hidden away in her mother's trunk, kept for decades under lock and key. Laurel exhaled thoughtfully, tucking her hands inside the pockets of the coat. There was a hole in the satin lining of one, and her fingers slipped right through. She touched something. It felt like the corner of a piece of cardboard. Laurel caught hold of whatever it was and drew it out through the hole. It was a piece of white card, neat, rectangular, with something printed on it. The type had faded, and Laurel had to take it to the remaining patch of sunlight to make out the words. It was a train ticket, she realised, stamped with a single fare from London to the station nearest Grandma Nicholson's town. The date on the ticket was the 23rd of May, 1941. Chapter 20. London, February 1941. Jimmy hurried across London, an unfamiliar spring in his step. It had been weeks since he'd had any contact with Dolly. She'd refused to see him when he tried to visit her at Camden Grove, and she hadn't answered any of his letters. But now, finally, this. He could feel a letter in his pocket, the same one in which he'd carried the ring that awful night. He hoped it wasn't an ill omen. The letter had arrived at the newspaper office earlier in the week, a simple note imploring him to meet her at the park bench in Kensington Gardens, the one nearest the Peter Pan sculpture. There was something she needed to talk to him about, something she hoped might please him. She'd changed her mind and wanted to marry him. That had to be it. Jimmy was trying to be wary. He hated to jump to conclusions, not when he'd suffered so hard after she'd turned him down, but he couldn't stop his thoughts. Admit it, his hopes, from going there. What else could it be? Something that would please him. There was only one thing he could think of that would do that. God knew Jimmy could do with some good news. They'd been bombed out 10 days before. The whole thing had come out of nowhere. There'd been a lull lately, more eerie in its way than the worst of the Blitz. All that quietude and peace had a way of getting people on edge. But on the 18th of January, a stray bomb had fallen right on top of Jimmy's flat. He'd come home from a night out working and seen the telltale mayhem as he turned the corner. God, but he'd held his breath as he ran towards the fire and ruins. He'd stopped hearing anything but his own voice and his own body working, breathing and pumping blood as he combed through the wreckage, shouting his father's name, cursing himself for not having found a safer place, for not having been there when the old man needed him most. When Jimmy turned up Finchy's crushed cage, he'd let out a startling animal noise of pain and grief, the sort he hadn't known himself capable of making. And he'd had the god-awful experience of suddenly inhabiting a scene from one of his photographs, except the ruined house was his house, the discarded possessions his possessions, the lost loved one his dad. And he'd known then that no matter how much praise his editors heaped upon him, he'd failed gravely in his attempts to capture the truth inherent in that moment, the fear and panic and startling realness of having suddenly lost everything. He turned away and dropped, bone heavy, to his knees. And that was when he'd seen Mrs. Hamblin from the flat next door, waving dazedly at him from across the street. He'd gone to her, taken her in his arms, and let her sob against his shoulder. And he'd wept too, hot tears of helplessness and anger and sorrow. And then she lifted her head and said, "Have you seen your dad yet?" And Jimmy had answered, "I couldn't find him." And she'd pointed down the street. "He went with the Red Cross, I think. A lovely young medic offered him a cup of tea. And you know what he's like for tea. Jimmy hadn't stuck around to hear more. He'd started running towards the church hall where he knew the Red Cross would be. He'd burst through the front doors and seen his father almost right away. The old boy was sitting at a table with a cup of tea in front of him and Finchy on his forearm. Mrs. Hamblin had got him to the shelter in time, and Jimmy didn't think he'd ever been so grateful to a person in his life. He'd have given her the world if he could, so it was a great pity he owned nothing fit for giving. He'd lost all his savings in the blast, along with everything else. He'd been left with the clothes on his back and the camera he'd been carrying. And thank God for that. What would he have done otherwise? Jimmy flicked his hair out of his eyes as he walked. He had to put his father out of his mind. Their cramped, temporary digs. The old man made him vulnerable, and he didn't want to be weak today. He couldn't afford to be. Today was about being in control. Dignified, maybe even a little standoffish. It was hatefully proud of him, perhaps, but he wanted Dolly to see him and know she'd made a mistake. He hadn't dressed up like a monkey in his father's suit this time. He couldn't, but he'd made an effort. He turned off the street and into the park, making his way past the lawn that had been given over to Victory Vegetable Gardens, along the paths that seemed naked without their iron railings, and he prepared himself to see her again. She'd always had a power over him, a way, just by looking, of bending him to her will. Those eyes, bright with laughter, that had watched him over the top of her cup of tea in a Coventry cafe. The curl of her lips when she smiled. A little bit teasing at times, but God, so exciting, so full of life. He was warming now just at the thought of her, and he took himself in hand, concentrated on remembering exactly how much she'd hurt him, embarrassed him, too. The look on the waiters' faces when they saw Jimmy alone in the restaurant, still holding the ring. He'd never forget the way they'd looked at him, the way they must have laughed when he left. Jimmy stumbled on the edge of the path. Christ, he had to take control, quell his optimism and longing, safeguard himself against the possibility of further disappointment. He did his best. He really did. But he'd loved her too long, he supposed. Later, when he was back at home, when he thought back over the day's events. And love made fools of men. Everyone knew that. Case in point, entirely without meaning to, and against his better judgment, when Jimmy Metcalf got near the meeting place. He began to jog. Dolly was sitting on the bench, exactly where she'd said she'd be. Jimmy saw her first and stopped short, catching his breath and straightening his hair, his cuffs, his posture, while he watched her. His initial excitement turned quickly to wonder. It had only been 3 weeks, though the circumstances of their separation made it feel more like 3 years. But she changed. She was Dolly. She was beautiful. But there was something wrong with her. He knew it even from a distance. Jimmy felt suddenly dislocated. He'd been ready to be tough, petulant if pushed, but to see her sitting there, arms wrapped around her body, eyes downcast, smaller somehow than he remembered, it was the last thing he'd expected, and it caught him off guard. She saw him then and smiled, a tentative brightening of her face. Jimmy returned it and started towards her, wondering what on earth could possibly have happened, whether someone had hurt her, done something to knock the spirit clean out of her, knowing at once that he'd kill them if they had. She stood as he drew near, and they embraced, her bones fine and bird-like beneath his hands. She wasn't wearing enough clothing. It had been snowing on and off, and her tatty old fur coat wasn't warm enough. She held on to him for a long time, and Jimmy, who'd been so hurt, so furious at the way she'd treated him, at her refusal to explain herself, who'd promised himself to keep the bitterness uppermost in his mind when he saw her today, found that he was stroking her hair the way he would a lost and vulnerable child. "Jimmy," she said finally, her face still pressed against his shirt. "Oh, Jimmy." "Shush," he said. "There now. Don't cry." She did, though, light, soft tears that didn't seem to end, and she gripped the sides of his chest with her hands, making him feel concerned, and oddly excited, too. God, what the hell was the matter with him? "Oh, Jimmy," she said again, "I'm so sorry. I'm so ashamed." "What are you talking about, doll?" He took her shoulders, and reluctantly she met his eyes. "I made a mistake, Jimmy," she said. "I've made so many. I should never have treated you that way. That night in the restaurant. What I did, leaving like that, walking away. I'm so sorry." He didn't have a handkerchief, but he had a lens cloth, and he used it to wipe her cheeks gently dry. "I don't expect you to forgive me," she said, "and I know we can't go back in time. I do know that, but I had to tell you. I felt so guilty, and I needed to apologize in person so you could see that I meant it." She blinked through her tears and said, "I do mean it, Jimmy. I'm so very sorry." He nodded then. He ought to have said something, but he was too surprised and touched to find the right words. It seemed to be enough, because she smiled, more broadly now, in reply. Jimmy saw a flash of her old vibrancy in the smile, and it made him want to freeze her in that moment so it couldn't disappear again. She was the sort of person who needed to be kept happy, he realized. Not as a matter of selfish expectation, but as a simple fact of design. Like a piano or a harp, she'd been made to function best at a certain tuning. There, she let out a relieved sigh. I did it. You did it, he said, his voice catching, and he couldn't help himself. He traced the shape of her top lip with his finger. She pressed her lips to kiss it lightly and then closed her eyes. Her lashes were dark and wet against her cheeks. She stayed like that for a time, as if she too wanted somehow to stop the world from spinning onwards. When she finally pulled away, she glanced up at him shyly. "So," she said. "So?" He took out his cigarettes and offered her one. She took it gladly. "You read my mind. I'm all out." "That's not like you." "No. Well, I've changed, I suppose." She said it casually, but it tallied so completely with what he'd seen when he first arrived that Jimmy frowned. He lit both cigarettes and then gestured with his in the direction from which he'd come. "We should go," he said. "We'll be up on spying charges if we stand here whispering any longer." They walked back to where the gates used to stand, talking like polite strangers about nothing important. When they reached the road, they stopped, each waiting for the other to decide what came next. Dolly took the initiative, turning towards him to say, "I'm glad you came, Jimmy. I didn't deserve it, but thank you." There was a note of finality in her voice that at first he didn't understand. But when she smiled bravely and held out a hand, he realized she was leaving. That she'd made her apology, done what she thought would please him, and now she was going to walk away. And in that second, Jimmy saw the truth like a shining light. The only thing that would ever please him was to marry her, to take her with him and look after her and make things right again. "Doll, wait." She hooked her handbag over her arm and started to turn away, but she looked back when he said it. "Come with me," he continued. "I'm not working until later. Let's get something to eat." Once upon a time, Jimmy would have gone about things differently, planned it all out and tried to make things perfect. But not now. Pride, perfection be damned. He was in too much of a rush. He'd seen firsthand that moments in life didn't last. One stray bomb, and it was all over. He waited only as long as it took for them to put in an order with the waitress, and then he steeled himself and said, "My offer, doll. It still stands. I love you. I've always loved you. I want nothing more than to marry you." She stared at him, wide-eyed with surprise. And who could blame her? She'd only just finished contemplating the merits of eggs over rabbit, and now this. "You do? Even after—" "Even after." He reached across the table, and she placed her small hands in his. Without her white coat, he could see scratches on her pale, thin arms. He looked back to her face, more determined than ever to take care of her. "I can't offer you a ring, doll," he said, interlacing his fingers with hers. My flat was bombed, and I lost everything. I thought I'd lost Dad for a while." Dolly nodded slightly, apparently still stunned, and Jimmy went on. He had the vague sense he was veering off course, saying too much, not saying the right things, but he couldn't seem to stop. "I didn't, thank God. He's a survivor, my Dad. He was with the Red Cross by the time I got to him, making himself comfy with a hot cup of tea." Jimmy smiled briefly at the memory, and then shook his head. "Anyway, my point is that the ring was lost. I'll buy you a new one as soon as I can, though." Dolly swallowed, and her voice when she spoke was soft, sad. "Oh, Jimmy," she said, "how little you must think of me to believe that I'd care about a thing like that." It was Jimmy's turn for surprise. "You don't?" "Of course not. I don't need a ring to bind me to you." She squeezed his hands and her eyes shone with tears. "I love you too, Jimmy. I always have. What can I ever do to convince you of that?" They ate quietly, taking turns to look up from their meal and smile at the other. When they had finished, Jimmy lit a cigarette and said, "I suppose your old lady will want you to marry out of Camden Grove." Her face fell when he said it. "Doll? What is it?" She told him everything then, that Lady Gwendolen had died, and that she, Dolly, was no longer at Camden Grove, but living again in the tiny room on Rillington Place, that she'd been left with nothing and was working long shifts in a munitions factory to pay for her board. "But I thought Lady Gwendolen had undertaken to leave you something in her will," said Jimmy. "Isn't that what you told me, doll?" She glanced towards the window, a bitter expression washing away the happiness of moments ago. "Yes," she said. "She promised me, but that was before things changed." From the drawn look on her face, Jimmy knew that whatever it was that had happened between Dolly and her employer was responsible for the dispiritedness he'd sensed in her earlier. "What things, doll? What changed?" She didn't want to recount the story, he could tell that much from the way she refused to look at him. But Jimmy needed to know. It was selfish, but he loved her. He was going to marry her, and he refused to let her off the hook. He sat silently, making it clear he'd wait as long as it took. And she must have realized he wouldn't take no for an answer, because finally she sighed. A woman interfered, Jimmy. A powerful woman. She took against me and made it her business to make my life a misery. She glanced back from the window towards him. I was all alone. I didn't stand a chance against Vivien. Vivien? From the canteen? But I thought you were friends. So did I, Dolly said, and she smiled sadly. We were, I think, at first. What happened? Dolly shivered in her thin white blouse and glanced at the table. There was something measured in her countenance, and Jimmy wondered whether she was embarrassed by what she was about to tell him. I was returning something to her. A necklace she'd lost, but when I knocked on her door, she wasn't home. Her husband let me in. I told you about him, Jimmy, the author. He asked me to come inside and wait, and I accepted. She bent her head, and her curls shook gently. Perhaps I shouldn't have. I don't know, because when Vivien arrived home and saw me, she was furious. I could see it in her face. She suspected us of, well, you can imagine. I tried to explain. I was sure I'd be able to make her see sense. But then she turned her attention back to the window, and a strain of weak sunlight caught her high cheekbone. Well, let's just say I was wrong. Jimmy's heart had started to pound. He felt indignation, but also dread. What did she do, doll? Her throat moved, a quick up and down motion as she swallowed, and Jimmy thought she might be going to cry. She didn't, though. She turned to face him, and her expression, so sad, so hurt, made something inside him break. Her voice was barely a whisper. She invented terrible lies about me, Jimmy. She painted me as false in front of her husband. But then, far worse, she told Lady Gwendolen I was a thief and couldn't be trusted. But that's... He was dumbfounded, outraged on her behalf. That's contemptible. The worst of it, Jimmy, is she's a liar herself. She's been having an affair for months now. Remember at the canteen when she told you about that doctor friend of hers? The fellow who runs the children's hospital? It's all a front. I mean, the hospital's real enough, the doctor too. But he's her lover. She uses it as a cover so no one thinks twice when she goes to visit. She was shaking, he noticed, and who could blame her? Who wouldn't be upset to discover that their friend had betrayed them in such a cruel way? Doll, I'm sorry. There's no need to pity me, she said, trying so hard to be brave it made him ache inside. It hit pretty hard, but I promised myself I wouldn't let her beat me. That's my girl. It's just... The waitress arrived to clear their plates, glancing between them as she fumbled with Jimmy's knife. She thought they were fighting, Jimmy realized. The way they'd fallen silent when she came near. The way Doll had quickly turned her head away while Jimmy struggled to respond to the waitress's practiced chit-chat. Big Ben's not skipped a beat, you know. As long as St. Paul's is still standing. She was stealing glances now at Dolly, who was doing her best to hide her face. Jimmy could see her profile, though, and her bottom lip had begun to tremble. That's all, he said, trying to hurry the waitress along. That's all, thank you. Now, Puddin', I could tell you the... No, that's all. She sniffed. As you like, and turned on her rubber heel. Doll? Said Jimmy, when they were alone again. You were saying something? Her fingers were pressed lightly against her mouth to stop from crying. It's just that I loved Lady Gwendolen, Jimmy. I loved her like a mother. And to think she went to her grave believing me a liar and a thief. She broke off, and tears began to slip down her cheeks. Shh, there now. Please don't cry. He moved to sit beside her, kissing away each new tear as it fell. Lady Gwendolen knew how you felt about her. You showed her every day. And you know what? What? You were right. You're not going to let Vivien beat you. I'm going to make sure of it. Oh, Jimmy. She played with the loose button on his shirt, twisting it on its thread. It's so kind of you. But how? How will I ever win against someone like her? By leading a long and happy life. Dolly blinked at him. With me. He smiled, tucking a strand of her hair behind her ear. We're going to beat her together by getting married and saving our pennies, and then moving away to the seaside or the country, whichever you prefer, just like we always dreamed of. We're going to beat her by living happily ever after. He kissed the tip of her nose. Right? A moment passed, and then she nodded slowly. A little doubtfully, it seemed to Jimmy. Right, doll? This time she smiled. It was slight, though, and slipped as quickly as it had come. She sighed, resting her cheek in her hand. I don't mean to be ungrateful, Jimmy. I just wish we could do it sooner. Go away right now and make a fresh start. I sometimes think it's the only way I'll get better. It won't be long, doll. I'm working all the time, taking photographs every day, and my editor's positive about my future. I reckon if I... Dolly gasped and gripped his wrist. Jimmy stopped midway. Photographs, she said, her breath catching. Oh, Jimmy, you've just given me an idea. A way we can have everything right now. The seaside and all the rest you were talking about. And we can teach Vivien a lesson at the same time. Her eyes were shining. That's what you want, isn't it? To go away together. To start a new life. You know it is, but the money, doll, I don't have... You're not listening to me. Don't you see? That's exactly what I'm saying. I know a way for us to get the money. Her eyes were fixed on his. Bright now, almost wild. And although she hadn't told him the rest of her idea, something inside him began to sink. Jimmy refused to let it. He wouldn't let anything ruin this happy day. Do you remember, she said, taking one of his cigarettes from the packet on the table, you once said you'd do anything for me? Jimmy watched her strike the match. He remembered saying it. He'd meant it, too. But something in the way her eyes were gleaming, her fingers fumbling with a matchbox, filled him with foreboding. He didn't know what she was going to say next, only that he had the strongest sense he didn't want to hear it. Dolly drew hard on the cigarette, breathing out a rich stream of smoke. Vivien Jenkins is a very wealthy woman, Jimmy. She's also a liar and a cheat who went out of her way to hurt me, to turn my loved ones against me and steal the inheritance Lady Gwendolen promised. But I know her, and I know she has a weakness. Or a devoted husband who'd be heartbroken to learn she was being unfaithful. Jimmy nodded like some sort of machine, programmed to respond. Dolly continued. I know it sounds funny, Jimmy, but hear me out. What if someone were to acquire an incriminating photograph? Something showing Vivien and another man together. What about it? His voice sounded flat, not at all like his own. She glanced at him, a nervous smile starting on her lips. I have a feeling she'd pay rather a lot of money to have that photo for herself. Just enough that two young lovers who deserve a break could run away together. It occurred to Jimmy then, as he struggled to wrap his head around what she was saying, that this was all part of one of Dolly's games, that she was going to break character any minute and dissolve into laughter and say, Jimmy, I'm joking, of course. What do you take me for? But she didn't. Instead, she reached across the leather bench seat, took his hand, and kissed it gently. Money, Jimmy, she whispered, holding his hand to her warm cheek. Just like you used to talk about. Enough money for us to get married and start again and live happily ever after. Isn't that what you've always wanted? It was, of course. She knew it was. She deserves it, Jimmy. You said it yourself. She deserves to pay after everything she's done. Dolly drew on her cigarette, speaking quickly through the smoke. She was the one who convinced me to break it off with you, you know. She poisoned me against you, Jimmy. Made me think we shouldn't be together. Can't you see? She's caused us both so much pain. Jimmy didn't know how to feel. He hated what she was suggesting. He hated himself even more for not telling her so. He heard himself say, "I suppose you want me to take this photograph. Is that it?" Dolly smiled at him. "Oh, no, Jimmy, that's not it at all. There's too much chance involved, far too much risk in waiting to catch them in the act. My idea is much simpler than that. Child's play, by comparison." "Well then," he said, staring at the metal strip around the tabletop. "What is it, doll? Tell me." "I'm going to take the photograph." She gave his button a playful tweak, and it fell off in her fingers. "And you're going to be in it." Chapter 21. London, 2011. It was a smooth run down the motorway, and Laurel was driving along Euston Road by 11, scanning for car parks. She found one by the main line station and eased the little green Mini into a slot. Perfect. The British Library was only a hop, skip and a jump away, and she'd spied the black and blue awning of a Cafe Nero round the corner. All morning with no caffeine, and her brain was threatening to melt. 20 minutes later, a far more focused Laurel was making her way across the grey and white library foyer, towards the reader registration office. The young woman with a name tag that read Bonnie didn't appear to recognise her, and having caught a glimpse of herself coming through the glass entry door, Laurel took that as a compliment. After tossing and turning most of the night, her thoughts tying themselves in knots as she wondered what her mother could possibly have taken from Vivien Jenkins, she'd slept late again this morning, and given herself only 10 minutes at Greenacres to make it from bed to car. Her speed had been commendable, but she couldn't claim to have made the transition in prize peach condition. She tousled a little life into her hair, and when Bonnie said, "Can I help you?" Laurel answered, "My dear, I most certainly hope so." She took out the piece of paper on which Jerry had written her reader number. "I believe there might be a book waiting for me in the humanities reading room." "Let's have a look, shall we?" Bonnie said, typing something on her keyboard. "I'm just going to need some ID and proof of address to complete your registration." Laurel handed over both, and Bonnie smiled. "Laurel Nicolson, just like the actress." "Yes," Laurel agreed. "Quite." Bonnie sorted out the reader's pass and pointed Laurel in the direction of the curved staircase. "You want the second floor. Go straight to the desk. You should find the book waiting for you." She did. That is, she found a most helpful gentleman, wearing a red knitted waistcoat and a tangled white beard, waiting for her. Laurel explained what she was looking for, passed him the printout she'd been given downstairs, and within moments he'd gone to the shelves behind him and was sliding a slim, black, leather-bound volume across the counter. Laurel read the title under her breath and experienced a frisson of anticipation. Henry Jenkins, an author's life, loves, and loss. She found a seat in the corner and sat down, opening the cover and breathing in the glorious, dusty scent of papery possibility. It wasn't a particularly long book, published by an imprint Laurel had never heard of, and with a distinctly unprofessional look about it. Something in the size and type of font, the lack of margins, and the few poorly reproduced photographs. It also seemed to rely rather heavily for augmentation on extracts from Henry Jenkins' novels. But it was a starting point, and Laurel was eager to get started. She scanned the table of contents, her heart beginning to trip along swiftly when she found the chapter entitled Married Life that had first sparked her interest when she saw it on the internet listing. But Laurel didn't turn straight to page 97. Every time she closed her eyes lately, the dark shape of the strange man in a black hat was there, burned onto her retina as he walked up the sunlit driveway. She drummed her fingers lightly on the contents page. Here was her chance to find out more about him, to add colour and detail to the silhouette that made her skin shrink, maybe even to discover the reason for what her mother had done that day. Laurel had been frightened before when she'd searched for Henry Jenkins on the net, but this rather insignificant book didn't scare her in the same way. The information contained within it had been published for a long time, since 1963, she saw when she checked the copyright page, which meant, allowing for natural attrition, there were likely to be very few copies in existence, most of them lost in dim, less-travelled places. This particular copy had been hidden for decades among miles and miles of other forgotten books. If Laurel found something inside she didn't like, she could just close the cover again and send it back. Never speak of it again. She hesitated, but only briefly, before steeling herself. Fingers tingling, she opened quickly to the prologue. With a deep breath of strange and sudden excitement, she began to read about the stranger on the driveway. When Henry Ronald Jenkins was 6 years old, he saw a man beaten to within an inch of his life by policemen on the high street of his Yorkshire village. The man, it was whispered amongst the gathering villagers, was a resident of nearby Deneby, a hell upon earth situated in the Valley of the Crags and considered by many to be the worst village in England. It was an incident the young Jenkins was never to forget, and in his debut novel, Mercy of the Black Diamonds, published in 1928, he gave life to one of interwar British fiction's most remarkable characters, a man of alarming truth and dignity, whose plight generated enormous sympathy from readers and critics alike. In the opening chapter of Black Diamonds, police in steel-capped boots set upon the ill-fated protagonist, Walter Harrison, an illiterate but hard-working man whose personal heartbreaks have led him to agitate for social change, and which ultimately result in his untimely death. Jenkins spoke of the real-life event and its profound influence on his work, and on my soul, in a 1935 radio interview with the BBC. I realized that day, as I watched a man reduced to nothing by uniformed officers, that there are weak and there are powerful people in our society, and that goodness is not a factor in determining into which camp one falls. It was a theme that was to find expression in many of Henry Jenkins' later novels. Black Diamonds was declared a masterpiece, and on the strength of its early reviews, became a publishing sensation. His earliest works, in particular, were lauded for their verisimilitude and for the unflinching portraits they contained of working-class life, including uncompromising depictions of poverty and physical violence. Jenkins was himself brought up in a working-class family. His father was a low-level overseer at the Fitzwilliam's collieries. He was a stern man who drank too much, but only on Saturdays, and who ran his family as though we were subordinates in the pits. Jenkins was alone among his 6 brothers in leaving behind the village and the expectations of his birth. Of his parents, Jenkins said, "My mother was a beautiful woman, but she was vain too, and disappointed by her lot. She had no real or focused idea as to how her situation might be improved, and her frustrations made her bitter. She goaded my father, badgering him constantly about whatever it was that came first to mind. He was a man of great physical strength, but too weak in other ways to be married to a woman like her. Ours was not a happy household." When asked by the BBC interviewer whether his parents' lives had furnished him with material for his novels, Jenkins laughed and then said, "More than that. They gave me a firm example of the life I wished more than anything to escape." And escape it he did. From such humble beginnings, Jenkins, by virtue of his precocious intelligence and tenacity, managed to pull himself out of the pits and take the literary world by storm. When asked by The Times about his tremendous rise, Jenkins credited a teacher at his village school, Herbert Taylor, for recognizing his intellectual aptitude as a child and encouraging him to sit scholarship examinations for several of the best public schools. When he was 10 years old, Jenkins won a place at the small but prestigious Nordstrom School in Oxfordshire. He left the family home in 1911, boarding the train alone for a journey to the unknown south. Henry Jenkins was never to return to Yorkshire. While some former public school boys, particularly those with different social backgrounds to most, speak of a miserable schooling experience, Jenkins would never be drawn on the subject, saying only that admittance to a school like Nordstrom changed my life in the very best of ways. His schoolmaster, Jonathan Carlion, said of Jenkins, "He was an incredibly hard worker. He passed his final exams with outstanding scores and went up to Oxford University the following year to study at his first preference college." While conceding Jenkins' intelligence, Oxford friend and fellow author Alan Hennessy made light-hearted reference to another pool of talents from which he had to draw. "I've never met a man with more charisma than Jenkins," he said. "If there was a girl you fancied, you learned pretty damn fast not to introduce her to Harry Jenkins. He only had to fix her with one of his famous stares, and your chances were out the window." Which is not to suggest that Jenkins abused his so-called powers. He was handsome and charming, he enjoyed the attention of women, but he was never a playboy, said Roy Edwards, Jenkins' publisher at Macmillan. Whatever effect Jenkins might have had on the fairer sex, his personal life did not enjoy the same smooth path as his publishing career. In 1930, he suffered a broken engagement to Miss Eliza Holdstock, the details of which he declined to discuss publicly, before finally marrying Vivien Longmire, the niece of his Nordstrom schoolmaster, in 1938. Despite an age difference of 20 years, Jenkins considered their marriage to be the crowning glory of my life, and the couple settled in London, where they enjoyed a happy domestic situation in the final year before the Second World War. In the lead-up to the declaration of war, Jenkins began working for the Ministry of Information. It was a position in which he excelled, a fact that came as no surprise to those who knew him well. As Alan Hennessy said, everything Jenkins did, he did to perfection. He was athletic, clever, charming. The world is made for men like him. Be that as it may, the world is not always kind to men like Jenkins. After the death of his young wife in an air raid during the final weeks of the London Blitz, Jenkins suffered from such immense grief that his life began to unravel. He was never to publish another book. Indeed, whether he continued to write at all remains a mystery, along with many other details of the last decade of his life. When he died in 1961, Henry Ronald Jenkins' star had fallen so low that the event barely registered a mention in the very newspapers that had once described him as a genius. Suggestion arose in the early 1960s that Jenkins was responsible for the acts of public indecency that had earned the perpetrator the nickname Suffolk Picnic Stalker. However, the allegations have never been proven. Regardless of whether or not Jenkins was guilty of such obscenity, that this once great man had become the subject of such speculation indicates the depth of his fall from grace. The boy whose headmaster had once referred to him as capable of achieving everything to which he set his mind, died with nothing and no one to his name. The enduring question for admirers of Henry Jenkins is how such an ending could come to the man who had once had everything, an ending that bears tragic similarities to that of his character Walter Harrison, whose fate was also to die a quiet, lonely death after a life in which love and loss had become interwoven. Laurel leaned back in her library chair and let out the breath she'd been holding. There was nothing much there she hadn't already gleaned from Google, and the relief was extraordinary. She felt 10 pounds lighter. Better yet, despite the reference to Jenkins' ignominious end, there'd been no mention at all of Dorothy Nicolson or a farmhouse called Greenacres. Thank God. Laurel hadn't realized quite how nervous she'd been about what she might find. Turned out the most disconcerting thing about the prologue was the portrait it painted of a self-made man whose success was the result of nothing more than hard work and considerable talent. Laurel had rather hoped to uncover something that justified the feelings of snarling hatred she'd developed towards the man on the driveway. She wondered whether there was a chance the biographer had got it all wrong. It was possible. Anything was possible. But even as her spirits briefly lifted, Laurel rolled her eyes. Really, her own arrogance knew no limits. A hunch was one thing. Presuming to know more on the subject of Henry Jenkins than the fellow who'd researched and written his life story, quite another. There was a photograph of Jenkins on the frontispiece of the book, and she flicked back to it, determined to look beyond the layers of menace her prejudice applied and see the charming, charismatic writer described by the prologue. He was younger in this photograph than in the one she'd seen online, and Laurel had to admit that he was handsome. In fact, it occurred to her as she studied his chiseled features. He reminded her in some way of a fellow actor she'd once been rather in love with. They'd been cast together in a Chekhov play back in the 60s and fallen into a mad, tempestuous affair. It hadn't worked out. Theatre romances rarely did. But it had been dazzling and intense while it lasted. Laurel closed the book. Her cheeks were warm, and a lovely, nostalgic feeling was stirring. Well now, that was unexpected. Rather uncomfortable, too, under the circumstances. Swallowing a small lump of disquiet, Laurel reminded herself of her purpose and made her way to page 97. With a deep, centering breath, she started on the chapter called Married Life. If Henry Jenkins had been unlucky thus far in his personal relationships, things were about to change for the better. In the spring of 1938, his former headmaster, Mr. Jonathan Carlion, invited Jenkins to return to the Nordstrom School and speak to the final year students about the travails of literary life. It was there, as he strolled across the estate by evening, that Jenkins met the headmaster's niece and ward, Vivien Longmire, 17 years old at the time, and a beauty. Jenkins wrote about their meeting in The Reluctant Muse, one of his most successful novels, and a marked departure from the gritty subject matter of his earlier work. How Vivien Jenkins felt about having the details of their courtship and early marriage written about in such a public way remains a mystery, as does the woman herself. The young Mrs. Jenkins had barely begun to leave her mark on the world when her life was cut tragically short during the London Blitz. What is known, thanks to her husband's clear adoration of his reluctant muse, is that she was a woman of remarkable loveliness and allure, about whom Jenkins' feelings were clear from the first. There came then a lengthy extract, taken from The Reluctant Muse, in which Henry Jenkins wrote rapturously about meeting and courting his young bride. Having recently suffered through the entire book, Laurel skipped over it, picking up the thread when the biographer returned his focus to the facts of Vivien's life. Vivien Longmire was the daughter of Jonathan Carlion's only sister Isabel who had eloped from England with an Australian soldier after the First World War. Neil and Isabel Longmire settled in the small cedar-getting community of Tamborine Mountain in southeast Queensland, and Vivien was the second youngest of their 4 children. For the first 8 years of her life, Vivien Longmire lived a modest colonial existence, until she was sent back to England to be raised by her maternal uncle at the school he'd built on her family's grand ancestral estate. The earliest account of Vivien Longmire comes from Miss Katie Ellis, a renowned educator who was charged with the duty of chaperoning the child on the crossing from Australia to England in 1929. Katie Ellis mentioned the girl in her memoir, Born to Teach, suggesting it was this encounter with the child that first sparked her lifelong interest in educating the young survivors of trauma. The girl's Australian aunt had issued a warning, when she asked me to act as chaperone, that the child was simple, and I wasn't to be surprised if she chose not to communicate with me on the voyage. I was young, and therefore not yet equipped to castigate the woman for a lack of compassion that bordered on callous, but I was confident enough in my own impressions not to accept her assessment. Vivien Longmire was not simple. I could tell that much by looking at her. However, I could also see what it was that made her aunt describe her thus. Vivien had an ability, which verged at times on unsettling, to sit still for very long periods of time. Her face, not blank, certainly not that, rather alight with electric thought, but privately, and in a manner that made anybody watching her feel excluded. I had been an imaginative child myself, often upbraided by my father, a strict Protestant minister, for daydreaming and writing in my journals, a habit I continue to this day, and it seemed quite clear to me that Vivien had a vibrant inner life into which she disappeared. Further, it seemed natural and understandable that a child suffering the simultaneous loss of her family, her home, and the country of her birth might necessarily seek to preserve what small certainties of identity she had left to her by internalizing them. Over the course of our long sea voyage, I was able to gain Vivien's trust sufficiently to establish a relationship that continued over many years. We corresponded by letter, with warm regularity, until her tragic and untimely death during the Second World War. And although I never taught or counselled her in an official capacity, I'm pleased to say that we became friends. She didn't have many friends. She was the sort of person others longed to be loved by, yet she did not make connections easily or lightly. Looking back, I consider it a highlight of my career that she opened up to me in detail about the private world she had constructed for herself. It was a safe place into which she retreated if ever she was scared or alone, and I was honoured to be permitted a glimpse behind the veil. Katie Ellis's description of Vivien's retreat into a private world tallies with accounts of the adult Vivien. She was attractive, the sort of person you wanted to look at, but whom afterwards you couldn't really say you knew. She gave you the feeling there was more going on beneath the surface than there seemed. In some way, it was her very self-sufficiency that made her magnetic. She didn't appear to need other people. Perhaps it was Vivien's strange, almost otherworldly air that caught the eye of Henry Jenkins that evening at the Nordstrom School. Or perhaps it was the fact that she, like him, had survived a childhood marked by tragic violence and been removed soon after to a world peopled by those with vastly different backgrounds from her own. "We were both outsiders in our way," Henry Jenkins told the BBC. "We belonged together, the two of us. I knew it the first time I laid eyes on her. Watching her walk up the aisle towards me, sublime in her white lace, was the completion, in some ways, of a journey that started when I first arrived at Nordstrom School. There was a spottily reproduced photograph of the two of them then, taken on their wedding day as they emerged from the school chapel. Vivien was gazing up at Henry, her lace veil rippling in the breeze, as he held her arm and smiled directly at the camera. The people gathered around them, tossing rice from the chapel steps, were happy, yet the photograph made Laurel sad. Old photographs often did. She was her mother's daughter, and there was something terribly sobering about the smiling faces of people who didn't yet know what fate awaited them. Even more so in a case like this one, where Laurel knew precisely the horrors that lurked around the corner. She had witnessed firsthand the violent death Henry Jenkins would suffer, and she knew, too, that young Vivien Jenkins, so hopeful in her wedding photo, would be dead a mere 3 years after it was taken. There is no doubt that Henry Jenkins adored his wife to the point of adulation. He made no secret of what she meant to him, calling her variously his grace and his salvation, expressing the sentiment on more than one occasion that without her his life would not be worth living. His claims would prove sadly prescient, for after Vivien's death in an air raid on the 23rd of May 1941, Henry Jenkins' world began to crumble. Despite being employed by the Ministry of Information and having detailed knowledge of the Blitz's heavy civilian toll, Jenkins found it impossible to accept that his wife's death could have come by such a mundane cause. In retrospect, Jenkins's rather wild claims that there was foul play involved in Vivien's death, that she'd been targeted by shady con artists, that she would never have visited the site of the air raid otherwise, were the first indications of a madness that would ultimately claim him. He refused to accept his wife's death as a simple wartime accident, vowing to catch the people responsible and bring them to justice. Jenkins was hospitalized after a breakdown in the mid-1940s, but sadly, his mania was to last the rest of his life, leading him back to the fringes of polite society, and eventually to his lonely death in 1961, a destitute and broken man. Laurel slammed the book shut, as if to trap its subject between the covers. She didn't want to read any further about Henry Jenkins' certainty that there'd been more to his wife's death than met the eye, nor his vow to find the person accountable. She had a rather pressing and unwelcome feeling that he'd done just that, and that she, Laurel, had witnessed its result. Because Ma, with her perfect plan, was the person Henry Jenkins blamed for his wife's death, wasn't she? The shady con artist who'd sought to take something from Vivien, who'd been responsible for drawing Vivien to the site of her death, a place she never would have visited otherwise. With an involuntary shudder, Laurel glanced behind her. She felt conspicuous all of a sudden, as if unseen eyes were watching her. Her stomach, too, felt as though it had turned to liquid. It was guilt, she realized. Guilt by association. She thought about her mother in the hospital, the regret she'd expressed, her talk of taking something, of being grateful for a second chance. They were stars, all of them, appearing in the dark night sky. Laurel might not like the patterns she was beginning to see, but she couldn't deny that they were there. She looked down at the biography's seemingly innocuous black cover. Her mother knew all the answers, but she hadn't been the only one. Vivien had known them too. Up to this point, Vivien had seemed a whisper, a smiling face in a photograph, a name in the front of an old book, a figment who'd slipped through the cracks of history and been forgotten. But she was important. Laurel had a sudden burning conviction that whatever had gone wrong with Dorothy's plan had everything to do with Vivien. that something intrinsic to the other woman's character made her the very worst person with whom to become entangled. Katie Ellis's account of the child Vivien was kindly enough, but Kitty Barker had described a snooty woman, a dreadful influence, who was superior and cold. Had Vivien's childhood suffering broken something inside her, hardened her, and made her into the sort of woman, beautiful and wealthy, whose very power was in her coolness, her interiority, her unattainability? The information in Henry Jenkins' biography, the way he'd been unable to live with her death and had searched over decades for those he held responsible, certainly suggested a woman whose nature proved greatly alluring to others. With a slight, dawning smile, Laurel opened the biography again and flicked quickly through the pages until she'd found the one she was after. There it was. Fumbling the pen a little with excitement, she scribbled down the name Katie Ellis and the title of her memoir, Born to Teach. Vivien might not have needed, or indeed had, many friends, but she'd written letters to Katie Ellis, letters in which, was it too much to hope, she might have confessed her deepest, darkest truths. There was every chance those letters still existed somewhere. Many people didn't keep their correspondence, but Laurel was willing to bet that Miss Katie Ellis, renowned educator and author of her own memoir, wasn't one of them. Because the more Laurel turned it over, the clearer it became. Vivien was the key. Finding out about this elusive figure was the only way to unravel Dorothy's plan. More importantly, where it all went wrong. And now, Laurel smiled, she'd caught her by the edge of her shadow. Part 3. Vivien. Chapter 22. Tambourine Mountain, Australia, 1929. Vivien was punished in the first place because she had the great misfortune of being caught out the front of Mr. McVee's Main Street shop. Her father hadn't wanted to do it. Anyone could have seen that. He was a soft-hearted man who'd had the last of his iron mined out of him in the Great War, and truth be told, he'd always admired the startling spirit of his youngest daughter. But rules were rules, and Mr. McVee kept blustering about the rod and the child, and spoiling and sparing, and a crowd was gathering, and hell, it was hot. Still, there was no way any child of his was getting hit, not by his hand, and certainly not for facing up to bullies like that Jones lad. And so, he'd done the only thing he could, forbidden her publicly from going on the outing. The punishment had been rashly chosen, and was later a source of deep regret and frequent late-night arguments with his wife, but there was no turning back. Too many people had heard him say it. The words left his mouth, and as they arrived at Vivien's ears, she knew, even at the age of 8, that there was nothing left to do but set her chin and cross her arms and show them all that she didn't give 2 hoots. She'd never wanted to go anyway. Which was how she came to be at home, alone, on the hottest day of the summer in 1929, while her family set off for the annual Cedar Getters picnic in Southport. There'd been strict instructions from Dad over breakfast, a list of things to do, and a longer list of things not to. A fair bit of agonised hand-wringing from Mum when she thought she wasn't being watched. A preventative dose of castor oil for all the kiddies, double for Vivien because she was bound to need it twice as much. And then, with an excited flurry of last-minute preparations, the rest of them had piled into the Lizzie Ford and headed off down the goat track. The house was quiet for the lack of them, and darker somehow. and the dust motes hung motionless without the usual moving bodies to orbit around. The kitchen table, where they'd laughed and argued minutes before, was cleared now of plates, spread instead with a motley assortment of jars filled with Mum's cooling jam and the notepaper Dad had laid out so that Vivien could write apology notes to Mr. McVee and Paulie Jones. So far, she'd written, "Dear Mr. McVee," scratched out the dear and put "to" above it, and then she'd sat staring at the blank page beneath, wondering how many words it would take to fill it, willing them to appear before Dad got home. When it became apparent the notes weren't going to write themselves, Vivien put down the fountain pen, stretched her arms above her head, dangled her bare feet back and forth a bit, and surveyed the rest of the room. The heavily framed pictures on the wall, the dark mahogany furniture, the cane daybed with its crocheted rug. This was indoors, she thought with distaste, the place of grown-ups and homework, the cleaning of teeth and bodies, of quiet and don't run, of combs and lace and Mum having tea with Aunt Ada, and visits from the Reverend and the doctor. It was deathly and dull, and a place she did her best to avoid. And inside of her cheek, struck by a thought, today, indoors was hers, and hers alone, most likely for the only time ever. Vivien read her sister Ivy's diary first, then combed through Robert's hobby periodicals and examined Pippin's marble collection. Finally, she turned her attention to her mother's wardrobe. She slipped her feet into the cool lining of shoes that belonged to the long-ago time of before she was born, rubbed the silky fabric of Mum's best blouse against her cheek, layered strings of shiny beads from the walnut box on top of the Duchess around her neck. In the drawer, she turned over the Egyptian coins Dad had brought back from the war, the carefully folded copy of his discharge papers, a parcel of letters tied together with a ribbon, and a piece of paper entitled Certificate of Marriage, with Mum and Dad's real names printed on it. Mum when she was Isabel Carlion of Oxford, England, and not one of them at all. The lace curtains fluttered, and the sweet, rich smell of outdoors pushed through the open sash window. Eucalypt and lemon myrtle and overripe mangoes starting to boil on her father's prized tree. Vivien folded the papers back into the drawer and jumped to her feet. The sky was cloudless, blue as the ocean, and drum-skin tight. Fig leaves glittered in the bright sunlight. Frangipanis sparkled pink and yellow, and birds called to one another in the thick rainforest behind the house. It was going to be a stinker, Vivien realised with satisfaction, and later there'd be a storm. She loved storms, the angry clouds and the first fat drops, the rusty smell of thirsty red dirt, and the lashing rain against the walls as Dad paced back and forth on the veranda with his pipe in his mouth and a shimmer in his eyes, trying to keep his thrill in check as the palm trees wailed and flexed. Vivien turned on her heel. She'd done enough exploring. There was no way she was wasting another precious second indoors. She stopped in the kitchen long enough only to pack the lunch Mum had left her, and forage for an extra couple of Anzac biscuits. A line of ants was marching round the sink and up the wall. They knew the rain was coming too. Without another glance at the unwritten letter of apology, Vivien danced out onto the back veranda. She never walked if she could help it. It was hot outside, and still, and the air was muggy. Her feet burned instantly on the wooden boards. It was a perfect day for the sea. She wondered where the others were now, whether they'd arrived yet at Southport, whether the mums and dads and kids were swimming and laughing and setting up the lunches, or whether her family had boarded one of the pleasure boats instead. There was a new jetty according to Robert, who'd been eavesdropping on Dad's old army mates, and Vivien had imagined herself dive-bombing off its end, sinking like a macadamia nut, so fast that her skin tingled and cold seawater filled her nose. She could always go down to Witch's Falls for a swim, but on a day like this, the rock pool wasn't a patch on the salty ocean. Besides, she wasn't supposed to leave the house, and one of the tattletales in town was sure to notice. Worse, if Paulie Jones was there, sunning his fat white belly like a big old whale, she didn't think she'd be able to stop herself. He ought to try calling Pippin simple again and see what happened. Vivien dared him to do it. She double dared him. Unballing her fists, she eyed the shed. Old Mac, the swagger, was down there working on repairs and was usually worth a visit. But Dad had forbidden Vivien from bothering him with her questions. He'd enough work to do, and Dad wasn't paying him money he didn't have to drink billy tea and gas bag with a little girl who had her own chores waiting for her. Old Mac knew she was at home today. He'd keep an ear out for trouble, but unless she was sick or bleeding, the shed was out of bounds. Which left only one place to go. Vivien scampered down the wide stairs, crossed the grass, rounded the garden beds, where Mum tried stubbornly to grow roses, and Dad reminded her affectionately that this wasn't England, and then, turning 3 expert cartwheels in a row, she headed for the creek. Vivien had been going there since she learned to walk, weaving between the silver gums, collecting wattle flowers and bottle brush, careful not to step on jumping ants or spiders as she slipped further and further away from people and buildings and teachers and rules. It was her favourite place in the whole world. It was her own. It belonged to her, and she to it. Today she was more eager than usual to get to the bottom. Beyond the first rock sheer, where the ground got steep and the ant mounds towered, she clutched her lunch pack and broke into a run, relishing the thump of her heart against her ribcage, the scary thrill of her legs, turning beneath her, almost tripping, sliding sometimes as she dodged branches, leapt over rocks, skidded down drifts of dried leaves. Whipbirds cheered overhead. Insects burred. The waterfall in Dead Man's Gully chipped and chattered. Fragments of light and colour jittered as she ran, kaleidoscopic. The bush was alive. The trees spoke to one another in parched old voices. Thousands of unseen eyes blinked from branches and fallen logs, and Vivien knew if she were to stop and press her ear to the hard ground, she'd hear the earth calling to her, singing sounds from ancient times. She didn't stop, though. She was desperate to reach the creek that snaked through the gorge. Nobody else knew it, but the creek was magic. There was one bend in particular where the banks widened to form a craggy circle. The bed beneath had been formed millions of years ago when the earth sighed and shifted and great rock slabs were brought together jaggedly, so what was shallow at the rims deepened and darkened suddenly at its centre. And that's where Vivien had made her discovery. She'd been fishing with the glass jars she'd pilfered from Mum's kitchen and kept now in the rotten log behind the ferns. Vivien stored all her treasures inside that log. There was always something to find within the creek's waters: eels and tadpoles, rusted old buckets from the gold rush days. Once, she'd even found a set of false teeth. On the day she found the lights, Vivien had been lying on her belly on a rock, arms stretched deep into the pool, trying to catch the biggest tadpole she'd ever seen. She swept at it and missed, swept at it and missed. And then she'd reached deeper still, so that her face was almost touching the water. And that was when she'd noticed them, several of them, all orange and twinkly, blinking at her from the very bottom of the pool. She'd thought at first it was the sun and squinted up at the distant scraps of sky to check. But it wasn't. The sky was reflected on the water surface all right, but this was different. These lights were deep, beyond the slippery reeds and moss that covered the creek bed. They were something else. Somewhere else. Vivien had given the lights a lot of thought. She wasn't one for book learning, that was Robert's thing, and Mum's, but she was good at asking questions. She'd sounded out old Mac, and then Dad, and finally she'd run into Black Jackie, Dad's tracker mate, who knew more than anyone else about the bush. He'd stopped what he was doing and planted a hand in the small of his back, arching his wiry frame. "You seen them little lights down deep in the pool, did ya?" She'd nodded, and he'd looked at her hard, without blinking. Eventually, a slight smile had skimmed his lips. "Ever touched the bottom of that pool?" "Nah." She swatted a fly from her nose. "Too deep." "Me neither." He scratched beneath the rim of his broad hat, and then he made to start again on his digging. Before he drove the shovel into the ground, he turned his head. "What makes you so sure there is one? If you haven't seen it for yourself." And that's when Vivien had realised. There was a hole in her creek that ran all the way to the other side of the world. It was the only explanation. She'd heard Dad talking about digging a hole to China, and now she'd gone and found it. A secret tunnel, a way to the Earth's core, the place from which all magic and life and time had sprung, and beyond that, to the shining stars of a distant sky. The question was, what was she going to do with it? Explore it, that's what. Vivien skidded to a halt on the big flat rock slab that formed the bridge between bush and creek. The water was still today, thick and murky in the shallows round the edges. A film of sludge from further upstream had settled across the surface like a greasy skin. The sun was directly overhead, and the ground was baking. The limbs of the towering gums creaked in the heat. Vivien tucked her lunch beneath the thick ferns arching over the rock. Something in the cool undergrowth slithered away unseen. The water was cold at first, around her bare ankles. She waded through the shallows, feet gripping to the slimy rocks, suddenly sharp in places. Her plan was to catch a glimpse of the lights to begin with, make sure they were still where they ought to be, and then she was going to swim as far down as she could to get a better look. She'd been practicing holding her breath for weeks, and had brought one of Mum's wooden clothes pegs for her nose, because Robert reckoned if she could stop the air escaping through her nostrils, she'd last for longer. When she reached the ridge where the rock floor dropped away, Vivien peered into the dark water. It took a few seconds, a bit of squinting, and a lot of leaning, but then, there they were. She grinned and almost lost her footing. Over the ridge, a pair of kookaburras chortled. Vivien hurried back to the edge of the pool, slipping sometimes in her haste. She ran across the flat rock, feet slapping wetly, and dug about in her pack to retrieve the peg. It was while she was deciding how best to fasten it that she noticed the black thing on her foot. A leech. A big, fat whopper of a thing. Vivien bent over, gripped it between her thumb and finger, and pulled as hard as she could. The slippery mongrel wouldn't come off. She sat down and had another go, but no matter how she squeezed and tugged, it wouldn't budge. The body was slimy in her fingers, wet and squishy. She steeled herself, screwed her eyes shut, and gave it one last wrench. Vivien cursed with every forbidden word. Shit! Bloody! Bugger! Bum! she'd gleaned in 8 years of eavesdropping in Dad's shed. The leech had come free, but a stream of blood flowed in its place. Her head spun woozily, and she was glad she was already sitting. She could watch old Mac take the heads off chooks, no worries. She'd held her brother Pippin's severed fingertip all the way to Doc Farrell's place after it got chopped off by the axe. She gutted fish faster and cleaner than Robert when they camped down by Nerang River. Faced with her own blood, though, she was worse than useless. She limped back down to the water's edge and dangled her foot in, swishing it this way and that. Each time she withdrew the limb, blood still streamed. Nothing for it but to wait. She sat on the rock slab and unpacked her lunch. Sliced silverside from last night's roast. Gravy glistening cold on its surface. Soft potato and yam that she ate with her fingers. A wedge of bread and butter pudding with Mum's fresh jam smeared on top. 3 Anzac biscuits and a blood orange, fresh from the tree. A clutch of crows materialized in the shadows as she ate, staring at her with cold, unblinking eyes. When she'd finished, Vivien tossed the last of her crumbs into the bush, and a weight of heavy wings beat after them. She dusted off her dress and yawned. Her foot had stopped bleeding at last. She wanted to explore the hole at the bottom of the pool, but she was suddenly tired. Extra tired. Like the girl in one of those stories Mum read to them sometimes in a faraway voice that grew less like theirs with every word. It made Vivien feel strange, that voice of their mother's. It was fancy, and while Vivien admired Mum for it, she was jealous too of this part of their mother they didn't own. Vivien yawned again, so wide that her eyes smarted. Maybe if she lay down, just for a little while. She crawled over to the edge of the rock and crept beneath the fern leaves, deep enough that when she rolled onto her back and shimmied a little to the left, the last patch of sky disappeared. Leaves lay smooth and cool beneath her, crickets ticked in the undergrowth, and a frog somewhere panted the afternoon away. The day was warm, and she was small, and it wasn't surprising that Vivien fell asleep. She dreamed about the lights in the pool, and how long it would take to swim to China, and a long jetty of hot wooden planks, her brothers and sister diving off its end. She dreamed of the storm that was coming, and Dad on the veranda, and Mum's English skin, freckled from a day by the sea, and the dinner table that night with all of them around it. The beating sun arced over the earth's surface. Light shifted and sifted through the bush. Humidity pulled the drumskin tighter, and small beads of sweat appeared at the little girl's hairline. Insects clicked and clacked. The sleeping child stirred when a fern leaf tickled her cheek, and then, "Vivien!" Her name came suddenly, skimming down the hillside, cutting through the undergrowth to reach her. She woke with a start. "Vivien!" It was Aunt Ada, Daddy's elder sister. Vivien sat up, brushing strands of hair across her damp forehead with the back of her hand. Bush bees hummed nearby. She yawned. "Young miss, if you're out here, for the love of God, show yourself." Most times, Vivien couldn't care less about being obedient, but the voice of her usually unflappable aunt was flapping so hard that curiosity got the better of her, and she rolled out from beneath the ferns, snatching up her lunch things. The sky had darkened. Clouds covered the blue sky, and the gorge was now in shadow. With a wistful glance over her shoulder at the creek, a promise to come back as soon as she could, she started for home. Aunt Ada was sitting on the back stairs, head in hands, when Vivien emerged from the bush. Some sixth sense must have told her she had company, because she glanced sideways, blinking at Vivien with the same perplexed expression she might have worn had a bush sprite appeared on the lawn before her. "Come here, child," she said finally, beckoning with one hand as she pushed herself to standing. Vivien walked slowly. There was a strange, swooping sensation in her stomach, for which she had no name, but that she would one day come to recognize as dread. Aunt Ada's cheeks were bright red, and there was something uncontrolled about her. She looked as if she were about to shout, or to clip Vivien across the ears, but she did neither, bursting into scalding tears instead and saying, "For God's sake, get indoors and wash that muck off your face. What would your poor mother think?" Vivien was indoors again. There'd been a lot of indoors since it happened. The first black week, when the wooden boxes, or caskets, as Aunt Ada called them, were laid out in the sitting room. The long nights, during which her bedroom walls retreated into the darkness. The stale, muggy days as grown-ups whispered and clicked their tongues at the suddenness of it all, and sweated into clothes already damp from the rain that bore down outside the steamy windows. She'd made a nest against the wall, tucked herself between the sideboard and the back of Dad's armchair, and that's where she stayed. Words and phrases buzzed like mosquitoes in the fug above. The Lizzie Ford. Right over the edge. Incinerated. Hardly recognizable. But Vivien blocked her ears and thought instead about the tunnel in the pond and the great engine room at its centre from which the world was spun. For 5 days she'd refused to leave the spot, and the adults had humoured her and brought plates of food and shaken their heads with kindly pity, until finally, with no obvious sign or warning, the invisible line of leniency was reeled in, and she was dragged back into the world. The wet season had set in well and truly by then, but there'd been one day when the sun had shone, and she'd felt the faint stirrings of her old self, sneaking out into the glare of the backyard and finding old Mac in the shed. He'd said very little, laying a big gnarled hand on her shoulder and squeezing hard, and then he'd handed her a hammer so she could help with the fencing. As the day wore on, she'd thought about visiting the creek, but she hadn't. And then the rain came back, and Aunt Ada arrived with boxes, and the house was packed away. Her sister's favourite shoes, the satin ones that had sat all week on the rug in the same spot she'd kicked them after Mum said they were too good for the picnic, were tossed into a box with Dad's handkerchiefs and his old belt. Next thing Vivien knew, there was a for sale sign on the front lawn, and she was sleeping on a strange floor as her cousins blinked curiously at her from their own beds. Aunt Ada's house was different from her own. The wall paint wasn't flaking. There were no ants wandering the bench tops. Cascades of garden flowers did not spill from vases. It was a house where spilling of any kind was not tolerated. A place for everything and everything in its place, Aunt Ada was fond of saying, in a voice that shrilled like a fiddle string wound too tight. While the rain continued outside, Vivien had taken to lying under the sofa in the good room, pressed against the skirting board. There was a droop of hessian lining, invisible from the door, and to squeeze beyond it was to become invisible herself. It was comforting, that torn sofa base. It reminded her of her own house, her family, their happy, tattered clutter. It brought her as close as she ever came to crying. Most times, though, she concentrated only on breathing, taking in the smallest amount of air she could, letting it out so that her chest barely moved. Hours, whole days could be passed that way. Rainwater gurgling down the drain pipe outside, Vivien's eyes closed and her ribcage steady. Sometimes she could almost convince herself she'd managed to stop time. The room's greatest virtue, though, was its designation as strictly out of bounds. The rule was laid out for Vivien on her first night in the house. The good room was to be used for entertaining, only by the aunt herself, and then only ever when the status of the guest demanded it. And Vivien had nodded solemnly, when prompted, to show that yes, she understood. And she had, perfectly. Nobody used the room, which meant that once the daily dusting was done, she could count on being alone within its walls. And so she had been, until today. Reverend Forley had been sitting on the armchair by the window for the past 15 minutes as Aunt Ada fussed over tea and cake. Vivien was stuck beneath the sofa, more specifically pinned by the depression of her aunt's backside.
"I don't need to remind you what the Lord would counsel, Mrs. Frost,"
said the Reverend in the clawing voice he saved usually for the little baby Jesus.
"Do not forget to entertain strangers, for by doing so you may be entertaining angels without realizing it."
"If that girl's an angel, then I'm the Queen of England."
"Yes, well,"
the pious chink of a spoon against porcelain,
"the child has suffered a great loss."
"More sugar, Reverend?"
"No, thank you, Mrs. Frost."
The sofa base slumped further as her aunt sighed. "We've all suffered a great loss, Reverend. When I think of my own dear brother perishing like that, falling all that way, the lot of them, the Lizzie Ford going right over the edge of the mountain. Harvey Watkins that found them said it was burned so bad he didn't know what he was looking at. It was a tragedy."
"A terrible tragedy."
"All the same," Aunt Ada's shoes shifted on the rug, and Vivien could see the toe of one scratching at the bunion trapped within the other. "I can't keep her here. I've 6 of my own, and now Mum's moving in with us. You know what she's been like since the doctor had to take her leg. I'm a good Christian woman, Reverend. I'm in church every Sunday. I do my bit for the fete and the Easter fundraiser. But I just can't do it."
"I see."
"You know yourself, the girl's not easy." There was a pause in conversation as tea was sipped, and the particular nature of Vivien's lack of easiness considered. "If it had been any of the others," Aunt Ada set her cup on its saucer, "even poor simple Pippin. But I just can't do it. Forgive me, Reverend, I know that it's a sin to say so, but I can't look at the girl without blaming her for all that's happened. She ought to have gone with them. If she hadn't got herself in trouble and been punished. They left the picnic early, you know, because my brother didn't like to leave her so long. He was always too soft-hearted." She broke off with a great gasping wail, and Vivien thought how ugly adults could be. How weak. So used to getting what they wanted that they didn't know the first thing about being brave.
There, Mrs. Frost. There.
The sobbing was thick and laboured, like Pippin's when he wanted Mum's attention. The Reverend's chair creaked, and then his feet came closer. He handed something to Aunt Ada. He must have, for she said, "Thank you," through her tears, and then blew her nose wetly.
"No, you keep it,"
the Reverend said, retreating to his chair. He sat with a heavy sigh.
"One does wonder, though, What's to become of the girl?
Aunt Ada made some small sniffly noises of recovery and then ventured,
I thought, perhaps, the church school out to way.
The Reverend crossed his ankles.
I believe the nuns take good care of the girls, Aunt Ada went on, firm but fair. And the discipline wouldn't do her any harm. David and Isabel were always too soft.
Isabel, said the Reverend suddenly, leaning forwards. What about Isabel's family? Isn't there anyone who might be contacted?
I'm afraid she never said much about them. Though, now you mention it, there is a brother, I believe.
A brother?
A schoolteacher, over in England, near Oxford, I think.
Well then.
Well then?
I suggest we start there.
You mean to contact him?
Aunt Ada's voice lightened.
We can but try, Mrs. Frost. Send him a letter.
I shall write to him myself.
Oh, Reverend.
See if the man can't be prevailed upon to act with Christian compassion.
To do the right thing.
His familial duty.
His familial duty.
There was a new giddiness in Aunt Ada's voice.
And what kind of a man wouldn't? I'd keep her myself, if I could. If it weren't for Mum and my own six and the lack of room. She stood up, and the sofa base sighed with relief. Can I get you another slice of cake, Reverend? It turned out that there was indeed a brother, and he was induced by the Reverend to behave correctly, and so, like that, Vivien's life was changed again. It all happened remarkably swiftly in the end. Aunt Ada knew a woman who knew a fellow whose sister was travelling across the ocean to a place called London to see a man about a governor's position, and she was to take Vivien with her. Decisions were made, and details moored neatly together in the stream of grown-up conversation that seemed always to flow above Vivien's head. A pair of almost new shoes were found. Her hair was forced neatly into plaits, the rest of her into a starchy dress with a ribbon sash. Her uncle drove them down the mountain and onto the railway station to meet the train for Brisbane. It was raining still, and hot with it, and Vivien drew with her finger on the steamy window. The square out front of the railway hotel was full when they arrived, but they found Miss Katie Ellis precisely where she'd arranged to meet them, beneath the clock at the ticketing window. Vivien hadn't guessed, even for a second, that there were so many people in the world. They were everywhere, each one different from the other, scurrying about their business like bull ants in the damp mess where a rotten log used to lie. Black umbrellas and large wooden containers, and horses with deep brown eyes and flared nostrils. The woman cleared her throat, and Vivien realised she'd been spoken to. She traced across her memories to recall what had been said. Horses and umbrellas, bull ants in the wet, people scurrying. Her name. The woman had asked if she was called Vivien. She nodded. You mind your manners, scolded Aunt Ada, straightening Vivien's collar. It's what your mother and father would have wanted. You say, yes, miss, when you're asked a question. Unless you disagree, of course, in which case, no, miss, will do perfectly well. The woman gave a neat smile that signalled she was making a joke. Vivien looked between the pair of expectant faces staring down at her. Aunt Ada's brows drew together as she waited. "Yes, miss," Vivien said. "And are you well this morning?" Compliance had never come naturally. Once, Vivien would have spoken her mind and shouted that she wasn't well at all. She didn't want to go. It wasn't fair and they couldn't make her. But not now. It struck Vivien that it was far easier just to say what people wanted to hear. What difference did it make anyway? Words were clumsy things. There were none she could think of to describe the bottomless black hole that had opened within her. The ache that fed upon her insides each time she thought she heard her father's footsteps coming down the hall, smelled her mother's cologne, or, worst of all, saw something she simply had to share with Pippin. "Yes, miss," she said, to the lively woman with red hair and a long, tidy skirt. Aunt Ada handed Vivien's suitcase to a porter, patted her niece's head, and told her to be good. Miss Katie Ellis checked her tickets carefully and wondered to herself whether the dress she'd packed for her interview in London would do as well as she hoped. And as the train whistled its imminent departure, a small girl wearing neat plaits and someone else's shoes climbed its iron stairs. Smoke filled the platform. People waved and hollered. A stray dog ran barking through the crowds. Nobody noticed as the little girl stepped over the shadowed threshold. Not even Aunt Ada, who some might have expected to be shepherding her orphaned niece towards her uncertain future. And so, when the essence of light and life that had been Vivien Longmire contracted itself for safekeeping and disappeared deep inside her, the world kept moving, and nobody saw it happen. Chapter 23. London, March 1941. Vivien ran into the man because she wasn't watching where she was going. She was also going very quickly. Too quickly, as was her habit. And so they collided on the corner of Fulham Road and Sydney Street on a cold, grey London day in March. "Excuse me," she said, as shock turned to contrition. "I didn't see you there." He had a slightly dazed expression on his face, and she thought at first that she'd concussed him. She said, by way of further explanation, "I go too quickly. I always have." "Speed of light and limb," her father used to say when she was small and whipping through the bush. Vivien shook the memory away. "My fault," the man said with a wave of his hand. "I can be hard to see, practically invisible sometimes. I can't tell you how much of a nuisance it is." His comment caught her unawares, and Vivien felt the beginnings of a surprised smile. It was a mistake, for he canted his head and regarded her closely, narrowing his dark eyes slightly. "We've met before." "No," she let her smile drop sharply. "I don't think so." "Yes, I'm sure of it." "You're mistaken." She nodded, signalling, she hoped, an end to the matter, and then said, "Good day now," before continuing on her way. Moments passed. She was almost at Cale Street when, "The WVS Canteen in Kensington," he called after her. "You saw my photograph and told me about your friend's hospital." She stopped. "The hospital for orphan children, right?" Vivien's cheeks flushed red-hot, and she turned and hurried back to where he stood. "Stop it!" she hissed, lifting a finger to her lips as she reached him. "Stop talking now!" He frowned, evidently confused, and she looked beyond his shoulders, back over her own, before pulling him with her behind a bomb-damaged shop front, away from the street's prying eyes.
I'm sure I made it very clear to you that you weren't to repeat what I said. So you do remember? Of course I remember. Do I look like a fool? She glanced towards the street and waited as a woman with a shopping basket idled past. When the woman was gone, she whispered, I told you not to mention the hospital to anyone. He matched her whisper. I didn't think that included you. Vivien's next sentence caught before she could say it. He was straight-faced, but something in his tone made her think that he was joking. She didn't let herself acknowledge it, though. It would only encourage him, and that was the last thing she wanted to do. Well, it did, she said. It did include me. I see. Well, now I know. Thank you for explaining it to me. A small smile played about his lips as he said, I certainly hope I haven't ruined everything by telling you your secret. Vivien realized she'd been holding his wrist, and she let it go as if it burned, taking a step backwards through the rubble, repositioning the neat roll of hair that had slipped forwards on her forehead. The ruby pin Henry had given her on their anniversary was beautiful, but it didn't grip like a Kirby. I need to be getting on now, she said curtly, and then without another word she walked as quickly as she could back to the street. She'd remembered him at once, of course. The moment they'd collided and she'd stepped back and seen his face, she'd known him. And she'd felt recognition fire like electricity right through her. She still couldn't explain it, even to herself. The dream she'd had after they met that night in the canteen. Lord, but it had been the sort to make her draw breath when its echoes came to mind the following day. It hadn't been sexual. It had been more intoxicating than that, and far more dangerous. The dream had filled her with a deep and inexplicable yearning for a faraway place and time, a desire that Vivien had thought she'd long outgrown, the absence of which she'd felt like a loved one's passing when she woke up the next morning and realized she'd have to go on without it. She'd tried everything to get it out of her head, that dream, the hungry shadows of it that refused to dissipate. She hadn't been able to meet Henry's eyes across the breakfast table without feeling sure he would see what was hidden there. She who'd become so good at hiding things from him. Wait a minute. Oh God, it was him again. He was following her. Vivien kept walking, faster now, her chin a little higher. She didn't want him to reach her. It was best for all concerned that he didn't. And yet, there was a part of her, the same incautious, curious part that had ruled her as a child and got her into so much trouble, the part Aunt Ada had despaired of and her father had nurtured, the small, concealed part that didn't seem to die no matter what was thrown at it, that wanted to know what the man from the dream would say next. Vivien cursed that part of her. She crossed the street and walked faster along the paving stones, her shoes clipping coldly. Foolish woman. He'd visited her mind that night for no reason other than that her brain had somehow thrown his image into the unconscious jumble that gave rise to dreams. Wait, he said, close behind now. God, you weren't joking about your speed. You ought to think about the Olympics. A champion like you, it'd be good for the country's morale, don't you think? She felt herself slow marginally as he reached her side, but she didn't look at him, only listened when he said, I'm sorry we got off on the wrong foot. I didn't mean to tease back there. I was just so pleased to have run into you like this. She glanced at him. Oh? Why is that? He stopped walking, and there was something in the seriousness of his expression that made her stop too. She looked up and down the street, checking she hadn't been followed by anybody else, as he said, No need to be worried. It's just,
I've been thinking a lot since we met about the hospital, about Nella, the little girl in the photo." "I know who Nella is," Vivien snapped. "I saw her just this week." "She's still in the hospital, then?" "She is." Her brevity, she saw, made him wince. Good. But then he smiled, presumably trying to thaw her. "Look, I'd like to visit her, that's all. I didn't mean to bother you, and I promise not to get in your way. If you'd take me there sometime, I'd be very grateful." Vivien knew she should say no. The last thing she needed, or wanted, was a man like him tagging along when she went to Dr. Tomalin's place. The whole affair was dangerous enough as it was. Henry was already growing suspicious. But he was looking at her so keenly, and damn it, his face was full of light and goodness somehow. Hope. And that feeling was back, the shimmering craving of the dream. "Please?" He lifted his hand towards her. In the dream, she'd held it. "You'll need to keep up," she said sharply, "and it's only this once." "What? You mean now? That's where you're headed?" "Yes, and I'm running very late." She didn't add, "thanks to you," but she hoped it was implied. "I have an appointment to keep." "I won't get in your way, promise." She hadn't meant to encourage him, but she could tell by his grin that she had. "I'll take you there today," she said, "but then you're to disappear." "You know, I'm not really invisible, right?" She didn't smile. "You're to go back to wherever it was you came from and forget all about what I told you that night in the canteen." "You have my word." He held out his hand for her to shake. "My name's—" "No." She said it quickly, and saw by his face that she'd taken him by surprise. "No names. Friends exchange names, and we're not that." He blinked and then nodded. She sounded cold. She was glad. She'd been foolish enough already. "One more thing," she said. "After I've taken you to visit Nella, I trust that you and I will never meet again." Jimmy hadn't been joking. Not entirely. Vivien Jenkins walked like someone with a target painted on her back. More aptly, like someone trying to stay 2 paces ahead of the fellow she'd reluctantly agreed to escort to a rendezvous with her lover. He had to jog a little to keep up as she hurried through the rabbit warren of riverside streets, and there was no way he'd have been able to make conversation at the same time. Just as well, too, the less said between them, the better. Like she'd said, they weren't friends, nor were they going to be. He was glad she'd spelled it out. It was a timely reminder for Jimmy, who had a habit of getting on with most people, that he didn't want to know Vivien Jenkins any more than she wanted to know him. He'd agreed to Doll's plan in the end, partly because she'd promised him no one would get hurt. "Can't you see how simple it is?" she'd said, squeezing his hand tightly in the Lion's Corner house by Marble Arch. "You bump into her accidentally, or so it seems, and while you're to-ing and fro-ing about what a coincidence it is, you tell her you'd like to visit the little girl, the one from the bomb blast, the orphan." "Nella," he'd said, watching the way the sunlight failed to bring a shine to the metal table rim. "She'll agree. Who wouldn't? Especially when you tell her how moved you were by the child's plight. Which is true, Jimmy, isn't it? You told me yourself you wanted to go and check how she was getting on." He nodded, still not meeting her eyes. So you go with her, find a way to arrange one more meeting, and then I turn up and take a photograph of the two of you, looking, close. We'll send her a letter, anonymously, of course, letting her know what I have, and then she'll be only too happy to do what's necessary to keep it secret. Dolly had killed her cigarette by stabbing it violently into the ashtray. See? It's so simple. It's foolproof. Simple, perhaps. Foolproof, even. But still, not right. It's extortion, doll, he'd said softly, and then, turning his head to look at her, it's stealing. No, Dolly was adamant. It's justice. It's what she deserves after what she did to me. To us, Jimmy. Not to mention what she's doing to her husband. Besides, she's got loads of money. She won't even miss the small amount we ask for. But her husband, he'll never know. That's the beauty of it, Jimmy. It's all hers. The house they live in on Camden Grove, the private income. Vivien's grandmother left it to her with the stipulation she was to retain control even after marriage. You should have heard Lady Gwendolen on the matter. She thought it was the most tremendous lark. He hadn't answered, and Dolly must have sensed his reluctance, because she started to panic. Her already large eyes widened imploringly, and she knotted her fingers together, prayer-like. "Don't you see?" she said. "She'll hardly feel it, but we'll be able to live together, man and wife. Happily ever after, Jimmy." He still hadn't known what to say, so he said nothing, toying with a match as the tension between them continued to swell, and his thoughts had drifted, as they always did when he was upset, like a curlicue of smoke, away from the issue at hand. He found himself thinking of his father, the room they were sharing until they found something better, and the way the old man sat at the window watching the street, wondering aloud whether Jimmy's mother would know where to find them now, wondering whether perhaps that's why she didn't come, and asking Jimmy every night if they mightn't please go back to the other flat now. He cried sometimes, and it damn near broke Jimmy's heart to hear the old man sobbing into his pillow and saying over and over to no one in particular that he just wished things could go back to how they had been. When he had children, Jimmy hoped he'd know just the right words to say to make everything better when they cried, as if the world was coming apart. But it was harder somehow when the crying person was your dad. There were so many people weeping into their pillows these days. Jimmy thought of all the lost souls he'd photographed since the war began. The dispossessed and grieving, the hopeless and the brave. And he looked at Doll, lighting another cigarette now and smoking it anxiously. So changed from that girl by the seaside with laughter in her eyes. And he thought there were probably a lot of people who'd join his father in wishing to go back. Or forwards. The match snapped between his fingers. You couldn't go backwards, could you? That was just wishful thinking. But there was another way out of now, and it was forwards. He remembered how he'd felt in the weeks after Dolly said she couldn't marry him. The vast emptiness that had stretched blackly ahead. The loneliness that had kept him awake at night, listening to his father's sobbing and the wretched, endless beating of his own heart. And he wondered finally whether there was really anything so terrible in what Doll suggested. Ordinarily, Jimmy might have answered that yes, There was. He'd once had very clear ideas about right and wrong. But now, with the war, with everything being blown to pieces around them, well, Jimmy shook his head uncertainly. Things were just different, somehow. There were times, he realised, when a person stuck to their rigid ideas at their own risk. He brought the pieces of matchstick into perfect alignment, and as he did so, Jimmy heard Doll sigh next to him. He glanced at her as she collapsed back against the leather seat and buried her face in her small hands. He noticed again the scratches on her arms, how thin she'd become. "I'm sorry, Jimmy," she said through her fingers. "I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have asked. It was just an idea. I just wanted..." Her voice was hushed now, as if she couldn't bear to hear herself speak the awful, simple truth. "She made me feel like I was nothing, Jimmy." Dolly loved to play make-believe, and there was no one like her for disappearing beneath the skin of an imagined character. But Jimmy knew her well, and in that moment her naked honesty cut him to the core. Vivien Jenkins had made his beautiful doll, who was so clever and sparkly, whose laugh made him feel more alive, who had so damn much to offer the world, feel like she was nothing. Jimmy didn't need to hear any more. "Hurry up!" Vivien Jenkins had stopped walking and was waiting for him on the doorstep of a brick building, indistinguishable from those either side, except for a brass plate on the door. Dr. M. Tomalin, M.D. She was checking the fine rose-gold wristwatch she wore like a bracelet, and her dark hair caught the sunlight as she glanced down the street behind him. "I have to move quickly, Mr." She drew a sharp breath, remembering their arrangement. "Well, you, anyway. I'm late enough as it is." Jimmy followed her inside, arriving in what once must have been the entrance hall of a grand home, but was now being used as a reception area. A woman whose pewter grey hair was styled patriotically in a determined-looking victory roll glanced up from where she sat behind a turned-leg desk. "This gentleman is here to see Nella Brown," Vivien said. The other woman's attention shifted to Jimmy, and she regarded him for an unblinking instant over the top of her half-spectacles. He smiled. She didn't. He realised that further explanation was necessary. Furthermore, it was expected. Jimmy took a step closer to the desk. He felt like a character from Dickens all of a sudden, the boy from the forge tugging his forelock in the face of greatness. "I know Nella," he said. "Sort of. That is, we met the night her family was killed. I'm a photographer for the newspapers. I've come to say hello, to see how she's doing." He made himself stop talking then. He looked at Vivien, hopeful she might step in and vouch for him. But she didn't. A clock ticked somewhere, a plane flew overhead, and at length the receptionist released a slow, considering sigh. "I see," she said, as if it were against her better judgment to admit him. "A photographer? For the newspapers? And what did you say your name was?" "Jimmy," he said, glancing again at Vivien. She looked away. "Jimmy Metcalf." He could have lied. He probably should have, but he didn't think of it in time. He hadn't had much practice with duplicity. "I just wanted to see how Nella's getting on." The woman regarded him, lips fixed neatly together, and then she nodded briefly. "All right then, Mr. Metcalf. Follow me. But I warn you, I won't have my hospital or my charges upset. Any sign of trouble, and you're out." Jimmy smiled gratefully, a little fearfully, too. She pushed her chair in neatly beneath the desk, straightened the gold cross that hung on a fine chain around her neck, and then, without a backwards glance, started up the sweeping stairs with a clarity of purpose that demanded he follow. Jimmy did. He was halfway up when he realised Vivien hadn't come with them. He turned back and saw her standing by a doorway on the far wall, tidying her hair in an oval mirror. "You're not coming?" he said. It was meant to be a whisper, but the shape of the room, the dome in the ceiling, made it echo terribly. She shook her head. "I have something else to do. Somebody to see." She flushed. "Go! Go! I can't keep talking. I'm already late." Jimmy stayed in the dormitory for about an hour, watching the little girl tap dance, and then a bell sounded and Nella said, "That's lunch," and he figured it was time to say goodbye. She held his hand as they walked together down the corridor, and when they reached the stairs, she looked up at him. "When are you coming to visit me again?" she said. Jimmy hesitated. He hadn't thought that far ahead. But when he looked at her open, earnest face, he had a sudden present memory of his mother leaving, followed by a lightning bright flash of awareness that came too fast to pin down, but which had something to do with the innocence of children, the willingness with which they trusted, and how little it took for them to put their small, soft hand in yours and presume you wouldn't let them down. He said, "How about in a couple of days' time?" And then she smiled and waved and tapped her way happily along the corridor to the dining room. "That was the very perfect thing to do," said Doll later that evening when he was telling her all about it. She listened avidly to his entire account, eyes widening when he mentioned the mirror outside the doctor's room, the way Vivien had blushed. Guiltily, they agreed, when she realised Jimmy had seen her fixing herself up. "I told you, Jimmy, didn't I? She's seeing that doctor behind her husband's back." No, Doll smiled. "Oh, Jimmy, we're getting so close." Jimmy didn't feel so certain. He lit a cigarette. "I don't know, Doll. It's complicated. I promised Vivien I wouldn't go back to the hospital." "Yes, and you promised Nella that you would." "Then you see my problem." "What problem? You're hardly going to break your promise to a child, are you? An orphan, at that?" He wasn't. Of course he wasn't. But he obviously hadn't made Doll understand just how caustic Vivien had been. "Jimmy," she said again, "you're not going to disappoint Nella?" No. He waved the hand that was holding his cigarette. "I'll go back. Vivien won't be happy, though. She was quite clear about it." "You'll bring her round." Dolly took his face gently between her hands. "I don't think you realise, Jimmy, how people warm to you." She brought her face close to his, so that her lips were touching his ear. She said playfully, "Just look how I'm warming to you now." Jimmy smiled, but distractedly as she kissed him.
He was busy envisaging Vivien Jenkins' disapproving face when she saw him again at the hospital, defying her direct orders. He was still trying to work out how he would explain his reappearance. Was it enough just to say that Nella had asked him to come? When Dolly sat back and said, "It really is the best way," Jimmy nodded. She was right. He knew she was. Visit Nella, bump into Vivien, set a time and a place, and leave the rest to me. She tilted her head and smiled at him. She looked younger when she did. Simple? Jimmy managed a faint smile in return. Simple. And so it had seemed, except that Jimmy didn't bump into Vivien. He went to the hospital every chance he had over the next fortnight, squeezing in visits to Nella between his responsibilities at work, and to his dad, and to Doll. But although he saw Vivien twice from a distance, neither occasion gave him the opportunity to reverse her ill opinion of him, and somehow convince her to meet him again. The first time, she'd been leaving the hospital at the same time as Jimmy turned the corner into Highbury Street. She'd stopped on the doorstep, glancing in either direction as she lifted up a scarf to hide her face from anyone who might recognise her. He'd picked up pace, but by the time he got near the hospital, it was too late, and she'd stalked off in the opposite direction, head down against prying eyes. The second time, she hadn't been so careful. Jimmy had just arrived in the hospital reception and was waiting to let Myra, the pewter-haired receptionist, they'd become quite friendly, know that he was heading up to see Nella, when he'd noticed that the door behind the desk stood ajar. He'd been able to see into Dr. Tomalin's office, and there he'd glimpsed Vivien, laughing softly at someone hidden behind the door. As he watched, a man's hand came to rest on her bare forearm, and Jimmy felt his stomach start to churn. He wished he'd brought his camera. He couldn't make out much of the doctor, but he could see Vivien clearly enough. The man's hand on her arm, the happy expression on her face. Of all the days not to have his equipment with him, it would have been all they needed. Jimmy was still berating himself when Myra appeared from nowhere, closed the door, and asked him how his day was treating him. Then, finally, at the beginning of the third week, as Jimmy rounded the top of the stairs and started down the corridor towards Nella's dormitory, he saw a familiar figure walking ahead of him. Jimmy lingered where he was, paying fierce and undue attention to the Dig for Victory poster on the wall, taking in the pigeon-toed child with his hoe and spade, while keeping both ears trained on her retreating footsteps. When Vivien had turned the corner, he scurried after her, heart beginning to thump as he watched her progress from a distance. She reached a door in the wall, a small door Jimmy had never noticed before, and pulled it open. He followed, surprised when he found a flight of narrow stairs behind, leading upwards. He climbed, quickly but quietly, until a sliver of light ahead revealed the doorway she'd left by. He did the same, finding himself on a floor of the old house with lower ceilings than those below, and with less of a hospital feel. He could hear her distant footsteps, but wasn't sure which way she'd gone until he glanced left and saw her shadow slide across the faded blue and cold wallpaper. He smiled to himself. The boy in him was rather enjoying the chase, and went after her. Jimmy had a feeling he knew where she was going. She was sneaking off to a secret meeting with Dr. Tomalin, high in the quiet, private attics of the old house, hidden away where no one would ever think to look for them. Except Jimmy. He poked his head around the corner and watched as Vivien stopped. This time, he did have his camera with him. Far better to take a genuinely incriminating photograph than go through the rigmarole of setting up a false meeting that might, on photographic paper, seem compromising. This way, too, Vivien would be guilty of an actual indiscretion, and somehow that made Jimmy feel a whole lot easier. There remained the issue of sending the letter. Blackmail, wasn't it? Call a spade a spade. Jimmy still found the idea pretty unpalatable, but he hardened his heart. He watched as she opened the door, and when she made her way inside, he crept forwards, removing his camera's lens cap. He stuck his foot in the doorway, just in time to keep it from closing, and then Jimmy lifted his camera to take the shot. What he saw through the viewfinder, though, made him put it right back down. Chapter 24. Greenacres, 2011. The Nicolson sisters, minus Daphne, who was in LA to shoot a new network promo but promised to catch the red-eye back to London just as soon as they can spare me, brought Dorothy home to Greenacres on Saturday morning. Rose was concerned because she hadn't been able to contact Jerry, but Iris, who always liked to be an authority, declared that she'd already telephoned his college and been told he was away on very important business. The office had promised to get a message to him. Laurel had reached unconsciously for her phone while Iris was making her proclamation, turning it over in her palm, wondering why she still hadn't heard a word about Dr. Rufus, but she resisted calling. Jerry worked in his own way, at his own pace, and she knew from experience there was no joy to be had by ringing his office number. By lunchtime, Dorothy was settled in her bedroom, fast asleep, with her white hair resting like a halo on the burgundy pillowcase. The sisters looked at one another and reached a tacit agreement to leave her to it. The weather had cleared up and turned unseasonably warm, and they headed outside to sit on the swing seat beneath the tree and eat the bread rolls Iris had insisted on making solo, swatting away flies and enjoying what must surely be the last hot burst of the year. The weekend passed smoothly. They installed themselves around Dorothy's bed, reading silently or chatting together in low voices, even attempting Scrabble at one stage, though not for long. Iris could never play a full round without blowing up in the face of Rose's phenomenal knowledge of tricky two-letter words. But most of the time, they took turns just sitting in quiet company with their sleeping mother. It was right, Laurel thought, that they'd brought Ma home. Greenacres was where Dorothy belonged, this funny old big-hearted house she'd discovered by chance and recognized immediately as one she must inhabit and possess. "I always dreamed of a house like this," she used to tell them, a broad smile spreading across her face as they walked in from the garden. "For a time, I thought I'd lost my chance, but it all came right in the end. As soon as I saw her, I knew she was the one." Laurel wondered if her mother had been thinking of that long-ago day as they drove her up the driveway on Saturday, whether she'd seen in her mind's eye the old farmer who'd made tea for her and Daddy when they'd knocked on his door in 1947, the birds that had watched them from behind the boarded-up fireplace, and the young woman she'd been back then, holding firm to her second chance as she looked to the future and tried to escape whatever it was she'd done before. Or had Dorothy been thinking, rather, as they wound up the drive, of events that had unfolded that summer's day in 1961,
and about the impossibility of ever truly escaping one's past. Or was Laurel being sentimental? And had the tears her mother shed in the passenger seat of Rose's car, the soft, soundless tears, been simply the effect of great age and faulty plumbing? Whatever the case, the move from the hospital had evidently tired her, and she slept most of the weekend, eating little and saying even less. Laurel, when it was her turn at the bedside, willed her mother to stir, to open her tired eyes and recognize her eldest daughter, to resume their conversation of the other day. She needed to know what her mother had taken from Vivien Jenkins. It was the crux of the mystery. Henry had been right all along, insisting there was more to his wife's death than met the eye, that she'd been the target of shady con artists. Con artists plural, Laurel noted. Was it merely a turn of phrase, or had her mother acted with someone else? Could it have been Jimmy, the man she'd loved and lost? Was that perhaps why they'd been driven apart? She would have to wait until Monday, though, because Dorothy wasn't talking. In fact, it seemed to Laurel, watching as the old woman slept so peacefully, and the curtains fluttered in the light breeze, that her mother had passed through some invisible doorway into that place where ghosts from the past could no longer touch her. Only once, in the wee hours of Monday morning, was she visited by the terrors that had nipped at her heels in recent weeks. Rose and Iris had both gone back to their own homes for the night, so it was Laurel who woke in the dark with a start and stumbled along the corridor, feeling about the wall for light switches as she went. The thought came to her of the many nights her mother had done the same thing for her, been woken from her sleep by a cry in the dark and rushed down the hall to chase her daughter's monsters away, to stroke her hair and hum in her ear, "Hush, little wing. There now. Hush." No matter Laurel's conflicted feelings towards her mother these days, it seemed there was a privilege in being able to do the same in return, particularly for Laurel, who'd left the family home in such a fraught way, who hadn't been there when her father died, who'd spent her whole life beholden to no one but herself and her art. Laurel climbed into bed with her mother, holding the old woman firmly but gently. The cotton of Dorothy's long white nightdress was damp with the labours of her nightmare, and her thin frame trembled. "It was my fault, Laurel," she was saying. "It was my fault." "Hush, hush," Laurel comforted. "There now. Everything's all right." "It was my fault she died." I know it was." Henry Jenkins came again to Laurel's mind, his insistence that Vivien had died because she'd been led to a place she'd otherwise never have gone, led there by someone she trusted. There, Ma. It's over now." Dorothy's breathing settled into a slow, steady rhythm, and Laurel thought about the nature of love. That she could continue to feel it so intensely, despite the things she was learning about her mother, was remarkable. It seemed that ugly deeds did not make love disappear, but, oh, the disappointment, if Laurel let it, could have crushed her. It was an anodyne word, disappointment, but the shame and helplessness intrinsic to it were breathtaking. It wasn't that Laurel expected perfection. She wasn't a child. And she didn't share Jerry's blind faith that just because Dorothy Nicholson was their mother, she would somehow be found miraculously innocent of all wrongdoing. Not at all. Laurel was a realist. She understood her mother was a human being and had naturally done things in her life that weren't saintly. She'd hated and wanted and made mistakes that never went away, just as Laurel had herself. But the picture Laurel was beginning to form of precisely what had happened in Dorothy's past
what she'd seen her mother do. He came to find me. Laurel had been drifting off with her thoughts, and her mother's faded voice startled her. What's that, Ma? I tried to hide, but he found me. She was speaking of Henry Jenkins, Laurel realized. It seemed they were drawing ever closer to what had happened on that day in 1961. He's gone now, Ma. He's not coming back. A whisper. I killed him, Laurel. Laurel's breath caught. She whispered back. I know you did. Can you forgive me, Laurel? It was a question Laurel hadn't asked herself, let alone answered. Faced with it in that instant, in the dark quiet of her mother's room, all she could say was, Hush now. Everything's going to be all right, Ma. I love you. Some hours later, when the sun was just beginning to rise above the treetops, Laurel handed the baton to Rose and headed for the green Mini. London again, said Rose, walking with her along the garden path. Oxford today. Oh, Oxford. Rose twisted her beads. More research, is it? It is. Getting close to what you're looking for? You know, Rosie, said Laurel, sitting in the driver's seat, reaching to pull the door shut behind her. I think I am. She smiled and waved and put the car into reverse, glad to escape before Rose could ask anything that required heavy-duty obfuscation. The fellow at the desk in the British Library reading room had seemed pleased on Friday by her request to locate a rather obscure memoir, even more so when Laurel mused as to how one might go about finding what happened to Miss Katie Ellis's correspondence after she died. He'd frowned determination at his computer screen, pausing every so often to jot things down on his notepad, and Laurel's hopes had risen and fallen with his brows, until evidently her rapt attention became a hindrance, and he suggested it might take some time, and he'd be very happy to continue the search while she got on with something else. Laurel had taken the hint, ducking outside for a quick cigarette. All right, 3, and a bit of neurotic pacing before rushing back to the reading room to see how he'd got on. He'd got on rather well, as it turned out. He slid the piece of paper across the desk with a marathon runner's smile of satisfied exhaustion on his face and said, Found her. The cache of her private papers, at any rate. It turned out they were located in the archives of New College Library, Oxford. Katie Ellis had studied there as a doctoral candidate, and her papers had been donated after her death in September 1983. There was a copy of the memoir available too, but Laurel figured she'd be far more likely to find what she was looking for within the primary documents. Laurel left her green Mini at the park and ride site in Thornhill and caught the bus into Oxford. The driver directed her to hop off on the high street, which she did, right opposite Queen's College. She followed directions a short walk past the Bodleian Library and along Holywell Street to arrive at the main entrance of New College. She never tired of the university's extraordinary beauty. Every stone, every turret and spindle pointing towards the heavens, grated and settled with the weight of the past. But Laurel didn't have time today for sightseeing. She put her hands in her trouser pockets, head down against the chill, and hurried across the grass quadrangle towards the library. She was greeted inside by a young man with shaggy blue-black hair. Laurel explained who she was and why she'd come, mentioning that the librarian from the British Library had called ahead on Friday to make an appointment.
Yes, yes, said the young man, whose name, it transpired, was Ben, and who was, enthusiastically it had to be said, serving a 1-year traineeship in the library. I spoke to him myself. You're here to look at one of our alumni collections. The papers belonging to Katie Ellis. That's right. I've brought the archive over from the Muniments Tower for you. Super. Thank you very much. Don't mention it. Any excuse to climb the tower. He smiled and leaned a little closer, exhibiting an air of conspiracy. It's up a spiral staircase, you know, accessed through a door hidden in the panelling of the hall, like something out of Hogwarts. Laurel had read Harry Potter, of course, and was no less immune to the charms of old buildings than anyone else, but opening hours were limited, and Katie Ellis's letters were within shouting distance, and the combination of those two facts left her rather panicked at the thought of spending another minute discussing either architecture or fiction with Ben. She smiled with a feigned lack of comprehension. Hogwarts? He met it with one of sympathetic realization. Muggle. And they both moved on. The collection's waiting for you in the archive reading room, he said. I'll take you over there myself, shall I? It's a bit of a maze, if you haven't been here before. Laurel followed him along a stone corridor, Ben talking happily all the while about the history of New College, until finally they arrived, a great many twists and turns later, in a room with tables laid out and windows overlooking a magnificent medieval wall overgrown with ivy. Here you are, he said, stopping at a table with 20 or so matching boxes stacked on top. Are you happy to work here? I'm sure this will be fine. Excellent. There are gloves near the boxes. Please wear them while you're touching the materials. I'll be right over there, if you need me. He indicated a pile of papers on a desk in the far corner. Transcribing, he added, by way of explanation. Laurel didn't ask what, for fear he'd tell her. And so, with a nod, Ben left. Laurel waited for a moment and then whistled quietly into the stony library silence. Finally, she was alone with Katie Ellis's letters. She fronted up to the desk and cracked her knuckles. Not metaphorically, but literally. It seemed the right thing to do. And then she donned her reading glasses and the pair of white gloves and started the hunt for answers. The boxes were identical, brown cardboard, acid-free, each about the size of an encyclopedia. They were named and numbered with a code Laurel didn't entirely comprehend, but which seemed to indicate a complex catalogue of items. She considered asking Ben for an explanation, but feared a fervid lecture on the history of records management might result if she did. It appeared the boxes had been arranged in chronological order. Laurel decided to take a chance that it would all make sense once she got going. She opened the lid of box number 1 and found several envelopes inside. The first contained 20 or so letters bound with white tape and supported with a stiff piece of board. Laurel eyed the large pile of boxes. It seemed Katie Ellis had been a prolific correspondent, but with whom had she corresponded? By the looks of it, the letters were arranged in order of receipt, but there had to be a better method of finding what she needed than simple trial and error. Laurel drummed her fingers, thinking, and then looked over the top of her glasses at the table. She smiled as she spied what she'd been missing, the index card, taking it up quickly and glancing over the whole to check that it contained, as she'd hoped, a list of senders and recipients. It did. Holding her breath, Laurel ran her finger down the sender column, hesitating first at J for Jenkins, next at L for Longmire, and finally V for Vivien. None of the options was listed. Laurel looked again, more carefully this time. Still she came up blank. There was no reference in the index list to any letters from Vivien Longmire or Vivien Jenkins? And yet Katie Ellis had referred to such letters in the snippet of Born to Teach quoted in Henry Jenkins' biography. Laurel pulled out the photocopy she'd taken in the British Library. There, it said so in black and white. Over the course of our long sea voyage, I was able to gain Vivien's trust sufficiently to establish a relationship that continued over many years. We corresponded by letter, with warm regularity, until her tragic and untimely death during the Second World War. Laurel gritted her teeth and checked the list one final time. Nothing. It made no sense. Katie Ellis said there were letters, a lifetime of them, warmly regular. Where were they? Laurel glanced over at Ben's hunched back and decided there was nothing for it. "That's all the letters we received," he said when she'd explained. Laurel pointed out the lines from the memoir, and Ben wrinkled his nose and agreed that it was odd, but then he brightened. Perhaps she destroyed the letters before she died. He wasn't to know that he was crushing Laurel's dreams like a dried leaf between his fingers. "That happens sometimes," he continued, "particularly in the case of people who intend to donate their correspondence. They make sure anything they don't want seen is no longer part of the collection. Is there any reason she might have done that? Do you know?" Laurel thought about it. It was possible, she supposed. Vivien's letters might have contained something Katie Ellis considered sensitive or incriminating. God, anything was possible at this point. Laurel's brain hurt. She said, "Could they be stored somewhere else?" Ben shook his head. New College Library was the sole beneficiary of Katie Ellis's records. Everything she left is here. Laurel could have thrown the neat file boxes around the room, given poor Ben a real show. To have come so close, only to be thwarted at this point, it was demoralizing. Ben smiled sympathetically, and Laurel was about to slump back to her desk when she thought of something. "Journals," she said quickly. "What's that?" "Journals. Katie Ellis kept journals. She mentions them in the memoir. Do you know if they're part of the collection?" "I do, and they are," he said. "I brought them down for you." He indicated a stack of books on the floor by the table, and Laurel could have kissed him. She refrained, taking her seat instead and seizing up the first leather-bound volume. It was dated 1929, the year, Laurel remembered, that Katie Ellis had accompanied Vivien Longmire on the long sea voyage from Australia to England. The first page held a black-and-white photograph, inserted neatly using gold document corners, speckled now with age. It was the portrait of a young woman in long skirts and a prim blouse. Her hair, hard to tell, but Laurel had a feeling it was red, parted on one side and then pressed into neat, crimped curls. Everything about her attire was modest and blue-stocking demure, but her eyes were lit with determination. She lifted her chin at the camera, and she wasn't smiling so much as looking pleased with herself. Laurel decided that she liked Miss Katie Ellis, even more so when she read the small annotation at the bottom of the page. A small and impudent vanity, but the author encloses here this photograph, taken at Hunter & Gould Studios, Brisbane, as a record of a young woman on the verge of her great adventure, in the year of our Lord, 1929. Laurel turned to the first page of neat penmanship, an entry dated the 18th of May 1929 and headed, Week 1, New Beginnings. She smiled at Katie Ellis's slightly pompous tone and then drew breath as the name Vivien leapt out at her.
In among a perfunctory description of the ship, the accommodations, the other passengers, and, in most detail of all, the meals, Laurel read the following. My travelling companion is a girl, aged 8, by the name of Vivien Longmire. She is a most unusual child, quite perplexing. Pleasant enough to look at, dark hair parted in the middle and kept, by me, in plaits down her back, very large brown eyes, and full lips of a deep cherry colour that she holds together with a firmness, giving the impression either of petulance or strength of mind. I have yet to decide which. She is of a proud and wilful nature. I can tell that by the way those dark eyes bore directly into mine, and certainly the aunt fashioned me with all manner of reports as to the sharpness of the girl's tongue and the readiness of her fists. Thus far, however, I have seen no evidence of her rumoured physicality, nor has she uttered more than 5 words, sharp or otherwise, in my hearing. Disobedient she is, certainly. Ill-mannered, there is no doubt, and yet, somehow, in one of those inexplicable kinks of human personality, the child is oddly likeable. She draws me to her, even when she is doing nothing more than sitting on the deck and following the passing sea. It is not mere physical beauty, although there is undoubtedly much that is pleasing in her dark features. It is an aspect of herself that comes from deep within, and communicates itself quite unwittingly, so that one cannot help but watch. I should add that there is an uncanny quiet about her. She chooses, when other children might be running and larking about the decks, to hide herself away and sit almost entirely still. It is an unnatural stillness, and one for which I had not been prepared. Apparently, Vivien Longmire continued to fascinate Katie Ellis. For along with further comments about the journey and notes for lesson plans she intended to use when she arrived in England, the journal entries over the next few weeks contained similar reports. Katie Ellis observed Vivien from a distance, interacting only insofar as it was necessary for the two of them in their shared travels, until finally, in an entry dated the 5th of July, 1929, and titled Week 7, there appeared to come a breakthrough. It was hot this morning, and a mild breeze blew from the north. We were sitting together on the front deck after breakfast when a most peculiar thing happened. I told Vivien to go back to the cabin and fetch her exercise book so that we might run through some lessons. I'd promised her aunt before we left that Vivien's lessons would not be neglected while we were on the seas. She fears, I think, that if the girl's intellect is deemed unsatisfactory by the English uncle, she'll be sent straight back to Australia. Our lessons are an interesting charade, and always the same. I draw and point to the book, explaining various principles until my brain aches with the eternal quest for clarity of explanation, and Vivien stares with blank boredom at the fruits of my labours. Still, I made a promise, and so I persist. This morning, not for the first time, Vivien failed to do as I'd asked. She didn't so much as deign to meet my eyes, and I was forced to repeat myself. Not twice, but thrice, and in increasingly stern tones. Still the child ignored me, until finally, the urged tears pressing in my throat, I begged to know why she so often behaves as if she cannot hear me. Perhaps my loss of control moved the child, for she sighed then and told me the reason. She looked me in the eye and explained that, seeing as I was merely a part of her dream, a figment of her own imagination, she didn't see any point in listening, unless the subject of my chatter, her word, was of interest. Another child might have been suspected of cheek and clipped about the ears for giving such a response, but Vivien is not another child. For one thing,
she does not lie. Her aunt, for all her eager criticism of the child, conceded I would never hear an untruth from the girl's mouth. Frank to the point of rudeness, that one. And so I was intrigued. I tried to keep my voice steady, asking as nonchalantly as if I were inquiring the time of day what she meant by saying I was part of a dream. She blinked those wide brown eyes and said, I fell asleep beside the creek back home, and I haven't woken up yet. Everything that had happened since, she told me. The news of her family's motor car accident, her removal like an unwanted package to England, this long sea voyage with only a teacher for company, was nothing more than a great, big, bad dream. I asked her why she didn't wake up, how it was possible that someone could sleep for such a very long time, and she responded that it was bush magic, that she'd fallen asleep beneath some ferns on the edge of the enchanted creek. The one with the little lights, she said, and the tunnel that leads through a great engine room right to the other side of the world. That's why she didn't wake up, as she otherwise might. I asked her then how she would know when she'd finally woken up, and she tilted her head as if I might be simple. When I open my eyes and see that I'm home again. Of course, her firm little face added. Laurel flicked through the journals until 2 weeks later, Katie Ellis revisited the subject. I have been probing delicately about this dream world of Vivien's, for it interests me greatly that a child might choose to comprehend a traumatic event in such a way. I gather from the titbits she feeds me that she has conjured a shadowland around her, a place of darkness through which she must quest in order to get back to her sleeping self in the real world of the creek bank in Australia. She told me she believes that sometimes she comes close to waking. If she sits very, very still, she says, she can glimpse beyond the veil. She can see and hear her family going about their usual business, oblivious to her standing on the other side, watching them. At least now I understand why the child exhibits such a profound quiet and stillness. The girl's theory of her waking dream is one thing. I can well understand the instinct a person might have to retreat into a safe imaginary world. What disturbs me more is Vivien's seeming gladness in the face of punishment. Or if not gladness, because that is not it precisely, her resignation, almost relief, when met with reprimand. I witnessed a brief incident the other day in which she was wrongly accused of having taken an elderly woman's hat from the top deck. She was innocent of the crime, a fact of which I was certain, having seen the ghastly cloche take up with the breeze and dance right overboard. As I watched, though, stunned for a moment into silence, Vivien presented herself for punishment, receiving a fierce tongue-lashing. When threatened with a strapping, the girl seemed quite prepared to accept it. The expression in her eyes as she was scolded was one almost of relief. I found my brio then and stepped in to stop the miscarriage of justice, informing them in the chilliest of tones as to the hat's true fate, before directing Vivien to safety. But the look I'd seen in the girl's eyes troubled me long after. Why, I wondered, would a child willingly accept punishment, particularly for a crime they hadn't committed? A few pages later, Laurel found the following. I believe I have answered one of my own most pressing questions. I have sometimes heard Vivien shouting out in her sleep. The episodes are usually short-lived, ending just as soon as the girl rolls over. But the other night, the situation reached a peak, and I rushed from my bed to soothe her. She was speaking very quickly as she clung to my arms. It is the most effusive I have seen her, and I was able to gather from what she said that she has come to believe the death of her family was her fault in some way. A ridiculous notion, when held up to the yardstick of adult perception, for as I understand it, they were killed in a motor car accident while she was many miles away. But childhood is not a place of logic and measuring sticks, and somehow I cannot help but think the girl's aunt might have helped it on its way. The idea has stuck. Laurel looked up from Katie Ellis's journal. Ben was making packing up noises, and she glanced dismayed at her watch. It was 10 minutes to 1. Damn, she'd been warned the library shut for an hour over lunch. Laurel was clinging to any reference to Vivien, feeling she was getting somewhere. But there wasn't time to read everything. She skimmed through the rest of the sea voyage until finally she reached an entry written in shakier handwriting than those previous. Written, Laurel gathered, as Katie Ellis took the train to York, where she was to be employed as a governess. The conductor is coming now, so I will record quickly before I forget the strange behaviour of my young charge as we disembarked in London yesterday. No sooner had we cleared the gangplank, and I was looking this way and that in an attempt to discern where we ought to go next, than she hopped down on all fours, never mind the dress I'd specially hand-sponged and prepared for her to wear when meeting her uncle, and pressed her ear to the ground. I am not one to embarrass easily, so it was no such paltry emotion that made me shriek when I saw her, rather concern that the child would find herself trampled by the crowds of foot traffic, or the hoofs of a rearing horse. I couldn't help myself. I shouted with alarm, "What are you doing? Get up!" To which, one should hardly be surprised, there came no answer. "What are you doing, child?" I demanded. She shook her head and said quickly, "I can't hear it." "Hear what?" I replied. "The sound of the wheels turning." I remembered then what she had told me about the engine room in the centre of the earth, the tunnel that would lead her home. "I can't hear them anymore." She was beginning to realise, of course, the finality of her situation. For, like me, she will not see her homeland again for many years, if at all, and certainly not the version of it to which she longs to return. Though my heart broke for the stubborn sapling, I did not offer her words of meaningless encouragement. For it is best, surely, that she comes in time to escape the grip of her fantasies. Indeed, it seemed there was nothing for me to say or do but to take her hand kindly and shepherd her along to where I'd spotted the meeting place her aunt had agreed upon with the English uncle. Vivien's pronouncement troubled me, though, because I knew the turmoil it would be causing within the child, and I knew, too, that the moment fast approached when I must bid her farewell and send her on her way. Perhaps I would be feeling less disquieted now if I'd sensed more warmth from the uncle. Alas, I did not. Her new guardian is headmaster of the Nordstrom School in Oxfordshire, and possibly it was some aspect of professional, male, pride that erected a barrier between us, for he seemed determined not to notice my presence, stopping only to inspect the child before telling her to come along. They hadn't a second to spare. No, he did not strike me as the sort of fellow to open his home with the warmth and understanding a sensitive little girl whose recent history is filled with so much distress will need. I have written to the Australian aunt with my misgivings, but I do not hold out high hopes she will leap to the girl's aid and demand her immediate return. In the meantime, I have promised to write regularly to Vivien in Oxfordshire, and I intend to do so. Would that my new position didn't take me to the other side of the country. I would gladly tuck the girl under my wing and keep her safe from harm. Despite myself, and against the best theories of my chosen career, to observe but not absorb, I have developed strong personal feelings for her. I dearly hope that time and circumstance, perhaps the cultivation of a good friend nearby, will conspire to mend the deep wound rent inside the child by her recent suffering. It may be that strong emotion causes me to overstate and overthink the future, to fall victim to my worst imaginings. But I fear otherwise. Vivien is at risk of disappearing deep inside the safety of the dream world she's created, remaining a stranger to the real world of human beings, and thus becoming easy prey as she grows to adulthood to those who would look to gain by her ill treatment. One wonders, suspicious-mindedly perhaps, as to the uncle's reason for accepting the child as his ward. Duty? It is possible. A fondness for children? Assuredly not. With the beauty she is sure to attain, and the vast wealth I have learnt she will inherit at maturity, I worry there is much she will possess that others may seek to take. Laurel sat back and stared unseeing at the medieval wall on the other side of the window. She bit her thumbnail as the words went round and round inside her head. I worry there is much she will possess that others may seek to take. Vivien Jenkins had an inheritance. It changed everything. She was a wealthy woman with the sort of character, or so her confidant had worried, that made her the perfect victim for those who might wish to profit by her. Laurel took off her glasses, closing her eyes as she rubbed the tender patches on the sides of her nose. Money. It was one of the oldest motivators, wasn't it? She sighed. It was so base, so predictable. But that had to be it. Her mother didn't seem at all the type to desire more than she had, let alone to make plans to take it from someone else. But that was now. The Dorothy Nicolson Laurel knew was removed by decades from the hungry young girl she'd once been, a 19-year-old girl who'd lost her family in the Coventry Blitz and had to fend for herself in wartime London. Certainly the regrets her mother was expressing now, her talk of mistakes and second chances and forgiveness, fitted the theory. And what was it she'd used to say to Iris? Nobody likes a girl who always expects more than the others. Might that have been a lesson she learned from her own experience? The more Laurel thought about it, the more unavoidable the conclusion seemed. It was money her mother had needed, money she'd tried to take from Vivien Jenkins. But it had all gone terribly wrong. She wondered again whether Jimmy had been involved, whether it was the plan's failure that had seen their relationship founder. And she wondered what part exactly the plan had played in Vivien's death. Henry had held Dorothy responsible for his wife's death. She might have fled to a life of atonement, but Vivien's grieving husband had refused to give up his search. And he'd found her eventually. Laurel had seen what happened next with her own eyes. Ben was behind her now, making small throat-clearing noises as the wall clock's minute hand slipped past the hour. Laurel pretended not to hear him, wondering what had gone wrong with her mother's plan. Had Vivien realized what was happening and put a stop to it? Or was it something else, something worse, that made it all blow up? She eyed the stack of journals, scanning the spines for the year 1941. I'd leave you here, really, I would, Ben said, only
The head archivist is the sort to string me up by my toes. He gulped. Or worse. Oh, bugger. Bloody hell. Laurel's heart was heavy. There was a sick swirling in the pit of her stomach, and now she was going to have to cool her heels for 57 minutes, while the very book that might contain the answers she needed languished here, in a locked room.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook, so please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.